Chapter 93. Madame Sue was originally embarrassed, but when she heard her son's words, she was overjoyed. Her son had finally improved. She looked at Han Yunchi with a cold smile, waiting for Han Yunchi to refute. Han Ruoshiwe was also caught off guard and gloated. I am Madame Sue, who is young master scolding. What a terrible name. He's scolding the person who deserves to be scolded. Whoever is cheap or a thief, that's who. Madame Sue chuckled, wishing for someone to chime in with her. Is that so? Ha ha. Thieves deserve to be scolded. They're worse than the rats in the sewers. Shameless. Han Ruoshiwe agreed. Exactly. Too bad there are a lot of people like that these days. Madame Sue and Han Ruoshiwe took the opportunity to mock Han Yunchi. They thought that Han Yunchi would flip out, but she was unmoved. Seeing this, the two felt as if their fists had punched cotton. They couldn't muster up any strength and felt suffocated. Han Ruoshiwe was not satisfied and was about to speak when Han Yunchi said, Second Madam, did you invite everyone here to stand here and listen to young master scolding? As she spoke, she put down and handed him to Seventh Madam. She continued, How can the young master of the Han family be like this? What's the difference between him and a shrew? Madame Sue was about to answer when suddenly a water bottle was thrown from inside. Scram, bitch. All of you scram. Madame Sue's smug expression changed abruptly. What's wrong with you, Chi? Is there something wrong with his brain? Why is he scolding everyone? Han Yunchi glanced at the broken pieces of the vase and smiled lightly. Her lips curled into a mocking smile, but she didn't say anything. However, that mocking smile was like a needle stabbing into Madame Sue's heart. Madame Sue felt embarrassed. She didn't know what her son would do to make everyone wait here. It was obviously inappropriate, and Han Yunchi wouldn't be happy either. Let everyone go in together. Heavens knew what kind of state Yu Chi, that brat, had turned the room upside down. When the time came, wouldn't Han Yunchi laugh at them? Madame Sue pondered for a moment, wondering if she should go to the hall in the front yard. At this time Han Ruoshiwe said, Madame Sue, why don't we not go in? Young master needs peace and quiet to recuperate. My mother hasn't come over yet. Why don't we go to my mother's courtyard? It's very close to here, just a few steps away. Han Ruoshiwe didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. She couldn't wait to see Madame Sue make things difficult for Han Yunchi about the storeroom key. Madame Sue was naturally happy that Han Ruoshiwe had given her a way out. She nodded repeatedly. That's good, that's good. Esteemed Princess Consort, please come with me. My mother has some good spring tea. Han Ruoshiwe was in a very good mood. Spring tea? Han Yunchi was bewildered. It was still winter in Tianing country, right now. There was still a month until the New Year's festival, so where would the spring tea come from? Let's go. No matter how far it is to drink spring tea in the dead of winter, this Wang Fei still has to go, she said with a faint smile. Third Madam might be a northerner, but she's an old tea addict. I think this spring tea must have been bought from the southern borders at a high price, right? Madame Sue smiled as well. So they came from the southern borders. It should be spring there right now. Han Ruoshiwe never avoided talking about things that would give her face. Along the way, she showed off many things related to tea leaves. Han Yunchi listened in silence. In the past, she really didn't know that Third Madam and Han Ruoshiwe were so knowledgeable about tea. As expected, Third Madam's Sunset Court was very close to Madame Sue's courtyard. They arrived after passing through a patch of grass. When Han Yunchi and the others arrived, Madame Li was just about to leave the house. As soon as she saw them, Madame Li hurried forward and curtsied to Han Yunchi. This commoner, Madame Li, greets esteemed Princess Consort. 10,000 blessings to esteemed Princess Consort. It had to be said that Madame Li gave Han Yunchi a better impression than Seventh Madam. Seventh Madam was too humble and timid, while Madame Li was neither servile nor overbearing. It made people feel very comfortable. Han Yunchi didn't have a deep impression of Madame Li. In her memory, this third madam had never had any conflicts with any branch. No one dared to provoke her, and she wouldn't take the initiative to provoke others. When she appeared in large events, she was always gracious and appropriate. She wouldn't be ignored or attract too much attention. Han Yunqi thought that if Han Ruoxua was a man, perhaps Han Kongan would consider giving the position of the head of the household to the third branch. Although Han Ruoxua could take in a son-in-law, it wasn't something to be proud of. Moreover, it wasn't as if the Han family didn't have a male heir. You may rise. Han Yunqi waved her hand, indicating for third madam to rise. When third madam got up, she didn't forget to greet Madame Su and seventh madam. Her attitude was polite and well-mannered. She even smiled at littler. Han Yunqi saw this, but didn't say anything. Madame Su explained the purpose of her visit, and third madam invited everyone into the courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the fragrance of tea immediately assailed their nostrils. It was said that the tea in third madam's room never ran out. Everyone took a seat. Third madam personally fetched a pot of spring tea and said with a smile, "I only received this tea a few days ago. I was just thinking of giving some to everyone to try. Coincidentally, everyone is here today. Madame Su, no matter what business you have, since you're here, let's try this tea first." Of course, Madame Su agreed. However, she was absent-minded and gulped down several cups of tea. Seventh madam didn't know much about tea and wasn't in the mood. Her worry was written all over her face. She wanted to remind Han Yunqi several times, but didn't know how to. On the other hand, Han Yunqi wasn't in a hurry. She tasted it with relish. Needless to say, this spring tea was much more delicious than the tea she used for her experiments. The tea the servant gave her was autumn tea. Although it was well preserved, it had been a long time. The color and fragrance were much worse. As Han Yunqi drank, she pondered. Spring tea and autumn tea from the same tea tree tasted completely different. Presumably, the ingredients in the tea leaves were also much different. Should she use the spring tea to test it? She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Third madam, why is this spring tea more delicious than autumn tea?" Third madam smiled and said, "The true meaning of spring tea isn't the tea leaves produced in the spring. It's the tea leaves picked from the first budding leaves of the tea tree after the winter. The flesh of spring tea leaves is thick, and the tea leaves contain aromatic substances as well as various other substances. Therefore, compared to summer tea and autumn tea, the taste is more fresh and the fragrance is more pleasant." As soon as she said this, Han Yunqi became alert. Aromatic substances and other substances? What was third madam referring to? Could it be that she was referring to the various trace elements in the tea leaves? One had to know that these things were only studied so meticulously in the modern era. In ancient times, even traditional Chinese medicine was very rough on the ingredients of medicine. It was rare for a unit of measurement as small as money to appear on the medicine list. She didn't expect third madam to study it so meticulously. Was it the tea fanatics of this era who studied it so meticulously, or was third madam especially knowledgeable? Han Yunqi was shocked in her heart, but she didn't show it. She continued to ask, "So, in terms of preservation, spring tea is also different from other teas?" Third madam seemed to have sensed something. A trace of wariness flashed through her eyes as she smiled. True spring tea is rare. Most of it can be finished within a month, so it's not so particular about preservation. Han Yunqi asked a few more probing questions. Third madam's expression didn't change. She continued to smile and was very patient. However, the answers that came out were things that Han Yunqi already knew. There was nothing new. After a few cups of tea, Lady Su finally couldn't take it anymore. She gave third madam a look, telling her to stop talking. Third madam closed her mouth and changed the tea leaves to brew again. Lady Su was very satisfied. She put down the teacup and sighed with emotion. Esteemed Wang Fei after master went to prison. Many things happened in this family. A few of the concubines ran away with a lot of money. Now, only us 3 sisters are left. Sigh. As Lady Su spoke, she deliberately looked at Madame Li and then at 7th Madam. She continued, Master was sentenced to life in prison. He doesn't even allow visitors. Now, the Han family is such a big family, but there's no one to call the shots. How many people in the family are jealous? Yesterday, 3rd uncle even came to ask me. He said that if the young masters in the family can't get up, I should quickly hand over the storehouse key to him. He said that the storehouse key and the Han family medical cannon belong to the Han family, not our family. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? As soon as she finished speaking, there was silence. Everyone knew that the storehouse key was in Han Yunqi's hands. 7th Madam lowered her head and didn't dare to make a sound. 3rd Madam was busy brewing tea and didn't make a sound. Smart people could tell that Lady Su's words were beautiful. She didn't point the finger at Han Yunqi, but she was obviously insinuating that Han Yunqi was the least qualified to have the storehouse key. Han Yunqi didn't speak either. She hugged air with one hand and poured tea with the other. She was calm and composed. This spring tea was fresh, but not greasy. It tasted so good that she was falling in love with it. Among those present, Er's expression was the most serious. His dark eyes were focused, as if he was trying hard to figure out the meaning behind Lady Su's words. Seeing that no one reacted, Madame Su didn't panic. She didn't expect 7th concubine and 3rd concubine to speak up for her today. She only needed them to be present so that they wouldn't deny it if the storehouse key fell into her hands. Lady Su sighed softly and said, Yesterday, 3rd uncle came. This morning, 4th uncle came as well. His intentions were similar to 3rd uncle's. Don't you think they're bullying our Han family because we don't have enough people? Although no one answered, Lady Su continued, No matter what, our Yuchi is an adult. He's a dignified young master. How can they be like this? At this moment, Han Ruoshua, who had been sitting by 3rd Madam's side, couldn't help but ask, Lady Su, my father's been in prison for a while now. Why did they only come knocking now? At these words, 3rd Madam immediately stomped on Han Ruoshua's foot under the table. Han Ruoshua cried out in pain, but had no choice but to endure it. Lady Su rejoiced at the response and sighed. I don't know where they heard the news. They said the storehouse key is with esteemed Wang Fei because none of our young masters can support themselves. They had to rely on esteemed Wang Fei's power and influence to keep the key with her. At this, Lady Su finally met Han Yunqi's eyes. Esteemed Wang Fei say if news of this spreads, it doesn't matter if it loses the Han family's face, but it'll affect you negatively as well. If Grand Concubine finds out, she'll definitely be unhappy. If Grand Concubine knew, of course she'd be unhappy. Although the Han family was large and prosperous, it wasn't even the tip of the iceberg compared to the Duke of Qin's estate. Why would Grand Concubine care about the Han family's small assets? Once news of this spread, the fact that Qin Wang Fei had returned to her maternal family to fight for the family assets was enough to put Han Yunqi on the capital's headlines again. In the end, she'd be shaming the Duke of Qin's estate. Chapter 94. Qin Wang Fei's incomparably glorious title also brought Han Yunqi various restrictions. Han Yunqi understood this principle very early on. Although Madame Su's threat was very effective, it was a pity that it was no longer new to her. However, since Madame Su wanted to play, she didn't mind playing with her to the end. She smiled and said, Second Madam, the Han family is in such a mess, but you still care about my imperial mother's feelings. This Princess Consort will definitely convey your concern to imperial mother. When these words came out, Madame Su couldn't remain calm. What did Han Yunqi mean? Could it be that she wasn't afraid? She even called her imperial mother so affectionately. Han Yunchi was calm and composed as she spoke again. Since my uncles are so concerned about the storehouse key and the Han family successors, I'd like to ask second madam to tell them when they come back next time. Just say that my father's only been imprisoned, not dead. He knows the choice of the family head in his heart. There's no need for some people who have nothing better to do and have ulterior motives to worry about it. Madame Su's words were insinuating Han Yunchi, and now Han Yunchi was making oblique accusations. This time, how could Madame Su sit still? She didn't think that Han Yunchi would dare to mention Hong Kongan. She received news from the Ministry of Personnel that Han Yunchi saved the Crown Prince and denied Hong Kongan's diagnosis. This was the real reason why Hong Kongan was in prison. To put it bluntly, it was Han Yunchi who harmed Hong Kongan. Now, she was restricting the Han family from visiting Hong Kongan. This was clearly because she stole the storehouse key and was afraid that the matter would be exposed. This shameless brat actually dared to talk about her father so confidently. Madame Su couldn't help but grit her teeth. Since this matter was brought up today, she wouldn't let it go so easily. Esteemed Princess Consort's words are reasonable. However, in this commoner's opinion, esteemed Princess Consort is a married woman after all. If the Han family storehouse key is in your hands, it will inevitably cause gossip. Madame Su paused for a moment before continuing. I'm sure old master entrusted the storehouse key to you in a moment of desperation and asked you to pass it to the Han family, right? Han Yunchi didn't say anything. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Madame Su playfully. For a moment, the surroundings suddenly became quiet and the atmosphere became tense. Madame Su was obviously in the right, but for some reason, she felt guilty when Han Yunchi sized her up. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Madame Li, Madame Hellion, you too should also say something. Right now, there are only us 3 sisters left in the estate. It's time for us to work together. The Han family cannot be defeated by our hands. Hellion sure didn't even dare to raise her head, let alone answer. Li Shi remained silent, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. She acted as the host and poured tea for everyone present. The scene fell into silence once again. Unexpectedly at this moment, a rustling sound came from outside. Are you guys discussing the storehouse key? This young master is the eldest son of the Han clan. Shouldn't you all respect this young master's opinion? Where's the key? Take it out now. She first heard the sound, then saw the person. The eldest young master was very agitated. He supported himself with a walking stick with one hand and covered his, but with the other. He limped over to stand at the door and looked at Han Yunchi coldly. He must have just found out that Madame Su wanted the storehouse key. Otherwise, he would have rushed out of Luoyu residence long ago. Previously, Han Yunchi had scolded her so harshly, but Han Yunchi had already let it go. She didn't expect that he would actually come here. Han Yunchi didn't have that much patience. Coldly, she said, "The storehouse key is in this princess's hands. What are you muttering about?" When these words came out, Han Yunchi became even more agitated. He wanted to take a big step forward, but who knew that he would accidentally fall forward and fall flat on his face. Bang! It was especially heavy. Ouch! The eldest young master cried out in pain. He couldn't raise his head. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Little was the first to laugh. Then Han Yunchi laughed. "Ha ha! Eldest young master, there's no poop on the floor. Why are you lying there? Son!" Madame Su shouted and rushed over. "Son, are you all right?" Madame Su struggled to support him. With great difficulty, she made Han Yunchi raise his head. She saw that his forehead, cheeks, and the tip of his nose were all bruised and red. It was as comical as it could be. Seeing this, the entire hall roared with laughter. Even the cautious 7th Madam couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Madame Su was helping Han Yunchi turn over, who knew that when he turned over his butt hit the ground, Han Yuchi suddenly shouted, "It hurts, it hurts!" As if he had been electrocuted, he suddenly lay on his side. His butt left the ground, and then he pushed Madame Sue away. He was so fierce that it was terrifying. "Do you want to hurt me to death?" Madame Sue saw that his face was twisted in pain. Her heart ached, and she was very concerned. "Mother didn't do it on purpose. Are you all right? Does it still hurt? Let's go back. Mother will apply medicine for you." However, Han Yuchi turned his head and glared at the people around him. He said fiercely, "What are you laughing at? Is it very funny?" This time, other than Han Yuchi, everyone stopped laughing, especially Seventh Madam. She immediately gave little E-er a look. Little E-er could only purse his lips and bear it. "It's very funny. Ha ha ha, I laughed until my stomach hurts. Eldest young master, why are you so weak? It's only been a few hits, and you're injured so badly?" Han Yuchi was amused. Han Yuchi was almost angered to death. He suddenly made a big move, but Madame Sue hurriedly held him down. "Slow down, slow down." With this reminder, Han Yuchi finally calmed down. With one hand covering his butt and the other holding Madame Sue's hand, he carefully stood up. He was tall and strong, and with his fat body, his careful movements were especially comical. In short, Han Yuchi couldn't stop laughing until her stomach hurt. Little E-er was by Han Yuchi's side. He had been holding back for a long time. Seeing Han Yuchi laughing like this, he finally couldn't hold it in and let out a puff. At this time, Han Yuchi, who had just steadied himself, immediately looked over coldly and angrily said, "Han Yuni, you dare to laugh at this young master?" He couldn't do anything to Han Yuchi, but he could at least scold Han Yuni. "At such a young age, you dare to laugh at your elder brother. You uneducated thing." Little E-er immediately quieted down. Seventh Madam lowered her head and didn't dare to make a sound. Scolding a son for being uneducated in front of his mother was undoubtedly a kind of insult. A cold glint flashed through Han Yuchi's eyes. She hugged little E-er and sneered, "E-er, laugh if you want to. He's already an adult. Yet he dares to speak rudely in front of his elders. Is he worthy of being educated? Also, he can't even walk properly. From what I see, not only did his mother not teach him how to behave, she didn't even teach him how to walk. It's really too funny. If it were me, I would hide if I was afraid of being laughed at. What are you mumbling about?" As Han Yuchi spoke, she deliberately laughed ha 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 3 times. She teased little E-er's little face. "Come, give sister a smile." With big sister's protection, little E-er wasn't afraid of anything. He slowly cracked open his mouth and gave Han Yuchi an especially beautiful smile. "That's right. Smile and you'll be in a good mood." Madame Sue was so angry that her face turned purple. Han Yuchi was clumsy and couldn't refute her. His anger surged and he immediately shouted, "Qin Wangfei, don't talk nonsense. Hand over the storehouse key now. That belongs to the Han family. Since you're already married, it has nothing to do with you. Hand it over immediately." In the end, they were all here for the storehouse key. Han Yuchi was calm and composed as she lifted her chin high. "I didn't bring it. You." Han Yuchi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he said in a low voice, "Slut, you're asking for a beating." Madame Sue had long wanted to hit her, but after experiencing many storms, she was still calm. She pressed down on Han Yuchi's hand and said in a low voice, "Didn't you suffer enough last time? Why are you so impulsive? See how I deal with her." Han Yuchi's heart still palpitated at the mention of the 50 paddles. He gritted his teeth and could only endure for now. Anyway, when he got the storehouse key first, he would slowly torture Han Yuchi. She doted on Han Yuni, right? When the time came, he would definitely serve that brat well. Madame Sue took a deep breath and supported her son as they walked over. Han Yuchi couldn't sit and could only stand at the side. Seeing this, Madame Li finally spoke up. "Someone, come and help eldest young master." 2 page boys hurriedly ran over and supported Han Yuqi on both sides. At this time, Madame Su was relieved and sat back down. She was still thinking about the question just now. Qin Wangfei, presumably, old master entrusted the storehouse key to you in a moment of desperation and asked you to hand it over to the Han family, right? Madame Su asked again. Today, she had to force Han Yunqi to answer this question no matter what. However, Han Yunqi still remained silent. To Han Yunqi, the storehouse key was simply a curse. Seeing Han Yunqi's silence, he immediately questioned. Qin Wangfei answer. Don't tell me you're guilty? Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi still remained silent. Seeing this, Han Yunqi was even more certain that Han Yunqi must have snatched the storehouse key from his father. He was about to make trouble when Madame Li, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth. I think that old master must have given instructions for the storehouse key to be in Wangfei's hands, right? A cold smile flashed through Han Yunqi's eyes. She was silent because she was waiting for third madam to speak. Previously, she thought that Madame Su's words were quite impressive, but after hearing Madame Li's words, she realized that the true expert was Madame Li. Madame Li's words were clearly probing. If Han Kongan had taken the initiative to give the storehouse key to her, then he must have instructed her to give it to someone else. At this time, she should have said it. If she had snatched the storehouse key from Han Kongan's hands, then it would be difficult for her to answer this kind of question. Madame Li was indeed smart. According to common sense, when Han Kongan handed the house key to Han Yunqi, he would have instructed her to give it to the Han family. Unfortunately, Madame Li overestimated the Han family situation and underestimated Han Kongan. Han Kongan might have been muddle-headed on the matter of Madame Tianxin, but he was shrewd in other matters. He was very clear on the conduct of the young masters and the thoughts of the concubines. In his heart, he was not biased. Everything was for the sake of the Han family. Even though he had specifically instructed Han Yuni, he did not say that Han Yuni would inherit the position of the house head. He had given the choice to Han Yunqi. Compared to the power of the Ministry of Personnel behind Madame Su, Han Kongan was more willing to believe in Han Yunqi. Hearing Madame Li's words, Madame Su was overjoyed and hurriedly added, "That's right. Old master must have instructed you to do something. Wang Fei, look at the situation now. Everyone is here today, so just say it." Han Yunqi sneered in her heart. She had originally planned to investigate the matter of the spy in the general's estate before dealing with the Han family's matter. Now, since Madame Su was so anxious and Madame Li could not hold back, there was no harm in saying it in advance. Chapter 95. Han Yunqi leisurely drank a cup of tea before opening her mouth. "Father did tell me something." When she said this, even seventh madam, who had her head lowered, looked up. Her brows were tightly knit, looking very worried. Madame Li was very calm, but Han Ruoxue and Madame Su were both very nervous. Of course, the most nervous person was Han Yunqi. He couldn't wait to blurt out, "What is it?" "Something big." Han Yunqi's tone became heavy, which made Han Yunqi even more nervous. He forgot to investigate the truth and unconsciously leaned forward, anxiously asking, "What big thing?" "Father said that the storehouse key will be temporarily given to me for safekeeping. When there's a suitable candidate for the head of the household, I'll hand over the key. During this time, he hopes that the young masters and misses of each branch will concentrate on studying medicine and won't have too many utilitarian thoughts." When she said this, Han Yunqi's eyes turned cold, and he angrily said, "Impossible! You're lying." He knew that Han Yunqi would definitely find an excuse like this. But if he wanted to fool everyone present, he was too naive. How could father do this? Not to mention that father went to prison because of her. Even before he went to prison, the person father disliked the most was this young miss. Even if father didn't have any intention of appointing another head of the household, he couldn't possibly entrust the storehouse key to Han Yunqi. Who did she think she was? Esteemed Wang Fei, It's not appropriate to say these words without evidence. Madame Su's voice also turned cold. On the side, Han Ruoshua also couldn't help it. Han Yunqi's words were simply a joke to her. Esteemed Wang Fei, this kind of joke isn't funny at all. How about you go to the Supreme Court and let everyone see father? Otherwise, even if we believe you, the people in the clan won't believe you. Han Ruoshua's words were very direct. This time, Madame Li didn't stop her. Han Yuqi quickly agreed. That's right. Qin Wang Fei, if you have the ability, then go to the Supreme Court and make an exception and let us see father. Otherwise, we definitely won't believe you. That's right, Princess Consort. I've heard that life imprisonment isn't that strict. You're allowed to visit once or twice a year. I can't do that. Many people can't see old master. Maybe there's someone from above. If you can make an exception, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Madame Su couldn't wait to ask. Esteemed Wang Fei, of course we believe you. However, this is a big matter after all. You just said that master is only in prison. He's still here. In my opinion, it's more appropriate to let the young masters and young Mrs. meet with the old master. That way, you won't be the subject of gossip. Madame Li's words were always so beautiful. Han Yunqi nodded. Very good. The second branch and the third branch were finally on the same side. Everyone was waiting for Han Yunqi to speak. They thought that she would refuse due to her guilty conscience. But who would have thought that Han Yunqi would actually nod her head? All right, then this princess will immediately handle this matter when I return and arrange for my husband to meet with you as soon as possible. She said it so casually, as if she was saying that the weather was good. For a moment, everyone present was stunned and revealed an incredulous expression. Even the silent seventh madam was shocked. They didn't hear wrongly, right? Han Yunqi had forbidden them from visiting because she didn't understand the Han family situation or Han Yuni. She was afraid that if the Han family met with Han Kongan and talked too much, it'd affect how she supported the head of the Han family. Now it was proven that she and little Ear hit it off the best. She had long decided on a candidate. At this time, she wasn't afraid of the Han family meeting Han Kongan. She couldn't wait for them to meet him so that they wouldn't cause her trouble in the future. Today, she came to the Han family to see little Ear and relax. She didn't expect Madame Su to be so impatient to ask her for the storeroom key. That's good too. I'll settle this matter as soon as possible and focus on the general's estate. Han Yunqi finished the tea in her cup, put down little Ear, and stood up lazily. Since the matter was settled, she should go back. Unexpectedly, just as she stood up, a northwest wind blew and the detoxification system suddenly issued an alarm. Beep, beep, beep. There's poison. The detoxification system's sudden warning surprised Han Yunqi, and she froze. However, after a moment, the wind stopped and the detoxification system's alarm was immediately removed. Based on the frequency of the detoxification system's warning, the poison was very close to her. However, she had been sitting here for so long. Why did the detoxification system only warn her now? Why did the wind only warn her now? Without a doubt, the northwest wind had blown the poison over. The wind had a poisonous smell. Generally speaking, only extremely toxic poisons would be blown by the wind and their smell would remain in the wind. The smell would disappear very quickly in the wind. If it could be detected, it meant that the source of the poison wasn't far from her. Thinking of this, Han Yunqi abruptly turned to look at the northwest corner of the courtyard. There was a small wooden hut in the northwest corner of the courtyard. There were no windows and the door was locked from the outside. Could it be there? However, it wasn't too far away and didn't exceed the detection range of the detoxification system. Could it be that the amount of poison there was so little that the wind had to carry the smell of the poison over in order to detect it? Han Yunqi's curiosity was completely aroused. How could there be poison in Third Madam's courtyard? Since it was stored in the wooden hut, why was there so little poison? What kind of poison was stored in there? She subconsciously wanted to walk over. Unexpectedly, Third Madam suddenly stood up and called out, "Esteemed Princess Consort, what are you looking at?" Han Yunqi finally regained her senses. She hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything. She smiled and said nothing. Although it was nothing, she still walked over with large strides. Third Madam's eyes flashed with vigilance, but she didn't stop her. Han Yunqi arrived in front of the wooden hut and officially activated the detoxification system's scan. This scan was incredible. Heavens! It was actually snake venom. Han Yunqi's heartbeat sped up. The detoxification system further analyzed and quickly identified 3 snake venoms. Although they weren't the 3 rarest snake venoms in the 10,000 snake venom formula, there were 3 of the other 7 snake venoms. Han Yunqi's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any suspicions. She never thought that she would find snake venom here. How could it be so coincidental? What else was hidden in this wooden hut? Based on the amount of poison that was detected, it was very little. It was highly likely that it was residual poison powder. If she didn't have the detoxification system, even if she went in to investigate, she might not be able to detect it. With this amount, if it was hidden in a person's body or in water, it might not be detected and it might not be life-threatening. However, if it was placed in the form of poison powder, it still couldn't escape the detoxification system's fiery eyes of truth. Han Yunqi wasn't willing to give up and checked again. However, other than the 3 snake venoms, there was nothing else. Everyone was puzzled when they saw her standing motionless at the door. Third Concubine's hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, gradually clenched into fists. That place was where she usually concocted poisons. However, she had instructed the servants to dispose of all the poisons a few days ago and tidy up all the medicine cabinets. Why would Han Yunqi be suspicious of this place? Han Yunqi had cured the young general's poison and confirmed that it was a slow-acting poison. The general's estate would definitely ferret out the culprit who'd poisoned him. Could it be that Han Yunqi was helping them find the culprit as well? Even if that was the case, Han Yunqi, that damn girl, knew how to detoxify poisons. Could it be that she also knew how to detect poisons? Taking a step back, even if she knew how to detect poisons, even if there was poison in the hut, she had no reason to suspect her for no reason. She had no reason to be interested in this wooden hut. Thinking of this, Third Concubine clenched her fists. She thought that she must be overthinking things. Han Yunqi was just purely interested in this wooden hut. She had always been very calm and couldn't lose her composure. "Esteemed Wang Fei, what are you doing?" Han Ruoshu asked. This little hut was where her mother usually learned how to concoct medicine. It was really strange. Why was Han Yunqi suddenly interested in this hut? Han Yunqi finally turned her head and looked over. Her gaze inadvertently swept over Third Concubine, but it didn't linger. She smiled faintly and said, "I see that this wooden hut is exquisitely built. I quite like it." When these words came out, Third Concubine's heart finally relaxed. She knew that she was overthinking things. Han Ruoshua was about to speak when Third Concubine beat her to it. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this hut is my pharmacy. It was built a few years ago." So it was a pharmacy. The Han family was a medical family. Their children all had to learn medicine. The concubines who married into the Han family more or less also had to learn medicine. Most of them studied pharmacology, identifying medicine and concocting medicine. As Third Concubine spoke, she walked over. "Since esteemed Wang Fei likes it, why don't you go in and take a look? Master saw my hut before and also liked it very much." Han Yunqi was suspicious of Third Concubine. Who knew that Third Concubine would be so calm? It was really interesting. A complicated look flashed across her eyes. She smiled. "Then let's go in and take a look." As soon as the small wooden hut opened, the smell of medicinal herbs rushed out. The space inside wasn't big. There were 2 rows of medicine cabinets on the left and right. In the middle was a long square table and a stove for boiling medicine. Everything was neatly arranged and very clean. Han Yunqi walked in and casually opened a few drawers. She found that there really were medicinal herbs inside. She walked slowly and quietly activated the detoxification system to slowly search for the specific location of the 3 snake poisons. The small wooden hut was too small. Everyone else was watching from the door. Only third concubine personally followed in. She walked behind Han Yunqi. Her steps were slow and composed. However, not long after, Han Yunqi stopped and gently pressed on a drawer in front of her. Seeing this, third concubine's heart suddenly jumped. She remembered very clearly that this drawer stored a type of snake poison. As Han Yunqi slowly pulled open the drawer, third concubine's heartbeat sped up again. Of course, there was no snake poison in the drawer. There were other medicinal herbs. However, she didn't know why, but she felt guilty for no reason. Medicinal herbs? Han Yunqi's heart jumped. She had clearly checked the snake poison. How could it be medicinal herbs? Without a doubt, the original snake poison here had been replaced. Moreover, it should have been done not long ago. That was why such a small amount of poison could still be detected. Han Yunqi originally wanted to ask, but after hesitating for a moment, she decided not to ask. She continued to walk forward and quickly locked onto another drawer. At this time, third concubine's heart jumped again. This drawer had also stored snake poison. Han Yunqi opened it and saw that it was still medicinal herbs. However, the detoxification system reminded her that there was a small amount of poison left. It was a highly toxic snake poison. Had it been replaced again? Such a coincidence. Han Yunqi was suspicious and inadvertently turned to look at third concubine. Third concubine didn't expect her to turn around. She was caught off guard and revealed a panicked expression. Wang Fei, what's wrong? Chapter 96. Seeing Madame Li's flustered expression, Han Yunqi felt a bit suspicious. She didn't know if it was because she had turned around too quickly and scared Madame Li, or if Madame Li had a guilty conscience. It's fine. You have quite a lot of medicinal ingredients here. Han Yunqi smiled and continued walking forward. When Han Yunqi turned around, third Madame finally let out a sigh of relief. She didn't miss Han Yunqi opening the 2 snake poison drawers. She was clearly much slower than before. Someone who could cure the 10,000 snake poison must know the recipe for the 10,000 snake poison. Could it be that Han Yunqi suspected something? No. All of the poison had been cleaned out. Even if Han Yunqi opened all of the drawers here, she wouldn't find anything. Even if Han Yunqi really suspected her, she could only deny this suspicion in the end. Third Madame was third Madame in the end. She quickly calmed down and continued to follow Han Yunqi forward. This time, Han Yunqi didn't directly open the drawer with the snake poison smell. Instead, she casually opened a few normal drawers without poison before finally opening the one with the snake poison smell. In the end, she still didn't find any snake poison, only medicinal ingredients. Third Madame, the medicinal ingredients here aren't cheap. Han Yunqi joked with a smile. Esteemed Wang Fei must be joking. I don't have many medicinal ingredients here, nor do I care about them. The Han family's pharmacy has a lot, and the ones in the storehouse are rare. If esteemed Wang Fei is interested, we can accompany you to the pharmacy to take a look. Third Madame smiled and didn't notice anything strange. The Han family's pharmacy did have a lot of medicinal ingredients, even more than the storehouse. However, they were all common medicinal ingredients, so Han Yunqi wasn't interested. Even if 7 of the 10 snake poisons were found in the pharmacy, that would be normal. After all, those snake poisons could be used in medicine. However, third Madame's place wasn't simple. It was possible that third concubine's 3 types of snake venom were also used to concoct medicine. However, Han Yunqi was still unwilling to believe that things could be so coincidental that the 3 snake venoms were all gone and replaced by other medicinal materials. Looking at third concubine's smiling expression, Han Yunqi wondered if asking third concubine at this time would inadvertently alert the enemy. After a moment of careful consideration, she decided not to say anything. I won't go over. I'm tired today. It's time to go back. As she spoke, she stretched lazily and walked out of the wooden house. Outside, Madame Su, her son, and Han Ruoxua were all worried about the storeroom key. Seeing Han Yunqi's nonchalant attitude, they gnashed their teeth in anger, especially Han Yunqi. Esteemed Wang Fei. He paused for a moment before continuing. Are you really going to arrange for us to meet father? You're not lying, are you? What's wrong? Does eldest young master doubt this princess' words? Han Yunqi coldly asked back. I'm not doubting. I just don't know if I can believe you. Han Yunqi said a bunch of nonsense in a strange tone. Madame Su also opened her mouth with a smile. Esteemed Wang Fei, how about this? You set a time so that we can all prepare. That's right. Set a time so that we can prepare. The impatient Han Ruoxua also quickly agreed. Of course they had to set a time. Otherwise, who knew when Han Yunqi would do it? In the end, they might just drag it out and leave it unsettled. Han Yunqi looked at everyone one by one and pretended to ponder, looking troubled. Seeing this, Han Yunqi sneered. Esteemed Wang Fei, you can't be thinking of saying that you can't make an exception for the Supreme Court, right? This matter is really difficult to handle. Han Yunqi sighed. Seeing Han Yunqi in such a difficult situation, everyone was secretly delighted. They all thought that they had forced her into a corner and that she had nothing to say. But who knew that Han Yunqi would only sigh and say, 10 days. 10 days later, I'll arrange for all of you to see father. Actually, as long as she said the word, the Han family would immediately see Han Kongan. But this group of people was in such a hurry, so of course she had to make them wait like a year. They were waiting to see her make a fool of herself, waiting to see her trick exposed, and she was waiting to see their reactions after seeing Han Kongan. Presumably, Madame Su and eldest young master's reactions would be the most spectacular. They didn't think that Han Yunqi would give a time so quickly. Madame Su and Han Ruoxua were very surprised. Han Yunqi still didn't dare believe it and asked again, Esteemed Wang Fei, are you sure? Don't go back on your word and play with us. This time Han Yunqi was angry and coldly said, What? Does eldest young master want this Wang Fei to write a contract? Can the imperial family's people not keep their word? The words imperial family's people reminded Han Yunqi to have a sense of propriety. If he didn't want his but to be hit again, he'd better restrain himself. Angrily glancing at Han Yunqi unwillingly said, I'll believe you this time. Seventh Madam was the most taciturn of them all. She looked at Han Yunqi with surprise and worry. She also didn't believe that her husband would entrust such a big matter to esteemed Wang Fei. She was really afraid that esteemed Wang Fei would cause trouble and harm her. Esteemed Wang Fei had saved the young general and the crown prince with great difficulty and had some status in the imperial family. What if something shameful happened? What would she do? Moreover, once esteemed Wang Fei lost her power and offended Madame Su, her and little Ai's future days would be even more difficult. Seventh Madam could only hope to see her husband in 10 days so that he could make arrangements for them. After blocking Han Yunqi's mouth, Han Yunqi rubbed little Er's head and said, Er, study your medical books well. Don't be like some ignorant and incompetent people who only know how to fight for power all day. We'll be doctors in the future. To be a doctor, you must first have moral character, then medical character. Do you understand? This time, little didn't look at his mother. Instead, he directly nodded and answered very seriously, Understood. Han Yunqi was overjoyed and instructed Seventh Madam, don't keep anything to yourself. Feel free to talk to little Qinxiang. Seeing her is like seeing me. These words were not so much for 7th Madam to hear, but for Madame Su to hear. She still wanted to keep little Chinseong in the Han family. After finishing her instructions, Han Yunchi was in a particularly good mood. She turned back to look at the small wooden house one more time before turning to leave. She thought that she had to get a batch of spring tea to test and think of a way to personally inspect 3rd Madam's courtyard. Who knows? She might make some other unexpected discoveries. Of course, the faster she did this, the better. Otherwise, 3rd Madam would be on guard and she wouldn't be able to find anything. In the dead of winter, spring tea was a rare thing. But no matter how rare it was, if 3rd Madam could get her hands on it, Han Yunchi would be able to as well. The first thing Han Yunchi did when she returned to the Duke of Qin's estate was to give Steward Xia a large sum of silver and tell him to get a large batch of spring tea and well-preserved summer tea as quickly as possible. In the past, she'd only used autumn tea for her experiments. She'd left out the spring and summer teas. Now that she'd been inspired by 3rd Madam, she looked forward to discovering something. After seeing Han Yunchi leave, Morong Wanru emerged from her hiding spot, calm and composed as she gave Steward Xia a cold look. Ever since Han Yunchi saved the crown prince and attended the Empress Dowager's banquet, Grand Concubine Yi had been restless. She hadn't bothered Han Yunchi in the past few days, but she'd warned Morong Wanru repeatedly to keep a close eye on Han Yunchi and report back as soon as there were any clues. Naturally, Morong Wanru kept a close eye on her. But to her surprise, Han Yunchi didn't have any connections with the palace at all. Instead, she'd stirred up quite a bit of trouble at the Han estate. According to reliable information from spies, Han Yunchi had grasped the storehouse key that symbolized the head of the Han family. Moreover, she'd hit the eldest young master. A married-off daughter was actually meddling in her maternal family's affairs and controlling the house key? If news of this got out, Han Yunchi would become the talk of the streets and alleys as everyone pointed fingers at her. Morong Wanru didn't report the news to Grand Concubine immediately. She was waiting for the Han family to make a bigger fuss. From what she understood, Lady Su of the Han family wasn't easy to provoke. Of course, if Lady Su couldn't make a fuss, she didn't mind helping her on the sly. Steward Xia, what did my sister-in-law tell you to do? It seems urgent? Morong Wanru asked with a smile. Esteemed Wang Fei told this one to buy some tea. Maybe the kitchens didn't send enough, Steward Xia said as he quickly took out the silver that Han Yunchi had given him. She knows how to drink tea too? Morong Wanru laughed disdainfully. She caught sight of the wads of silver in Steward Xia's hands. The sight of it made her eyes turn red. She'd counted all the gold, silver, and ingots bestowed by the emperor last time. It was enough to feed Han Yunchi for the rest of her life. As for her, she relied on the money from the accounts to live each month. Although it wasn't a small amount, it wasn't enough for her to squander. Every month, she'd be hard-pressed for a few days. Comparing the two made her feel stifled. Thinking up to here, Morong Wanru didn't hesitate to take half of the silver from Steward Xia's hands. Without a word, she gave a cold snort and left. Of course, Steward Xia didn't dare to make a sound, but his heart was filled with resentment. In the past, Miss Morong had intercepted plenty of Grand Concubine Yi's rewards for her servants. Who in the estate didn't know that this foster daughter had admired the Duke of Qin for a long time? Compared to Grand Concubine Yi, this foster daughter probably hated esteemed Wang Fei even more. However, putting aside the generous rewards, many of the servants were still on the side of the Princess Consort after interacting with her for a period of time. Esteemed Wang Fei was a good-natured person who never made things difficult for the servants. Just this point alone was enough to throw Morong Wanru off. If it wasn't for the fact that Grand Concubine doted on Morong Wanru, no one would be afraid of this foster daughter. Steward Xia had spoken up for esteemed Wang Fei just then. He only said he wanted to buy tea leaves, but didn't say how much less spring tea. Although he didn't know why esteemed Wang Fei wanted so much tea leaves, it was better if Miss Morong didn't know. Fortunately, esteemed Wang Fei had given him enough silver. Even if half of it was taken away, Steward Xia still had enough to use. Han Yunqi's mood recovered. She returned to leisurely Cloud Pavilion and planned to do a thorough cleaning of the study. But as soon as she reached the courtyard gates, she saw a kind-looking old mama in her 40s. She was dressed simply, but her hands and feet were nimble as she carried out a large pile of trash. Han Yunqi gave a start. Who was this? This old servant, Zhao Mama, pays respects to esteemed Wang Fei. This old servant was sent here by His Highness Duke of Qin. His Highness Duke of Qin said to have this old servant and Chan Xiang serve esteemed Wang Fei together. Zhao Mama quickly made a bow and introduced herself, not forgetting to sneak a peek at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi finally understood. She looked Zhao Mama over and unconsciously bit her lip. Oh, her O was drawn out very long. No matter how you listened to it, it sounded like there was a deeper meaning behind it. Zhao Mama grew uneasy as she looked at the trash in her hands and hastened to explain. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness told this servant to clean up all of this. Chapter 97. Han Yunqi's gaze inadvertently fell on the trash next to Qin Mama's hand. Her heart was filled with suspicion. Did Long Fei Yi ask her to come? Why did that guy suddenly send someone to order her around again? Could it be that he knew that little Qin Xiang had gone to the Han family, so he was afraid that she wouldn't have any servants to use, so he gave her a new one? When did such a cold ice cube become so meddlesome? Seeing Han Yunqi's gaze, Zhao Mama felt uneasy and hurriedly explained, Esteemed Wang Fei, this old servant didn't throw anything away. These things were all ordered by His Highness Duke of Qin to throw away. At this time, Han Yunqi finally recovered her senses. She didn't pay attention to Zhao Mama's words and only made an "oh" sound before asking, Zhao Mama, right? Yes, yes. Zhao Mama hurriedly replied. It's fine. You can go. Be careful. Han Yunqi indifferently said and continued to walk into the courtyard. Wang Fei. Zhao Mama seemed to want to say something, but seeing that esteemed Wang Fei had already entered the courtyard, she could only drop the matter. She thought that esteemed Wang Fei really wasn't ugly. She was much prettier than she had imagined. She even told her to be careful. It seemed that her heart wasn't bad. Han Yunqi pouted as she walked. How did that ice cube know that little Qin Xiang wasn't here? Why did he suddenly become so kind and add another servant to her? All right, no matter what, even if he was kind, shouldn't she go over and thank him for his kindness? Han Yunqi's footsteps unconsciously became lighter, just as she was about to turn around and make a trip to Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters. Who knew that at this time a familiar voice would suddenly sound out from leisurely Cloud Pavilion. You just came back. Where are you going? The deep voice carried a unique coldness that made Han Yunqi unconsciously shiver. Entering the room, she saw Long Fei Yi sitting on the main seat. Usually he was dressed in black. Today he was dressed in white with wide sleeves and a V-shaped collar decorated with golden embroidery. Apart from being simple, it made him look handsome and refined. There was an indescribable sense of nobility that made people not dare to offend him. Han Yunqi didn't know if it was because she hadn't seen enough or because she wasn't immune to the white-clothed Long Fei Yi, but she was always easily entranced and confused. However, Long Fei Yi hated this kind of love-struck look the most. His eyes, which were as deep as the sea, darkened as he asked coldly, "Where do you plan to go?" He had been waiting for her here for more than 2 hours. Qin Xiang was not here. Once this woman went out, no one would know where she went. If something happened outside, no one would know. Han Yunqi immediately came back to her senses. She secretly scolded herself for being muddle-headed again. This kind of man was not someone she could casually admire. I didn't know your highness was here. Please excuse my lack of manners. Han Yunqi politely bowed before replying. I just met Zhao Mama at the door. knowing that your highness had rewarded a servant. I was just about to go over and thank your highness. Your highness is considerate. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi said, "This prince cannot tolerate dirty places in Hibiscus Courtyard. In the future, Zhao Mama will only be responsible for the cleaning of leisurely Cloud Pavilion." "What? Does your highness think I'm dirty?" Han Yunqi blurted out. Long Fei Ye's mouth twitched. He paused for a moment, but still replied, "Yes." Han Yunqi immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. So this guy sent Zhao Mama here specifically to clean. To put it bluntly, this guy thought she was dirty and was afraid that her leisurely Cloud Pavilion would pollute Hibiscus Courtyard. She thought that he knew that Chun Xiang was not here and was considerate of her lack of subordinates. He was afraid that she would suffer. Sure enough, it was her own wishful thinking. This hateful guy. She should have known that he didn't have any good intentions when he meddled in other people's business. Many thanks for your highness's concern. Qinxia will remember it. Han Yunqi's tone immediately turned cold. The word concern was especially meaningful. She thought that this guy had nothing better to do and would leave after specially coming to remind her of this matter. However, Long Fei Yi still sat in the main seat without moving. Han Yunqi raised her head and met his cold eyes. She expressionlessly asked him to leave. "If your highness doesn't have any other matters, Qinxia will be resting." Every time she saw this guy, it was a kind of enjoyment when he didn't speak. However, once he opened his mouth, she basically didn't want to see him anymore. If Long Fei Yi remembered correctly, this wasn't the first time Han Yunqi had asked him to leave. There were so many places in the world waiting for him to grace them with his presence. But this woman didn't know what was good for her. Must there be a reason why this prince is looking for you? Besides being cold, Long Fei Ye's voice also contained a trace of toughness. Was this guy here to pick a fight? Then what did your highness come here for? Han Yunqi asked back. Actually, she wanted to ask, did you come here to pick a fight? In her impression, this guy didn't seem to have any problems the last time he came here. Long Fei Yi suddenly didn't know how to answer Han Yunqi's question. His cold eyes flashed with displeasure before he stood up and ordered, "I'm looking for you to treat the poison. We'll leave right now." No matter what he did, none of the northernly spies he'd caught before had confessed. They didn't even eat or drink. One by one, a few of them had starved to death, while the remaining 4 had all been poisoned. His protective measures had been very good, leaving no room for them to commit suicide. Moreover, they'd been caught a month ago, so how could they be poisoned for no reason? Chu Shifeng had found a few poison doctors to examine them for 2 days, but they couldn't even tell what kind of poison they'd been poisoned with. Another one had died this morning, leaving only 3 spies left. They must have taken poison, which meant they couldn't take the interrogation any longer. If they succeeded in killing themselves at this critical juncture, then all of his previous efforts would have been for naught. Since the 2 poison doctors were at a loss, he immediately thought of Han Yunqi. Long Fei Ye's commanding tone made Han Yunqi very unhappy. When she recalled how he disliked her for being dirty, she lazily replied, "Your Highness, Qinxia is tired. You should find someone better qualified." Long Fei Yi wasn't surprised by Han Yunqi's refusal. He stopped in his tracks, but didn't turn back with a disdainful smile. He casually tossed a bag of silver behind him, which landed accurately on the tea table by Han Yunqi's side. There was a thud, but it was obvious that there was quite a bit of silver inside. Perhaps in the past, Han Yunqi would have cherished this silver. After all, she needed it to live and buy medicinal ingredients. But with Emperor Tianhui's rewards, as long as she didn't squander it extravagantly and build a house or estate, she had enough silver to last her a lifetime. Now, she could willfully say that money wasn't a problem for this Wang Fei. Of course, she didn't have such confidence in front of the moneybags Long Fei Yi. She didn't move, but said mildly, "Your Highness, Qinxia has been very tired these past few days. This will affect the accuracy of my diagnosis. I ask that your highness find someone better qualified to avoid delaying matters. At these words, Long Fei Ye's proud body stiffened. It was obvious that he hadn't expected Han Yunqi to refuse again. He slowly furrowed his brows and turned to look at her. Han Yunqi immediately felt a dark, cold gaze shoot towards her. It was impossible to say that she didn't feel guilty, but she was going to go against this guy today. If she wasn't going, then she wasn't going. She'd like to see what this guy could do to her. Han Yunqi lowered her head and restrained her gaze in silence. Long Fei Yi stared at her in silence as well. Silence filled the room as tension filled the air. Time seemed to freeze, as if this deathly stillness would never be broken. In this deadlock, who would be the first to speak? After a long time, Han Yunqi unconsciously pursed her lips. She wasn't sure if it was because her nerves had been stretched too taut, but she suddenly relaxed. For some inexplicable reason, she lifted her head to look at Long Fei's expression. Would it be scary? It was rare for this fellow to have something he couldn't do, to have a time when he was defeated. Only, when she was about to carefully raise her head, Long Fei Yi suddenly turned his head. His cold eyes narrowed as he walked away without saying a word. Han Yunqi didn't expect this. She quickly raised her head to look, but she didn't see his cold and handsome face. She only saw his cold back. In the end, no one broke the silence. But the silence was no longer there, because he had left. Inexplicably, a sense of loss filled her heart. Han Yunqi really couldn't calm down. Things shouldn't be like this. It seemed like a lot more was going to happen. Only, Han Yunqi didn't know how things were going to turn out. She clearly didn't want to go, and now she didn't need to go. Why didn't she feel any sense of relief? She clearly wanted to see him suffer a setback. Now that she had angered him to leave, why didn't she feel any satisfaction from her revenge? Based on that fellow's character, after being rejected once, he probably wouldn't come looking for her to cure his poison again, right? She should be happy. Han Yunqi sighed and shrugged her shoulders. The less she meddled in that fellow's matters, the less trouble she would have, which was pretty good. After thinking it through, Han Yunqi stretched her body and sat down to pour herself some water. It was also at this time that she noticed the changes in the room. Actually, it couldn't be said to have changed. It was just a lot cleaner. The floor, tables, and chairs were all polished until they shone brightly. The stench that originally came from the study room had long disappeared. The air was still filled with the faint fragrance of herbs, as if even the air had been purified. So clean? Zhao Mama can't have serious mysophobia, right? Han Yunqi exclaimed in surprise. She muttered to herself as she walked towards the study room. She saw that the study room was also tidied up. The poisoned tea on the table was all gone. The things she had placed on the table were all unimportant, so she wasn't afraid of losing them. However, it had to be said that Han Yunqi didn't like other people messing around with the things in her study room. A trace of displeasure flashed across her eyes. She walked closer and inspected them one by one. She found that the things that should have been thrown away were all left behind. The things that were still useful were all cleaned and placed neatly together. Moreover, in the middle of the table, there was a basin of water nurturing coppermint. The lush green plants grew very densely, adding a touch of vitality to the gray study room. It was especially pleasing to the eye. All right, Han Yunqi admitted that she was quite satisfied. Based on this degree of cleanliness, she could overlook Zhao Mama messing around with her things. At this time, Zhao Mama came back from outside. Seeing Han Yunqi in the study, she hurried over. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness Duke of Qin has left. Amen. Han Yunqi nodded, then added, In the future, if he's here, you have to let me know. Also, in the future, don't touch the things in my study room. I'll tidy it up myself. Zhao Mama didn't explain that she had wanted to ask His Highness Duke of Qin to stay for dinner, but this mistress had left too quickly. She could only respectfully reply, yes. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, She originally thought that His Highness Duke of Qin would stay for dinner. Who knew that he would leave? Esteemed Wang Fei, what do you like to eat for dinner? This old servant will instruct the kitchens to prepare it, Zhao Mama asked. Han Yunqi was about to answer when she suddenly remembered Long Fei Ye's words. Thus, she raised her brows and looked at Zhao Mama. She smiled playfully and said, Zhao Mama, aren't you only in charge of cleaning the leisurely cloud pavilion? Chapter 98. His Highness Duke of Qin never said she was only in charge of cleaning. Zhao Mama gave a start before she said seriously, Esteemed Wang Fei, this old servant doesn't understand what you mean. Now Han Yunqi was doubtful as well. What did His Highness Duke of Qin have you here for? Zhao Mama didn't know why esteemed Wang Fei would suddenly ask such a question. She repeated her introduction from before. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness Duke of Qin had this old servant come to serve you. If there's anything you need in the future, feel free to order this old servant. Hearing this, Han Yunqi gave a start as well. Long Fei Yi, that guy was lying to her. No, that's not right. That guy was just seizing the chance to say he didn't like how dirty her place was. Her place being dirty had nothing to do with him. So did he have to say such poisonous things about her? How boring. Han Yunqi pursed her lips and was about to speak when Zhao Mama spoke up again. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't worry. This old servant might be old, but I'm much easier to order around than those young servant girls. Ever since the Duke of Qin's estate was built, this old servant has been serving here. So early? Then you count as a senior official, right? Han Yunqi was surprised. Little Qinxiang was new here and had no background at all, so she could use her without worries. Zhao Mama had so much experience, so her experiences must be complicated. She couldn't be related to Grand Concubine Yi, right? This old servant really is a senior official, Zhao Mama said proudly. Esteemed Wang Fei, this old servant used to be from the palace and watched His Highness grow up. His Highness trusts this old servant, so after he was named Duke of Qin, he brought this old servant out of the palace. Everything big and small in the hibiscus courtyard is taken care of by this old servant. Hearing this, Han Yunqi was even more surprised. So there were servants in the hibiscus courtyard. She just felt that if such a large courtyard didn't have any servants to take care of, how could the guards do a good job of cleaning and tidying? Why haven't I seen you before? Of course, this was the question she was most concerned about. A few months ago, I went back to my hometown in the south. I just came back today, and Your Highness called this old servant over. Zhao Mama said. She was afraid that Han Yunqi would not believe her, so she quickly added, Princess Consort, this old servant knows all the guards in this yard. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Granny Zhao had just arrived, and before she could even pack her luggage, she was called over by His Highness to tidy up the rooms in Idle Cloud Pavilion, especially that study. When Zhao Mama arrived and found out that the new Qin Wang Fei was staying, she was surprised. She never thought that His Highness would allow this woman to stay in Furong Garden. Wasn't he very against this marriage before? When she saw the smelly and messy desk in the study, she was shocked. It had to be known that His Highness was obsessed with cleanliness and hated messy things the most. But he actually allowed the princess consort to make this kind of mess? After Granny Zhao cleaned everything up, His Highness entered the room and sat on the main seat for a moment. The first thing he said was, Granny Zhao, you will stay here and serve from now on. Naturally, Zhao Mama was curious and probed. I heard that Qin Wang Fei is very beautiful. But His Highness didn't say a word. He didn't even spare her a glance, so Zhao Mama didn't dare to ask. In her heart, she wondered if this Qin Wang Fei had gained favor. While she was cleaning the courtyard, she found a guard to ask, but he didn't know a thing either. Although Granny Zhao couldn't understand it, no matter how much she thought about it and found it unbelievable, there was one thing she was certain of. Since His Highness allowed Qin Wangfei to stay in the hibiscus garden and even let her serve her, no matter what, His Highness had acknowledged this Wangfei in his heart. Since she was a woman recognized by His Highness, of course she had to serve her wholeheartedly. Hearing Zhao Mama's words, Han Yunqi asked mildly, "Zhao Mama, in other words, you've served His Highness since he was young, right?" Zhao Mama smiled and nodded, looking especially benevolent. After all these years, His Highness is only used to this old servant serving him. This old servant knows his temper better than grand concubine. Since you're here, then His Highness's side. Han Yunqi probed. Esteemed Wangfei, don't we all live in the same courtyard? Don't worry, this old servant won't be lazy, Zhao Mama smiled. Han Yunqi gave a start before she gave an "oh" and waved her hand. I understand. If there's nothing else, you can go about your business. Esteemed Wangfei, what do you want to eat tonight? This old servant will tell the kitchens right now. Zhao Mama was very dutiful. You decide, Han Yunqi said mildly. Her mind was a mess, so how could she care about what she wanted to eat? After Zhao Mama left, she sat there unmoving. Long Fei Yi had actually given such an important servant to her? Was there some kind of conspiracy? Was she here to keep an eye on her? Very soon, Han Yunqi rejected the idea. She lived in the Farong Garden, which was within Long Fei Ye's sphere of influence. Wouldn't it be easy to keep an eye on her? How strange! Just what did that fellow mean? That night, Zhao Mama ordered the kitchens to make plenty of dishes. She even made ginseng soup for Han Yunqi to nourish her body. It had to be said that compared to little Qin Xiang, Zhao Mama was a very competent servant. She didn't talk much, but left to wait after finishing her work. She wouldn't disturb her for no reason. Han Yunqi had no idea that Zhao Mama was secretly observing her from the shadows. Although she had a good impression of this esteemed Wangfei, Zhao Mama still couldn't figure out why His Highness Duke of Qin had taken a fancy to this woman. She had once made a bet with Chu Shifeng, who bet that His Highness wouldn't be interested in women before the age of 30. She, on the other hand, bet that His Highness wouldn't approach women for the rest of his life. Still, Zhao Mama was very happy that a mistress had come to the Farong Garden. At least His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't be alone for the rest of his life. Zhao Mama decided that she should get closer to this mistress and teach her how to take care of His Highness after they were familiar with each other. Han Yunqi finished her work in the study and sat in the courtyard to drink tea. She waved at Zhao Mama, indicating for her to come over. What instructions does esteemed Wangfei have? Zhao Mama was very respectful. Zhao Mama, I don't have so many formalities here. Don't make it so complicated. Sit, Han Yunqi said as she patted the seat next to her. Esteemed Wangfei, there are differences in status. This servant cannot sit. Zhao Mama was very serious. Han Yunqi sighed to herself, as expected of someone from the palace. She's different from little Qin Xiang. Then you can sit on the stool, Han Yunqi said. Many thanks to esteemed Wangfei. Zhao Mama finally sat down, lowering her head to Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi hesitated before asking in a low voice, Do you know that His Highness has a junior sister? Zhao Mama's eyes flashed with amusement at these words. I know. It's Western Zhou's Princess Changle Duanmu Yao. Han Yunqi had only been probing. She did not expect that Zhao Mama would actually know and answer her. Then which sect do they belong to? Han Yunqi asked again. Tian Shan Kenzo. Zhao Mama replied without thinking. Han Yunqi was shocked. Zhao Mama had actually told her just like that. Tian Shan Kenzo was one of the 3 great powers of the martial arts world. It was the home of the world's swordsmanship. It was said that the examinations there were very strict and only one disciple was accepted every year. It wasn't strange that Long Fei could get in. That fellow was inhumanly strong to begin with, but Han Yunqi didn't expect Duanmu Yao to get in as well. In other words, her martial arts skills weren't low. Of course. She had no time to consider this question. She was curious as to whether Zhao Mama would answer her every question. A trace of craftiness flashed through her eyes. Han Yunqi continued, Zhao Mama, His Imperial Highness, often does not return home at night. He should have a place to stay outside, right? However, this time Zhao Mama hesitated. Seeing this, Han Yunqi's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that her probing had been correct. However, Zhao Mama's reaction was beyond her expectations. Zhao Mama looked around and lowered her voice to a whisper. Esteemed Wang Fei, this is His Imperial Highness's private matter. This old servant will tell you. Don't say that this old servant told you, and don't tell anyone else. Han Yunqi did not expect this, and her eyes widened. Zhao Mama was about to speak when Han Yunqi stopped her. Wait, why are you telling me this? Zhao Mama stared blankly and innocently replied, Esteemed Wang Fei, you were the one who asked first. Why would you tell me if I asked? Han Yunqi retorted. Granny Zhao looked at her and suddenly smiled like an old urchin. So, esteemed Wang Fei is testing this servant. Han Yunqi felt a little awkward at being exposed. She pursed her lips and said, Zhao Mama, you're thinking too much. It's fine now, you can withdraw. But Zhao Mama didn't leave but smiled. Esteemed Wang Fei's suspicions are understandable. After all, this is the Duke of Qin's estate. Esteemed Wang Fei is not welcome here. Han Yunqi's eyes turned cold at these words. This old mama really wasn't simple. Was she planning to lay all her cards on the table? What else do you want to say? She asked icily. However, Granny Zhao surprised her once again. Esteemed Wang Fei, you can set your heart at ease. This old servant is definitely His Imperial Highness's person. This old servant was bestowed to His Imperial Highness by the late Emperor and has nothing to do with Grand Concubine E. This old servant is loyal and devoted to His Imperial Highness. Zhao Mama's wrinkles grew taut because of her seriousness. Han Yunqi never thought she'd say such words. So it had nothing to do with Grand Concubine E. But she still didn't understand. Since you're loyal and devoted, why did you betray him so easily? Esteemed Wang Fei is His Imperial Highness's official wife. How can this old servant be considered betraying His Imperial Highness by answering a few of your questions? Zhao Mama's words left Han Yunqi at a loss for words. She only felt that it was ironic. Zhao Mama, are you really muddle-headed or just pretending? I'm just a decoration. Do you really take me seriously? You've served His Imperial Highness for so many years. You should know that he didn't marry me willingly. Official wife? She couldn't even compare to the servants by Long Fei Ye's side. They couldn't even be considered friends, but strangers who'd made a few deals with each other. The title of official wife had brought her so much trouble. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi's stomach was filled with anger. Zhao Mama, I'll be thankful to the heavens and earth if His Imperial Highness doesn't make trouble for me. As for official wife, he can marry whoever he wants. I'm prepared to give up my position at any time. Zhao Mama had never heard of a woman who dared to disdain His Imperial Highness so much. After all, there were so many women lining up to enter the Duke of Qin's estate that they could form a line all the way to the outskirts of the city. But this esteemed Wang Fei was so disdainful. Zhao Mama was furious. Without thinking, she said, Esteemed Wang Fei, His Imperial Highness allowed you to stay in the hibiscus courtyard and even had this old servant serve you. How is that not taking you seriously? Moreover, Grand Concubine, he wanted to ask His Imperial Highness for this old servant before, but he refused. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't be ignorant of your good fortune. At these words, Han Yunqi knitted her brows. Zhao Mama was startled as well and quickly fell to her knees. This servant was muddle-headed. This servant was impulsive and spoke without thinking, offending esteemed Wang Fei. May esteemed Wang Fei meet punishment. Han Yunqi's mouth twitched. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly began to beat faster. Chapter 99. Zhao Mama knelt with her head bowed, her heart filled with fear. Even though she'd served His Highness Duke of Qin for years, a servant was still a servant. Her greatest taboo wasn't to do a bad job, but to offend her master. She defended esteemed Wang Fei on her first day at leisurely Cloud Pavilion. How was she supposed to live the rest of her days? If esteemed Wang Fei complained to His Highness Duke of Qin, then things would be even worse. After all, she'd served by His Highness Duke of Qin's side for years without ever making him dissatisfied. While Zhao Mama was terrified, Han Yunqi was still in a daze. Zhao Mama's reprimanding words echoed in her ears. How did he not take you seriously? It looked like this old mama had returned so suddenly that she hadn't figured out her relationship with Long Fei. She must have misunderstood something. But despite knowing it was a misunderstanding, Han Yunqi's lips still rose to a secret smile without her noticing. Cough, cough. She coughed lightly a few times before saying, Zhao Mama, I'll let it go this time. I'll take into account that you didn't mean it on purpose. As for the relationship between His Highness and me. Han Yunqi paused before bursting into laughter. She patted Zhao Mama's shoulder and grinned. Hee hee, you'll understand in the future. Then she walked briskly into the rooms. Zhao Mama slowly raised her head and looked at Han Yunqi's retreating form. Then she recalled her words and felt that something was off. She needed to find that rascal Chu Shifeng and ask him about the details in the dead of night. The lights in Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters were still on. A figure silently appeared in front of the door. The guards hidden on the side had long sensed someone approaching, but none of them dared to make a sound. The newcomer was none other than Qin Wang Fei Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi had seen the lights in Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters from a distance, so she immediately came over. But she hesitated at the door. After hesitating for a while, Han Yunqi still didn't knock on the door. She turned around to leave, but at this moment the door suddenly moved. Han Yunqi was shocked and instinctively wanted to run away. But damn it, she accidentally missed a step and fell down. Ah! She cried out and immediately muffled her mouth, but it was already too late. The doors opened to reveal Long Fei standing inside, dressed in black robes that made him look like a god of the night. He looked down at her with disdainful eyes. What are you doing? Long Fei Ye's voice was colder than the winter wind. I. Han Yunqi was so nervous that she couldn't speak properly. However, Long Fei Ye's face was terrifyingly cold. He walked out of the door and walked past her without even looking at her. I'll go with you to detoxify, Han Yunqi blurted out in a hurry. Before she asked Zhao Mama, she felt at ease. But after asking Zhao Mama, she felt especially guilty. After hesitating for a while, she still came. She also didn't know what she felt guilty about. Perhaps helping him detoxify the poison was a repayment for him, taking her in to stay in Hibiscus Garden and helping her solve a lot of problems. Long Fei Yi stopped and was silent for a while. Then he asked coldly, Why did you change your mind? I just slept for a while. I feel much better now. I should be able to make an accurate diagnosis. Han Yunqi replied. Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. Unfortunately, this prince doesn't need it anymore. As he spoke, he continued to walk forward. Han Yunqi suddenly stood up. She didn't know that she had sprained her ankle, but this violent movement hurt her so much that she fell back down. She couldn't help but cry out in pain. Aya! Long Fei abruptly halted his steps, but it was only a moment before he started walking again. Long Fei, stop right there. I'm here to negotiate with you. Han Yunqi hurriedly blurted out. This time, Long Fei Yi really stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Han Yunqi hurriedly said, No matter what, I've helped you twice. You should help me once, right? If this prince remembers correctly, this prince paid the consultation fee for both times I asked you to do something. Long Fei, Yi didn't turn around as he reminded her coldly. That's why I won't treat you unfairly this time. I'll help you detoxify the poison and you help me. We'll each take what we need and help each other, Han Yunqi said with a smile. After a long time, Long Fei finally turned around to look at her. What is it? Han Yunqi inwardly sighed in relief. She knew that this guy still hadn't found someone to detoxify the poison. In reality, she wasn't here to make a deal with him. She just thought that he must have encountered a difficult case since he was looking for her to detoxify the poison. Moreover, he had waited for her for more than 2 hours, so he should be in a hurry. As for the deal, it was just something she thought of in a hurry. Han Yunqi wasn't afraid when she saw Long Fei Ye's icy face. She smiled apologetically and waved her hand. Come over and talk. Long Fei Ye's lips twitched. He was clearly a bit impatient, but he still walked over and squatted down. At this time, Han Yunqi said in a low voice, I've helped you detoxify the poison. Take me to the Han residence, secretly. I want to look for something in 3rd Madam Li's room. Be a thief? Long Fei, you raised his brows. No. Han Yunqi immediately denied and lowered her voice even more. I'm investigating a case. Mu Qinggu asked me to investigate the poison. Last time, he was poisoned with 10,000 snake poison. Long Fei Yi already knew about this. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi didn't know that he was also paying attention. You suspect the Han family? Long Fei Yi was a bit surprised. It's not really a suspicion. It's just that there are some clues over there. I have to look for them to confirm it. Han Yunqi said, seriously. Letting this guy know about the matter at the general's residence didn't have much of an impact. She wasn't asking for his help, but making a deal. Of course, if he wanted to take the initiative to help, she wouldn't mind. Long Fei Yi hesitated for a moment, then said indifferently, Go detoxify the poison first. Your Highness agrees? Han Yunqi was amused. Long Fei Ye's face remained cold. He stood up expressionlessly. Amen. Han Yunqi wanted to stand up as well, but only then did she realize that she had sprained her ankle. She could only press her hands on the ground and stand up on one leg. As a doctor, although she wasn't from the orthopedics department, she still had some common sense. Based on the degree of pain, it didn't hurt the bone. It hurt a bit, but it wasn't a big deal. She tried to lightly step on the ground. The pain level seemed to be within an acceptable range, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to limp. She lightly exhaled and said indifferently, Your Highness, lead the way. Long Fei Yi glanced at her leg from the corner of his eyes, then really walked forward with large strides. Han Yunqi limped to catch up. However, not long after, her ankle hurt so much that she couldn't stand it anymore. After holding on for a while, she finally stopped. Your Highness, wait a moment. Long Fei Yi turned around, his cold gaze locked onto her ankle. Han Yunqi felt helpless. She thought, I'm going to be mocked by this guy again. My leg is probably... Your lordship thought your leg was made of iron. It looks like your lordship overestimated you again. Long Fei Yi interrupted. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes. She knew he'd laugh at her. She was about to retort when Long Fei Yi walked over and picked her up in a princess carry. Han Yunqi was caught off guard and unconsciously wrapped her arms around Long Fei Ye's neck. Her nose accidentally brushed against the side of his face. So cold. In an instant, Han Yunqi froze. Aside from the thumping of her heart, her entire body was stiff. Why did he suddenly Is this the legendary princess, Carrie? What is this guy doing? As if sensing the stiffness of the person in his arms. Long Fei Ye's lips curved into a smile. It wasn't clear whether it was disdain or amusement. His feet tapped lightly on the ground, his figure strong and vigorous. He quickly disappeared into the night with Han Yunqi in his arms. At this moment, Chu Shifeng and Zhao Mama cautiously poked their heads out from the flowers on the side. They exchanged looks of disbelief. Little Chu, didn't you say there was nothing going on between them? What's going on? Zhao Mama was completely lost. I really don't know. In any case, this woman just stayed, and then… I don't know the rest. Chu Shifeng replied helplessly. No, His Highness is treating her. Zhao Mama still couldn't understand. If His Highness still hadn't acknowledged this woman as Qin Wangfei and didn't fancy her, then why did he keep her here? And he even hugged her. His Highness Duke of Qin had severe misophobia. He wouldn't even be happy to shake hands with a man, much less a woman. When Chu Shifeng saw His Highness Duke of Qin take Han Yunqi in his arms for the first time, his expression was even more exaggerated than Zhao Mama's. Of course, he was at a loss now as well. Little Chu, I'm all confused. Zhao Mama knitted her brows as her wrinkles deepened further. Chu Shifeng waved his hand. Mama, don't worry about His Highness's matters. Go back. In the future, just be careful when serving esteemed Wangfei. Don't really treat her like a mistress. As Chu Shifeng spoke, he realized something was off and added, but don't treat her like a mistress either. An old woman like me doesn't understand the world of young people. Zhao Mama shook her head helplessly. When she recalled her words to esteemed Wangfei, she couldn't help but feel vexed. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Esteemed Wangfei, must be laughing at me in her heart. Long Fei Yi brought Han Yunqi to a private residence hidden in a deep alley. From the outside, it looked like a house, but inside it was Long Fei Ye's private residence called the Solitary Enclosure. As soon as they entered, Long Fei Yi placed Han Yunqi on the table and had her sit down. Han Yunqi had been so nervous the entire way that her heart was still pounding. This fellow was very tall. Even if she sat on the table, she wouldn't be as tall as him standing. She glanced up at him and asked, Is the poisoned person here? Long Fei made a sound of assent before turning to fetch some medicine. Han Yunqi could tell at a whiff that it was medicine for her sprain. At least this fellow had a conscience and knew to take care of her foot first. Han Yunqi quickly took off her shoes and socks, revealing a fair, soft, jade-like foot. Long Fei Yi saw her foot as soon as he turned around and gave a start. Then he knitted his brows and studied Han Yunqi. Did this woman have no sense of propriety at all? Did she treat other people like this too? She was a woman who had transmigrated and was also a doctor. It was normal for her to show her hands and feet. Seeing Long Fei Ye's furrowed brows, she felt that something was wrong. What was there to look at? She reached out her hand. Give me the medicine. I'm good at massaging. However, Long Fei Ye's cold gaze slowly shifted downwards and locked onto her jade-like foot. What was he doing? Han Yunqi glanced at him before following his line of sight. Only then did she notice that her own feet were as white as jade, soft and smooth and well-proportioned. It was a beautiful sight to behold. She seemed to have suddenly realized something as she looked up at Long Fei Yi. When she saw his deep gaze, her heart suddenly thumped and she panicked. Heavens! She actually forgot that in ancient times, even showing one's arm was enough to get you married. Chapter 100. Han Yunqi recovered her senses and quickly pulled her feet back into her skirt, like she had been electrocuted. When she saw Long Fei Ye's eyes again, her face instantly turned red. This fellow wouldn't think she was a loose woman, right? Or that she was seducing him. Damn, how shameful. Your Highness, this concubine can apply the medicine herself. You can leave first. Han Yunqi forced herself to calm down as she spoke. However, not only did Long Fei Yi not leave, he pulled a chair over and sat in front of her. Then he opened the ointment. Was he going to help her apply the medicine? Thinking of his gaze just now, Han Yunqi felt uncomfortable. She forced out a smile. Your Highness, I can do it myself. Esteemed Wangfei has already taken off her shoes and socks, so this king naturally has to help. Long Fei Ye's cold voice had a trace of ridicule. Han Yunchi felt that there was something wrong with his tone. Then again, she didn't believe that this fellow would be so kind as to personally apply the medicine for her. What if he wasn't careful and used too much strength? Wouldn't she die from the pain? Your Highness, although we are husband and wife, but... Han Yunchi hesitated for a bit before directly saying, Your Highness, men and women shouldn't touch each other. You should leave first. Long Fei's lips quirked up into a cold smile, his domineering gaze teasing her from head to toe. Qin Wangfei, are you sure you want to discuss indecent things with your lordship? Han Yunchi inexplicably felt a little guilty, but she still replied boldly, Your Highness Duke of Qin, you and I have a nominal relationship. I'm only a Wangfei in name. So why can't I discuss matters of indecency with you? Please be more serious. Who would have thought that Long Fei would ask back? Han Yunchi, when did this king say you were only a Wangfei in name? You have entered my Duke of Qin's palace. So you are one of my Long Fei's people. As he spoke, he glanced at the shoes and socks at the side and warned coldly, Please remember that you're already a married woman. Guard your womanly virtues well. You. Han Yunchi was angry. This guy was obviously humiliating her for not being a woman. It was just taking off her shoes and socks. Why would she think so much about it? It was him who was thinking too much and was thinking too much. Although she was angry, Han Yunchi found that she had no words to refute. Looking at Long Fei's cold eyes, Han Yunchi threw caution to the wind. She stretched out her leg directly in front of Long Fei, almost kicking his face. Then I'll have to trouble your highness, she said each word through gritted teeth. Long Fei sat motionless, but his cold eyes were penetrating. He raised his hand to grab Han Yunchi's little foot and pulled it down forcefully. Ah! Han Yunchi cried out in pain in her heart. This guy's hand was forcefully grabbing the red and swollen part of her ankle. How could it not hurt? However, she was stubborn and did not even crease her brows. She had endured even more terrifying pain before, so what was this little bit of pain? Long Fei looked up at her with a gloomy face. His other hand reached out and held her foot from below, then pinched her ankle from below. You motherfucker! Han Yunchi cursed in her heart. She secretly gritted her teeth and did not make a sound. Long Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. He took out some ointment and poured it on Han Yunchi's injury. The ointment was cold. Once it touched the injury, Han Yunchi's burning pain immediately lessened. She even unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. But who knew that just as her tense nerves relaxed, Long Fei's fingers reached over and began to apply the ointment with his index and middle fingers. Smear, smear. It was indeed smearing. The man's hand was strong to begin with. On top of that, he deliberately smeared the ointment on her wound. It hurt. Every smear was painful. Moreover, as he smeared the ointment with force, the cold feeling of the ointment quickly disappeared and was replaced by a burning sensation. Not to mention her skin. Even her bones and tendons felt like they were burning. This feeling was simply as if he was gouging out flesh from a badly mutilated wound. It was unbearable. In just a short while, Han Yunchi's back was already drenched in sweat. Large beads of sweat appeared on her temples. However, she still clenched her teeth tightly and kept her head down. She stared at the wound and did not move at all, allowing Long Fei to torment her. She wouldn't die. If it hurt, so be it. Long Fei thought that she would beg for mercy, but who knew that after a long time his hand was sore, this woman still did not make a sound. Long Fei instinctively looked up. When he saw that she was still fine and had not fainted, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even he did not realize it. When he took a closer look, he saw that Han Yunchi had her head lowered and was sweating profusely. He thought that this woman could not take it anymore and should surrender, right? But who knew that at this moment, Han Yunchi would look up. She did not look like she was going to surrender at all. Instead, she looked stubborn. Her fearless gaze looked straight into his eyes as if she wanted to see through his guilty conscience. Long Fei Yi was slightly stunned. He could not help but frown as he looked into her eyes. Their gazes met in silence. One was stubborn and the other was cold. They were like enemies. Neither of them blinked first, and neither of them gave in an inch. However, Long Fei Yi did not realize that he had already stopped. Similarly, Han Yunqi did not realize that her leg no longer hurt. Time passed by in silence. Heaven and earth were unknowingly silent after an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, there was a bang, 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 knocking on the door. Following that, they heard the guard anxiously report, "Your Highness, another person died in the dungeon." At this moment, the two of them finally regained their senses. They looked at each other and immediately avoided each other. Han Yunqi lowered her head. She could not remember what was wrong with her earlier. What was she looking at him for? Long Fei Ye's brows were restrained, and he lost some of his usual calmness. He pursed his lips and threw the ointment over. He said coldly, "Come out immediately after you're done. I'll wait for you at the door." As he said that, he turned around and left. His footsteps were clearly faster. She did not know if it was because the situation outside was urgent or if it was for some other reason. Han Yunqi then looked up. Seeing that he had closed the door, she heaved a huge sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. "Bastard!" She cursed. Just as her voice fell, Long Fei Yi rushed her from the door. "Han Yunqi, you better hurry up!" "Bastard!" Han Yunqi cursed again. She nimbly applied the ointment and wrapped it in a layer of white gauze. She wanted to put on her shoes and socks, but she realized that the socks and boots were too complicated. The white gauze wrapped around her feet could not fit her feet at all. She hesitated for a moment. She could only use the white gauze to wrap her chilly feet tightly in several layers. This way, it would not be considered as exposing her feet, right? She had to admit that Long Fei Ye's ointment was very useful. It did not need to be applied directly on the wound. The cooling sensation was especially good, and it alleviated a lot of the pain. However, Han Yunqi did not care for it. She casually threw the ointment on the table, lightly hopped off with one foot, and limped out. Long Fei Yi glanced at her feet, but did not see anything. Her skirt was very long, and when she walked, her feet were mostly hidden in the skirt. "Did the poisoned person die?" Han Yunqi asked. "One person died," Long Fei Yi said. He slightly squatted in front of her and was about to carry her on his back. "Come up." Han Yunqi hesitated, but Long Fei Yi was impatient. "Quick, the poison is acting up." Upon hearing this, Han Yunqi knew that he was in a hurry to detoxify the poison. She had no choice but to quickly climb up. She wrapped her arms around his neck and bent her legs. Han Yunqi was very light, so it wasn't strenuous for Long Fei to carry her on his back. Han Yunqi didn't even get to experience what it felt like to be carried on his back before his figure vanished into the darkness. He was very fast. He passed through the garden, went through the secret passage, and arrived at the dungeon in a moment. He placed Han Yunqi behind the mortuary table. Although Han Yunqi was carried here, she felt as if she had run 400 meters in a time limit. She was so anxious that she could not breathe. When she stood firm, the detoxification system's alarm sounded. Poison! Actually, even without the detoxification system's alarm, Han Yunqi could see that the corpse on the mortuary table was poisoned to death. The corpse's glabella, lips, and fingers were all black. This was the sign of death from a highly toxic poison. Han Yunqi secretly sighed before saying, "This person should have died a day or two ago, right?" Long Fei nodded and pointed to another corpse. "That one just died." Han Yunqi looked over and saw another corpse. She walked closer to take a look. The signs of poisoning had not completely appeared, but the lips were already black. She checked the corpse's eyes, lips, and fingernails. She said indifferently, "Suicide by taking poison?" She didn't have the chance to take poison. Long Fei Yi said. All of the spies he'd locked up in the dungeons were hung by their hands and feet. All of their weapons and poisons had been searched for as well. Moreover, they were locked up in individual cells with towels stuffed into their mouths to prevent them from making noise or biting off their tongues to kill themselves. Moreover, Long Fei Yi had ordered the poison doctors to check their mouths before locking them up. They hadn't found any traces of hidden poisons. Before, Chu Shifeng had been the one interrogating them. These people had refused to say a word, eat, or drink, hoping to slowly starve to death. A few had already died in the past, but a few days ago, Long Fei Yi had come to interrogate them personally. After torturing them, he began to discover that some of them had died from poison. There were no spies in the dungeons, so it was obvious that these people couldn't take the torture and had taken poison to death. Now, Long Fei Yi couldn't figure out where they'd gotten the poison and how they'd taken it. There were only 2 spies left. If they died one after the other, then all of his previous interrogations would have been for nothing. Han Yunqi used her needles to collect the poisoned blood from the 2 corpses as she listened to Long Fei Yi explain the situation. She wasn't interested at first, but grew curious as soon as she heard the details. Usually, people who took poison to commit suicide would hide it in their teeth so that they'd be poisoned with a light bite. But these prisoners' mouths had all been checked before. How did they take the poison? Han Yunqi used the chance to take something out of her medical pouch to put the blood sample into her detox system. Almost immediately, the results showed that it was rice poison. It's actually all rice poison. Han Yunqi was stunned as she looked at Long Fei Yi in disbelief. Long Fei Yi didn't understand. Rice poison? Han Yunqi grew stern. Are there any survivors? There are 2 more, Long Fei Yi replied honestly. Han Yunqi hesitated for a moment before seriously saying, take a drop of blood from each of them. Also, find a bowl of rice soup. Long Fei Yi did as he was told. Very quickly, the blood of the 2 prisoners and a bowl of rice soup were sent in front of Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi scooped a spoonful of rice soup into the blood of one of the prisoners and silently watched. For a long time, there was no change in the blood. Long Fei Yi didn't understand. He just looked at Han Yunqi's serious expression and didn't say anything. The 2 guards around them were very curious. What was the princess Consort doing? Chapter 101. The prison cell was silent. Han Yunqi stared seriously at the rice soup in front of her. That serious expression made the curious people around her unconsciously calm down and wait with her. Long Fei Yi's gaze fell on Han Yunqi's face. It seemed that he hadn't seen this woman's serious and professional side for a long time. If he kept her by his side as an imperial poison master, would it be a rational choice? Just as Long Fei Yi was pondering, Han Yunqi's silent eyes suddenly lit up. She exclaimed, sure enough. Long Fei Yi hurriedly looked at the rice soup. He saw that the originally white and clear rice soup suddenly became turbid and turned black in a short while. So, there's poison in their blood. Long Fei Yi was naturally an intelligent person. He roughly understood what was going on. The rice soup wasn't poisonous. The thing that would turn the rice soup black was undoubtedly the prisoner's blood. Han Yunqi nodded. That's right. There's poison in their blood. This poison is rice poison. What do you mean? Long Fei Yi asked. If there was poison in their blood, how were these prisoners able to live until now? Why was it that the poison doctors he had previously hired couldn't detect any signs of poisoning? Although he didn't understand poison, Long Fei Yi also knew that once the poison spread into the blood, the degree of poisoning wouldn't be considered light. It might even be untreatable. Just now, he had ordered someone to take blood from the prisoner's fingers. It was just a few drops of blood. Just by testing it, it was poisonous. This poison had probably completely spread throughout the prisoner's blood. Their blood was poisonous, but they were still like normal people. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Long Fei, you might not have believed it. This is a very special kind of poison. The reason why it's called rice poison is because this kind of poison will only appear when it comes into contact with rice. Han Yunchi paused for a moment before continuing. If I didn't guess wrongly, these poisoned people must have drunk rice soup before they were poisoned. Long Fei Yi immediately looked at the guard beside him. Reporting to your highness, it is indeed so. The 3 meals in the prison are rice soup, and they are all forced to drink it. Some will drink it, and some will spit it out after a small mouthful, the guard quickly reported. In other words, if they don't eat food related to rice, they will never be poisoned? Long Fei Yi asked seriously. Han Yunchi nodded. That's right. They'll never be poisoned. No matter how good a poison doctor is, he won't be able to detect any poison in their blood. As she spoke, she casually poured the rice soup into another cup of blood. Not long after, the same thing happened. The white rice soup gradually turned black. There was no doubt that both prisoners had poison in their blood. I see. Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a sneer. No wonder he couldn't find anything no matter how hard he tried. He didn't expect the other party to hide the poison so deeply. If you want to starve to death, why don't you drink rice soup and die of poisoning? Long Fei Yi asked. He couldn't figure out. This group of moles didn't confess. They all wanted to die. Why didn't they eat or drink? Han Yunchi's lips curled into a helpless smile. Your Highness, the name rice poison sounds ordinary, but once the poison takes effect, it's not something an ordinary person can bear. If it were me, I would rather starve to death than die of poison. Only then did Long Fei understand. It looked like these people had been poisoned because the guards had forced them to drink rice soup by accident. Your Highness, the master behind them, is absolutely not ordinary. Han Yunchi's eyebrows showed her worry, and she seriously reminded him. Such a powerful poison master was not easy to deal with. When she came here and saw these people, she certainly knew that the northernly country's moles were imprisoned here. The last time she and Long Fei Yi went to the abyss, they met a person who could control the poisonous mosquito group. He was also a northernly country's moles. These moles were all poison masters. If she didn't guess wrong, there was a leader behind this group of moles, and the rice poison was made by this leader. Not to mention that the rice poison was not easy to concoct. There were very few people who knew about it. Han Yunchi dared to guarantee that in the world's 10 poison doctors, at least 9 people didn't know about the existence of this poison. She didn't have this poison in her hand because this poison had been lost in modern times. According to the ancient records, this poison's formula had been lost for a long time in ancient times. She didn't expect to run into it here. If it weren't for the historical records in the detoxification system, Han Yunchi thought that even if she pondered for a few years, she might not be able to figure it out. Such a meticulous poison, it's really not ordinary. Long Fei Yi coldly snorted, and then ordered, Come, prepare the torture instruments. Ben Wang will interrogate them now. Ben Wang will let them know that there are things in this world more frightening than a rice poison outbreak. Han Yunchi didn't have an antidote for the rice poison, but she'd helped Long Fei Yi solve the riddle. She was about to urge him to go to the Han estate when his cold words made her feel a little timid. Looking at his cold, resolute, and angular profile, Han Yunchi unconsciously backed up a few steps. She decided to endure it and wait for him to finish his business first. She'd seen this guy's icy face before, but never such a serious one. It looked like the matter of moles in Northernly had been bothering him for a long time. Of course, Han Yunchi was curious as well. In Cloud Realm Continent, poison medicine was a side branch that wasn't mainstream. Those who studied poisons were few and far between. Even Cloud Realm Medical Academy didn't treat poisons as a main course of study, so there shouldn't be many poison experts on this continent. What kind of person was hiding behind these moles? Was this person in Northernly country, or was she hiding in Tianning's capital city like the moles? These moles were all women, So could the person behind them be a woman as well? If she didn't have the help of the detox system, would she lose in a contest? The more Han Yunqi thought about it, the more curious she became. She really wanted to meet the leader behind the scenes. Seeing Long Fei Yi walk towards the depths of the prison, she hesitated for a moment before limping after him. Han Yunqi entered the room and saw that the prisoners hadn't been brought in yet. The guards were still preparing the torture tools. Long Fei Yi sat in a corner, the dim light of the flames covering his face. He was like a ruler hidden in the shadows, observing all things in the world. Mysterious, stern, dignified, and arrogant, domineering, his brows filled with arrogance. In white he looked like an immortal, but in black he was a devil. Han Yunqi stood on one leg, unable to tear her eyes away. This man was only a few steps away from her, but he seemed to be far away from her. Long Fei Yi glanced at her without a word. He lifted his chin slightly, indicating that there was a seat not far to her right. Han Yunqi didn't speak either, but nodded and limped over. As soon as she sat down, she felt as if her legs had been freed. As soon as she sat down, Han Yunqi noticed that there weren't any torture tools in the torture room, only a large iron cage. The iron mesh was dense and solid, and there was a circular opening on the side. It was about the size of a normal person's face. Was this the torture tool? Han Yunqi thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to use it. She couldn't figure out how it could be more terrible than the rice poison. Very soon, the guard brought in a rat cage. Inside was a terrifying black rat. Its head and tail were as long as an adult's arm, and its mouth was especially sharp. Han Yunqi couldn't figure out what this rat was used for, but after looking at it a few times, she couldn't help shivering as her hair stood on end. It seemed like even the guard was afraid of this black rat, not daring to use his hands to grab it. Instead, he opened the rat cage and threw the black rat into the large iron cage, closing the opening of the large iron cage. When the large black rat fell into the large iron cage, it immediately ran around like it was crazy. It seemed like it had been locked up for a long time and hadn't moved for a long time, but it also seemed like it wanted to escape from the iron cage. In short, this rat was very excited. Han Yunqi grew more and more bewildered as she watched. At this moment, a guard tossed a piece of raw meat the size of a thumb into the rat's back. But the rat had a keen sense of smell and immediately turned to pounce on the meat, swallowing it whole in one gulp. It didn't even chomp down. Han Yunqi unconsciously sat up straight and said in a shocked voice, "This rat was raised with raw meat." Long Fei Yi didn't reply, and the guard respectfully said, "Reporting to the Princess Consort, yes." Han Yunqi immediately understood what was going on. She couldn't help quivering as she hugged her arms tightly. It was too terrifying. This rat that ate meat had clearly been hungry for several days. It was so hungry that it jumped up and down to find food. Moreover, it should have entered this iron cage several times. It knew that once it came in, it would have meat to eat, so it ran around excitedly. If Long Fei Yi locked the prisoners in this iron cage, then wouldn't that be? Han Yunqi didn't dare to think about it, and unconsciously turned to look at Long Fei Yi. She only saw Long Fei Ye's expressionless face, and his eyes were cold and emotionless, just like an azura in the night. This kind of torture was even more terrifying than the rice poison. Facing this kind of torture, would anyone not confess? Very quickly, the two female prisoners were brought over. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and their hair was disheveled. They looked withered, and it was estimated that they had been hungry for several days. One of the female prisoners was brought to the side and tied up, while the other was brought to the side of the iron cage. When the towel in her mouth was removed, she angrily shouted at Long Fei Yi, "Long Fei Yi, don't waste your energy. Even if I die, I will never answer any of your questions. I advise you to stop wasting your energy. It's useless." Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a mocking smile. He didn't reply and gave a sharp look to the guard to bring the female prisoner over. The The female prisoner's head fiercely hit the iron cage. When the big black rat smelled the scent of food, it suddenly jumped out from the inside. Its sharp claws crazily scratched the iron mesh as if it wanted to tear the iron mesh apart. Han Yunqi was frightened out of her wits. If it wasn't for the iron mesh, who knew how badly the female prisoner's head would have been scratched? The hungry big rat didn't care who you were. As long as there was meat, it would definitely eat it. The female prisoner seemed to have realized that the torture this time was different from the previous ones. She struggled fiercely, but the guard grabbed her neck tightly and pressed her head against the iron mesh. The female prisoner roared loudly, "Long Fei, abusing a woman, are you still a man? If you have the ability, kill me." "Long Fei, did you hear that? You're a cold-blooded and heartless thing. You're not human. What kind of hero are you? If you have the guts, kill me." Long Fei didn't say anything. The guard suddenly pulled the female prisoner away and used a towel to gag her mouth. The room immediately quietened down. At this moment, Long Fei slowly opened his mouth. His voice was so cold that it caused the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. "All these years, more than 10 people have died by your hands, including a 6-year-old child and an infant in swaddling clothes. Are you worthy to talk to this prince about being a man?" Han Yunqi originally had some sympathy for this female prisoner, but when she heard Long Fei's words, she was furious. These traitors, forget about the shady business they did. They didn't even let off a child. It was simply too abominable. She deserved this day. The female prisoner unhappily struggled to turn her head. However, Long Fei said coldly, "Carry out the punishment." Carry out the punishment? Were they throwing people in there? Or... Chapter 102. Han Yunqi thought that the guard would throw the female prisoner into the iron cage to let the carnivorous rats gnaw on her, but the result was totally out of her expectations. Even the female prisoner herself had not expected it to turn out like this. The guard grabbed the female prisoner and pushed her to the side of the iron cage and deftly opened that little window, which was the size of a human face. Before the carnivorous rats pounced over, he grabbed the female prisoner's head and actually used her head to block that little window. Heavens! Han Yunqi instantly sucked in a breath of cold air as she realized in hindsight that the outcome of offending Long Fei was so terrifying. The moment the female prisoner's head blocked that little window, the starving carnivorous rats instantly pounced over, and its hind legs grabbed onto the iron cage to stabilize its body. Its front claws were like iron hooks as it pierced through the female prisoner's hair and hooked onto her skull. Its sharp mouth revealed its fangs as it bit down on the female prisoner's head. Woo, 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 woo. Of course the female prisoner knew what was happening at the back of her head. Her face was deathly pale and her eyes were opened wide like copper bells, filled with fear. She struggled with all her might and used all her strength to move her body. Her mouth, which was blocked, let out a whimper as if she was begging for mercy. Long Fei did not bother about her, but the female prisoner kept on sobbing as she looked towards Long Fei. Her terrified eyes revealed an obvious pleading look. Anyone could tell that she was begging for mercy. At this moment, Long Fei gently raised his hand, and the guard threw a piece of meat into the iron cage. The carnivorous rats immediately changed their target and let go of the female prisoner's head as they pounced towards that piece of meat. The guard immediately used this opportunity to pull the female prisoner away and close the little window. The female prisoner closed her eyes and her legs went soft as she sat on the ground paralyzed. She seemed to have lost all her strength as she was so frightened that she was shivering and had yet to recover from the shock. Han Yunqi's brows were tightly knitted as she looked towards the back of her head. All she saw was that her long hair was messy and her flesh was badly mutilated. She then looked towards that big rat in the iron cage and instantly felt disgusted and didn't want to look at it any longer. "Now, can you decide whether you want to write out the list of names?" Long Fei asked. What he wanted was the list of names of all the traitors. Once he obtained this game in northernly country would be completely over. The female prisoner lowered her head and didn't move. Not sure if she was scared silly, or at least in Han Yunqi's view, she was scared silly. However, the facts proved that Han Yunqi had underestimated this group of traitors. After a while, the woman slowly raised her head. She had been pleading with Long Fei just then, but now she was glaring fiercely at him. She turned her head away and refused to answer his question. Why did she just whimper and beg for mercy? Han Yunqi knitted her brows. She couldn't appreciate people like him. Long Fei, you didn't have such good patience. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Continue." The guard immediately pulled the female prisoner up. A trace of fear flashed through the female prisoner's eyes, but she didn't beg for mercy. She thought that Long Fei Yi only had 2 people left in his hands. He wouldn't let them die so easily. As long as she survived this disaster, everything would be fine. But who knew that this time, the guard didn't use her head to block the small window of the iron cage. Instead, he pulled her over and let her face the small window. No! The female prisoner immediately understood what the guard wanted to do. She roared in her heart and widened her eyes. No. This was letting the carnivorous rat gnaw on her face. She regretted it now. She struggled violently like she'd gone mad, sobbing and sobbing as tears streamed down her face. But this time, Long Fei didn't tell her to stop. He really wanted her to die. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The guard grabbed her and slammed her face against the small window. Her face was pressed against the small window, facing the big rat directly. At this moment, that big rat was still gnawing on the meat that the guard had thrown over. It was eagerly chewing on the meat, and at the same time, it didn't forget to glance over. Woo woo! Woo woo! The female prisoner tried to shake her head and retreat, but it was to no avail. The guard held her tightly. Finally, the big rat finished eating the meat that the guard had thrown over. It slowly turned around and faced her face. Woo! The female prisoner was so frightened that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Soon, the large, carnivorous rat pounced on her. Han Yunqi turned her head away, not daring to look. But very soon, she heard the sound of cruel biting. Long Fei Ye's eyes were ice-cold and ruthless. He slowly turned his head towards the other female prisoner who was tied up and asked coldly, "What about you?" Han Yunqi then recalled that there was another female prisoner by the side and was suddenly enlightened. Long Fei Yi had originally intended to kill that person. He was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The person he really wanted to interrogate was that female prisoner who was tied up by the side. Looking at this man's cold and handsome side profile, Han Yunqi suddenly felt that he was just like a wolf. Towards his enemies, he was always so calm, decisive, and even cruel. At this moment, that female prisoner was looking at her companion in horror. She had never thought that Long Fei Yi would kill her companion. It must be known that Long Fei Yi had only caught the 2 of them. Once they died, Long Fei Ye's clues would all be cut off. Previously, wasn't Long Fei Yi very worried that they would die? He had even found a poison doctor to investigate why one of them had suddenly died from poison. But why was he so ruthless this time? Seeing that the female prisoner had no reaction, Long Fei Yi gave a look to the guard to remove the towel from the female prisoner's mouth. The female prisoner suddenly shouted fiercely, "Long Fei Yi, if you have the guts, then kill me too. I will not surrender." Long Fei Ye's lips hooked up into a sneer. He stood up languidly and walked towards the iron cage, step by step. A trace of worry flashed across the female prisoner's eyes. Her gaze followed closely only to see Long Fei Yi suddenly pull away the female prisoner, whose face was stuck to the iron cage, and throw her to the ground. The carnivorous rat seemed to be very afraid of Long Fei Yi and immediately hid far away, not daring to chase after him. But that female prisoner fell to the ground with her 4 feet in the air. Her face was completely disfigured, but she did not die. Even if her entire face was bitten to pieces, she would still not die. She could not stop trembling. Her facial features were almost shattered and her mouth had been bitten to a pulp, making her unable to speak. Long Fei then raised his head to look at the female prisoner who was tied to the side. He sneered, "This king will not kill you, but I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death." As he said that, Lung ordered, "Men, bring her to a doctor to apply medicine. Continue the torture after her injuries have healed. Next." "No." The female prisoner who was tied up could not help but spit out. Having witnessed her companion being tortured, she was very clear of the horror of this rat torture. She admitted that she did not dare to face it, not to mention facing it. Just thinking about it made her hair stand on end. "It's not too late for you to regret it now," Long Fei Yi reminded her. The female prisoner did not think much and was very excited. "I agree." She agreed so quickly, Han Yunqi was feeling puzzled. Who knew that the female prisoner would say again, "Long Fei Yi, I agree. But please let me eat my fill first and calm down my emotions." After starving for several days and nights, she did not have any strength left. Since she was going to confess, it was very normal for her to ask for a meal first. If Han Yunqi had not solved the mystery of the rice poison, perhaps Long Fei Yi would agree. But the female prisoner did not know that the reason why Long Fei Yi would make such a big fuss today, risking the risk of torturing someone to death to interrogate her, was because he knew the secret of the rice poison. Once a prisoner was interrogated to the point that she had the intention to commit suicide, but she could not die, then she could only confess. Rice? Long Fei Yi laughed. "Do you think that this king will help you to take poison to commit suicide?" Once these words were said, the female prisoner's expression changed. Long Fei Yi said this. Could it be that he already knew about the existence of the rice poison? No, this was absolutely impossible. Their master's method of poisoning was so secretive, and the rice poison was an ancient poison. There were very few people who knew about it. So how did Long Fei Yi know about it? The female prisoner looked at Long Fei Yi in disbelief. Long Fei Yi did not have the patience to waste time with her. "Men, carry out the punishment." She would not die, slowly torture her. If she did not confess the first time or the second time, she would definitely confess the third time. If she wanted to die, she could only wait for a few days and starve to death. But before she starved to death, the torture that she had to endure was unimaginable. Very quickly, the guards escorted the female prisoner over. The female prisoner's beautiful face turned pale as her heart trembled with fear. Her legs went soft, and she could not even walk. When she walked past her companion and saw her face from a close distance, she was instantly scared out of her wits as she fiercely closed her eyes and exclaimed, "I promise! Long Fei Yi, I promise you." If she did not confess, before she starved to death, how many times would she have to endure the rat torture? No, she could not take it, not even once. If she could not take the poison and die, she could not endure until she died. "Give her a brush and paper," Long Fei Yi said as he sat back down, his entire body emanating a domineering aura that could not be defied. The female prisoner trembled. "I don't know who the accomplices are. We don't even know each other." Long Fei Yi laughed. It was very, very light, but it was especially frightening in the silent prison cell. "I only know who we have to kill in the next 3 years. I really don't know anything else," the female prisoner hastily confessed. Seeing the female prisoner so frightened, it didn't seem like she was lying. The guards quickly brought over a brush and paper. The female prisoner's hand trembled as she held the brush. After a long time, she finally wrote down a list of names. "I only know about these 20 people. I really don't know about the others." Her voice was choked with sobs as tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Long Fei Yi took a look and seemed to see something. A complicated look flashed through his eyes, but he did not show it. Coldly he asked, "Who is your master in Northernly Country? Is he also hiding in Tianing?" for such a secretive organization of spies to hide in Tianing country for 3 to 4 years, or even longer. The mastermind behind this was definitely not an ordinary person. I don't know. The female prisoner blurted out, then hurriedly explained, "We only listen to the captain. I've only seen the captain, but I've never seen the higher-ups." This kind of organization was very similar to a spy organization. Even if the people below were discovered and tortured, they still wouldn't betray the higher-ups. "Who's your captain?" Long Fei Yi asked with interest. "She's called Sister Mosquito. She died at your hands not long ago," the female prisoner replied truthfully. She paused, then added, "She can control poisonous mosquito swarms." At these words, Long Fei finally remembered. So it was the female spy who controlled the poisonous mosquitoes. He really didn't expect her to be the captain of these female spies. If he hadn't been afraid of accidents happening in the valley, he wouldn't have killed that woman so quickly. Long Fei interrogated the female prisoner a few more questions before he stood up and indicated for the guards to take her away and continue to imprison her. Han Yunqi saw everything and remained silent. She only secretly sighed in relief. Such a cruel thing had finally passed. At this time, Long Fei handed over the list of names, a playful look in his eyes. "Take a look." Chapter 103. Seeing Long Fei Ye's expression, Han Yunqi felt inexplicably uneasy. She took the list and skimmed through it. Her heart almost stopped beating. There were 20 names on the list, but 5 of them were children. The oldest was no more than 10 years old, and all of them were direct descendants of Tianing's noble families. One of them was even an imperial grandson. Compared to this group of people, what did Long Fei Ye's cruelty count for? But that wasn't what shocked Han Yunqi the most. What shocked her the most was the name she was familiar with, Mu Qingguo. Heavens, Mu Qingguo was actually on the list as well. He was someone these female spies wanted to kill in the next 3 years. Han Yunqi had suspected that the person who poisoned Mu Qingguo might be a northernly spy, but that was just a thought. She didn't think too much about it. After all, General Mu's estate held a high position in Tianing country. They controlled military power and had plenty of enemies within the country. She never expected that the poison in Mu Qingguo's body really had been planted by these female spies. In other words, these spies had been lurking around the general's estate for many years. If it wasn't for that chance encounter, no one would have discovered the poison hidden in Mu Qingguo's body. According to the spies' plan, they would continue to poison Mu Qingguo for the next 3 years. Once the 10,000 snake poison accumulated to a certain level, Mu Qingguo would definitely die from the poison. Even Daluo immortals wouldn't be able to save him. Han Yunqi abruptly raised her head and looked at Long Fei Yi in disbelief. Long Fei Ye's playful smile grew wider and wider as he laughed cold. "Han Yunqi, your lordship will take you to the Han estate right now. I hope you won't disappoint your lordship." At these words, Han Yunqi's heart gave a jolt as her face turned deathly white. She backed up a few steps, her brows knitted. "What do you mean? You were the one who told this prince that you suspected the Han family's 3rd Madam Li. How could you forget this matter so quickly?" Long Fei Yi asked. He was very satisfied with the results of today's interrogation, and he was looking forward to the news brought by Han Yunqi. Although he didn't know much about poisons, he knew that the 10,000 snake poison in Mu Qingguo's body was the most unique type. To be able to silently poison Mu Qingguo for so many years, she definitely wasn't an ordinary female spy. Perhaps they would be able to gain a lot from this trip to the Han clan. Of course, Han Yunqi understood what Long Fei Yi was thinking. She immediately explained, "It's not a suspicion. It's just that there might be some clues. Your Highness, please don't have too much hope. Otherwise, you'll be too disappointed." She wasn't defending 3rd concubine, but defending the Han family. Han Kongan's crimes were enough to exterminate the Han family. Fortunately, the previous diagnosis wasn't made public so she was able to make up for it. This time, if they really found something in the Han family, or if they really found out that there was a spy from Northernly in the Han family, then it would be difficult for the entire Han family to escape this calamity. It had to be known that treason with the enemy was a serious crime that required death. Even if there was a general amnesty, there were clear rules that didn't pardon this crime. The deadline for the bet with Mu Luiwe was approaching. Han Yunchi hoped more than anyone else that they could find something from the clues from Madame Li. However, at this moment, she also hoped more than anyone else that the true culprit of the poison was in the Han family. Not to mention the innocent people in the Han family, just little alone was enough to make her reluctant to part with him, even if it's just a possibility. Long Fei Yi raised his brows and smiled. This prince is also very interested. Han Yunchi looked at him with furrowed brows, unable to speak for a long time. If she had known that Long Fei Yi would interrogate this list, she wouldn't have told him about the Han family. She would have thought of a way to investigate first. Only then would she know what to do and how to deal with it. What? Esteemed Wang Fei wants to play favoritism? Long Fei Yi asked. It was rare to see this woman so flustered. The playfulness in his eyes deepened. I'm not. Han Yunchi immediately denied. However, when she met Long Fei Ye's scrutinizing gaze, she still avoided it. Let's go before the sun rises. Long Fei Yi pressed on. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. Han Yunchi knew that if Third Madam was really suspected, it wouldn't be able to escape this fellow's eyes. It was only a matter of time before it was discovered. Rather than hiding it now, she might as well say it directly and take precautions. She gritted her teeth and said seriously, Your Highness, I promise that I won't play favoritism. However, can you promise me one thing? Long Fei Yi was a little surprised. He sat back down and asked playfully, Is esteemed Wang Fei negotiating with this prince? From what he understood, Han Yunchi had been abused in the Han family since she was young. She didn't have any feelings for the Han family. If she could even send Han Kongan to the prisons, why would she be reluctant to part with the rest of the Han family? Who did she care so much for? This thought made Long Fei Yi, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Han Yunchi really wanted to answer him, yes, but she didn't have the confidence now. She also didn't know if Third Madam was innocent. Your Highness, this concubine is familiar with poisons and can help you. As long as you agree to this concubine's small request, this concubine will do her best to serve your Highness and uncover all the spies. So, you're not negotiating with this prince, but threatening this prince? Long Fei Yi asked back. It was rare for him to be so patient. You. Han Yunchi was angry. Was this guy deliberately making things difficult for her? Seeing that Han Yunchi was angry, Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. His eyes were deep as he looked at her playfully. Han Yunchi hesitated for a long time before speaking again. Your Highness, why don't you listen to my conditions first? It won't be too late to consider them later. Long Fei Yi nodded thoughtfully. Speak. If there really is a spy in the Han family, this concubine begs your Highness to spare the Han family's innocent people. Han Yunchi was very serious. Which innocent people? Long Fei Yi continued to ask. Your Highness, although the Han family only has 3 wives and concubines left, there are still dozens of lives lost. This concubine firmly believes that even if there really is a spy in the Han family, not everyone knows about it. There are still many innocent people, Han Yunchi replied. But Long Fei Yi only laughed. Hee Han Yunchi, do you know? If the spy really comes from the Han family, then even you might not be able to escape this calamity. Rather than helping others think of a way out, why not think of your own first? This Han Yunchi's heart skipped a beat as her mind turned blank. If Long Fei Yi hadn't reminded her, Han Yunchi would have forgotten that she was part of the Han family too. Even if she married into the Duke of Qin's estate, it wouldn't change her birth. Her maternal family would never be able to cut ties with her. Within the Han family, she had the best chance of getting close to the imperial clan and harming them. With Emperor Tianhui's personality, he'd rather kill the wrong person than let it go. As soon as the Han family was proven to be suspicious, she'd be the most dangerous member of the Han family. Seeing Han Yunqi's ashen face, Long Fei Ye's lips curved into a satisfied smile, but it quickly disappeared. His tone was still lofty as ever. If esteemed Wang Fei assists your lordship in finding all the spies, your lordship can consider it and vouch for you. Seeing Long Fei Ye's damned indifferent expression, Han Yunqi wanted to hit someone. But what could she do? Imperial families were the most heartless. Brothers could turn against each other, and blood relatives could kill each other. Innocent outsiders were nothing in their eyes. It wasn't Long Fei Yi who was cruel, but the dynasty itself. Long Fei Yi had only reminded her of this point out of the kindness of his heart. At the same time, Long Fei Yi had reminded her that only supreme power and influence could save her from such cruelty. Power and influence. She was dependent on Long Fei Yi, but the Han family had long lost its power and influence. If there really was a spy in the Han family, then they could only blame that hateful spy for implicating an innocent family. Han Yunqi knew she couldn't change this fact, so she could only go with the flow. She raised her head to look at Long Fei Yi and said timidly, "If your highness wants to consider it, then could you consider vouching for one more person?" "Who?" Long Fei Yi immediately asked. "My younger brother, Han Yuni. He's only 6 years old and doesn't understand anything," Han Yunqi replied hastily. Long Fei Yi seemed surprised by her words and remained silent for a long time. "Your highness, you just angrily accused the female spy of murdering a young child. This concubine knows that your highness cares for the young and weak, so you must be a kind person." Han Yunqi was at a loss for words when it came to flattery. She would never say such things, but for she was willing to risk it all. Long Fei Yi didn't expect Han Yunqi to say such words. He was kind. Did this woman's flattery hit the nail on the head? Is that so? Long Fei Yi asked with a sneer. Yes. Han Yunqi felt a bit guilty herself. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would actually agree? "All right, this prince can promise you." Han Yunqi was very surprised. This guy agreed just like that? So simple? She thought he would make things difficult for her again. What was wrong with this guy today? Could it be that he was in a good mood because of the results of the interrogation? Really? Han Yunqi had to confirm. Long Fei stood up and retorted, "Are you questioning your lordship's integrity?" Han Yunqi immediately shook her head, not daring to waste any more words. "Many thanks, Your Highness Duke of Qin. Can we leave now?" Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunqi immediately nodded and hurriedly turned to leave. Forgetting that her foot was injured, she suddenly stomped on the ground. "Ah!" She cried out in pain. Her little face contorted. It hurt. She only felt the pain coming from her foot, and it was so painful that her scalp went numb. Long Fei Yi glanced down, but didn't see her foot. He didn't ask any questions, and just like before, he squatted down slightly in front of her. This guy's lean and muscular body, tall and slender figure. Even if he was squatting slightly, he gave off a proud and noble feeling. Han Yunqi suddenly felt an indescribable sense of security. Just as she was about to carefully climb onto him, Long Fei Yi unexpectedly said, "It's almost dawn. Hurry up." Without a doubt, this cold urging dispelled that inexplicable sense of security that Han Yunqi felt. Her lips curved into a cold smile, and she brazenly climbed onto Long Fei Ye's shoulder, not caring if he was in pain or not. Sense of security? What a joke. If this guy didn't sell her off, she would be secretly laughing. When they left Solitary Garden, the sky was already gray and wasn't as dark as before. It should be dawn in another 3 hours. Long Fei Ye's speed was especially fast, so fast that Han Yunqi couldn't see her surroundings clearly. She only felt that the houses on both sides were like shadows flitting past. At this time the wind was already cold, and Long Fei Ye's speed was also fast. Han Yunqi only felt that the wind was whistling in her face, and it was especially painful when it scraped against her face. Helpless, she could only bury her head on Long Fei Ye's back and let him block the wind for her. She pressed her head against the back of his neck. Long Fei Yi, who was focused on speeding, suddenly felt a bump on the back of his neck. It was especially uncomfortable, but he frowned and didn't say anything. Chapter 104. There was some distance between the solitary enclosure and the Han estate. No matter how fast Long Fei Yi was, it would still take some time. After a while, Han Yunqi started to feel uncomfortable, and her neck began to ache. She lifted her head, and the howling wind blew against her face again. Her long hair flew around, and her face hurt like it was being cut by a knife. Han Yunqi lowered her head again, but she quickly lifted it again. If she kept her head down like this, her neck would probably be stiff by the time they arrived at the Han estate. Long Fei Yi was naturally aware of the small movements of the person on his back, but he continued to stare straight ahead, as if he was used to it. But this was the first time His Highness Duke of Qin was carrying someone on his back. After a long time, Han Yunqi's neck finally couldn't take it anymore. She was already tired from not sleeping the entire night, and now, after being on Long Fei Ye's back for so long, she was exhausted. She hesitated for a moment. Then, with a sneaky expression, she secretly licked her lips. The hand that was originally holding on to Long Fei Ye's shoulder carefully reached out and slowly wrapped around Long Fei Ye's neck. Once she hugged him, Han Yunqi didn't dare to move. Seeing that Long Fei Yi didn't have any reaction, she timidly rejoiced. It was much easier to hug his arm like this. Her eyes darted around, and she licked her lips again. She tried to carefully turn her head to the side, pressing her small face against his shoulder. Of course, her movements were still stiff. Previously, when Long Fei Yi had taken her to kill the poisonous mosquitoes, it was Long Fei Yi who had domineeringly held her in his arms. But now, she was the one who took the initiative to get close. Would this guy think that she was fickle and didn't abide by the virtues of a wife? When she thought of his previous warning, Han Yunqi felt gloomy. Pedantic ancient people, ah. Han Yunqi waited for a while, but didn't hear any dissatisfaction from Long Fei Yi. She thought that this guy was so fast that he probably couldn't take care of her. At this moment, her tense nerves finally relaxed. She didn't even know what she was feeling guilty about. She secretly sighed in relief and muttered to herself, "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, my apologies. I don't have any other intentions. I just wanted to lean on your shoulder for a moment." Long Fei Ye's furrowed brows only loosened after the people behind him calmed down. From beginning to end, he remained calm and collected, but the light in his eyes grew deeper and deeper. There was a shadow at the bottom of his eyes, bright and dark, making it difficult for others to see through him. The entire journey was silent. There was only the sound of the wind whistling past, and the thumping heartbeats that neither of them was aware of. When they arrived at the Han residence, the sky was still dark. The sun always rose late in the winter. Han Yunqi pointed the way, and Long Fei Yi quickly and quietly landed on Third Madam's roof with her. Although she received Long Fei Ye's promise, Han Yunqi still didn't want to find any clues in Third Madam's room. It was best if the Han family didn't get involved. There would always be a way to find clues elsewhere. The Han family's courtyards were mostly the same. Based on her previous memories, Han Yunqi had a rough idea of the layout of Third Madam's courtyard. It was similar to a small courtyard house. At this moment, the courtyard was completely silent. No one had gotten up yet. However, Han Yunqi knew that her old mama would get up in less than 2 hours. "Can you tell me what the clue is now?" Long Fei Yi asked in a low voice. Han Yunqi concisely recounted the spring tea she drank in Third Madam's courtyard that day, as well as her discovery in the small wooden hut. Long Fei Yi was a smart person and immediately understood. It wasn't strange for snake venom to appear in Third Madam's small wooden hut. However, it just so happened that the snake venom had been replaced. This was a bit suspicious. So, I want to search the entire courtyard to see if there are any traces of other snake venom, Han Yunqi said seriously. The reason she was able to discover the snake venom in the small wooden hut was because the snake venom's toxicity was stronger than normal poisons. The detoxification system was more sensitive to it. The second reason was because the 2 drawers of the medicine cabinet hadn't been cleaned. Previously, Han Yunqi had hoped to find traces of other snake venom in this courtyard. Now, she truly didn't hope for that anymore. This clue is suspicious, but it's not very suspicious, Long Fei Yi said very objectively. Of course, Han Yunqi understood. I hope I'm just overthinking it. As soon as these words came out, a mocking sneer appeared on Long Fei Yi's lips. Seeing this, Han Yunqi was especially displeased. Take me down, she said coldly. Her tone carried an element of command. Long Fei Yi stared blankly as he met her angry eyes. For some reason, he didn't bicker with her. He landed with her in his arms and quietly pried open the door. Han Yunqi saw his nimble and experienced movements as he opened the door and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This guy was the high and mighty Duke of Qin, but his potential as a thief was actually so good. Needless to say, if it wasn't for Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi really wouldn't have been able to enter. As soon as the door was pushed open, Han Yunqi limped in. Long Fei Yi followed closely behind and quietly closed the door, leaving no trace behind. As soon as they entered, they arrived at the guest hall. Although it wasn't very likely that there would be traces of snake venom here, Han Yunqi still limped around in a circle and activated the detoxification system to search. Long Fei Yi was like a door god. He stood by the door and watched Han Yunqi's slowly moving figure in the dark. If Han Yunqi's hands and feet were nimble, she would be able to walk around very quickly. However, her foot was injured, so it was inevitable that she would be delayed. Fortunately, she had the detoxification system. Otherwise, if she really had to rely on manual search, she would probably have to trouble Long Fei Yi to accompany her several times. Very quickly, they searched all of Third Madam's courtyard but didn't find anything. Only Third Madam and Han Ruoshua's bedroom was left. At this time, the mother and daughter were both sleeping. Nothing. Long Fei Yi was clearly a bit disappointed. There are still 2 bedrooms. Let's continue searching, Han Yunqi said lightly, but her heart was secretly delighted. 2 or 3 snake venoms must be a coincidence. She must be thinking too much. Long Fei Yi didn't ask any more questions. He walked with Han Yunqi to Han Ruoshua's bedroom. A woman's boudoir was indeed different. As soon as they arrived at the door, they could smell a faint fragrance. Long Fei Yi hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "We'll come back when the sun rises." Han Yunqi looked at the sky and said seriously, "There's still time. We won't have to make another trip." First, Han Yunqi had a bet on her and didn't have that much time to waste. Second, if she didn't figure out what was going on, she wouldn't be able to sleep when she returned. There were no traces of snake venom anywhere. It was very likely that she was thinking too much. However, it was also very likely that the snake venom was hidden in the bedroom. Long Fei Yi was about to speak when Han Yunqi took out something similar to sandalwood from her medical bag. She carefully lit it, poked a hole in the paper window, and reached in. Don't say that sleeping incense was a despicable method, but it was always very useful at critical times. Han Yunqi calculated the time and laughed at Long Fei Yi. "Your Highness, pry open the door." No matter how Long Fei heard this, he only found it odd. Actually, if he wanted to investigate Third Madam, he could simply come here in broad daylight. Even if he turned the entire house upside down and left, no one would notice. He really had to be crazy to bring this woman here in the middle of the night to do such a thing. He pried open the door expressionlessly. Seeing Han Yunqi enter, he didn't move. He stood in the same place and didn't even look inside. He always avoided women's rooms. Moreover, there was someone sleeping inside. Han Ruoxiu was already asleep, and with the addition of the sleeping incense, it would be difficult for her to wake up no matter how loud the commotion was. Han Yunqi looked around before finally coming to the bed to investigate. Lifting the curtain, she saw that Han Ruoxiu's sleeping posture was not good at all. The spring scenery was a complete mess. Han Yunqi unconsciously turned to look outside the door. She thought that Long Fei Yi not coming in seemed to be the right thing to do. She didn't know whether to say it was regretful or fortunate. She didn't find any clues in Han Ruoxiu's room. Now, only third Madame Li was left. Han Yunqi didn't dare to look at Long Fei Ye's face. She thought that this guy should be so disappointed that his good mood for the night was about to disappear, right? Han Yunqi did the same as before. She first used the sleeping incense to knock Madame Li unconscious before opening the door. Long Fei Yi was still standing outside the door. Although he was standing, he was closely watching the movements around him. If third Madame Li was a traitor, then this courtyard was far from as simple as it looked. At the very least, there would be guards roaming around in secret. Madame Li's room was much bigger than Han Ruoxiu's, and this was the most suspicious place. Han Yunqi was very serious in her search. She was completely focused on the task, not wanting to miss a single clue. However, after a serious search, the detoxification system didn't give any hints. Finally, Han Yunqi's gaze landed on the bed. That was the last place in the entire courtyard that hadn't been searched yet. Third Madam, you definitely didn't use the 10,000 snake poison. Han Yunqi muttered to herself as she walked over step by step. If Long Fei Yi had followed her in, perhaps he would have already noticed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi was currently outside the door. Han Yunqi approached the bed step by step. How could she, who didn't know martial arts, detect the terrifying murderous aura in the curtain? Third Madam woke up as soon as she smelled the sleeping incense. At this moment, she was holding a sharp dagger in her hand. Third Madam's face was malicious and sinister. She was very different from her usual self. When she heard the voice talking to herself, she knew that it was Han Yunqi. She didn't think that Han Yunqi would really suspect her and actually dare to infiltrate the Han family to investigate her. What right did this girl have to suspect her? Could it be that she really found some clues in the small wooden house that day? The 3 drawers that she opened did indeed contain snake poison. However, they had already been cleaned and no scent was left behind. How did she find out? This girl was able to cure Mu Qingwu's 10,000 snake poison, so her poison skills shouldn't be bad. However, no matter how powerful a poison master was, they wouldn't be able to smell the residual scent of the 3 snake poisons. Third Madam was full of confusion, but at this time, she didn't have time to think so much. She hadn't even made a move yet, but this damned girl wanted to gain the initiative by striking first. Very well, she'll help her today. If Han Yunqi died here, no one would know. With one less detoxification expert in Tianning's imperial clan, she could save herself a lot of trouble. Thinking up to here, the killing intent in Third Madam's eyes grew stronger. Han Yunqi stopped in front of the curtain. If she didn't have the detoxification system, she wouldn't have investigated so carefully. But with the detoxification system in hand, she couldn't miss a single trace, including Third Madam's hands. She didn't want to find anything, but she had her principles. Since she'd promised the Long Fei Yi, she had to be serious to the end. She focused her mind and all her concentration to increase the detoxification system's sensitivity. Behind the curtain, Third Madam's cold phoenix eyes narrowed. She held the dagger in one hand and grabbed the curtain with the other. Han Yunqi raised her hand and grabbed the curtain as well. She was about to lift it when a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. Han Yunchi, are you done yet? Hearing this, Han Yunchi subconsciously turned her head. Behind the curtain, Third Madam suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Of course, she recognized this cold, emotionless voice. It was him, Long Fei Yi. Chapter 105. Long Fei Yi. It was actually Long Fei Yi. Third concubine had never seen Long Fei Yi in person, but they had already formed a deep grudge. In the past 2 months, Long Fei Yi had killed many of her subordinates. Even her eldest disciple, who could control poisonous mosquito swarms, had died at his hands. How could she not hate him? Third concubine wished she could rush out and fight Long Fei Yi to the death. However, she was naturally rational. She knew very well that she couldn't. She couldn't kill this man. Once she was exposed, Northern Li's years of hard work would all go to waste. She had been wondering why the guards hidden in the dark didn't make a move when Han Yunchi barged in. Now she finally understood. It turned out that Long Fei Yi had come. The guards were right not to make a move. Once they made a move, she would never be able to shake off suspicion. However, what she didn't understand was why Long Fei Yi was with Han Yunchi. Didn't he look down on this woman? Could it be that from the moment Han Yunchi cured Mu Qingwu's poison, she had gained Long Fei Ye's recognition? Furthermore, Han Yunchi, who was proficient in poisons, had helped Long Fei Yi in the investigation of the traitor? Therefore, Long Fei Yi, who knew nothing about poisons, was able to kill her eldest disciple? So the culprit was Han Yunchi? Thinking of this, third concubine's grip on the dagger tightened. Northern Li had spent many years training this group of traitors to guard against Long Fei Yi. Unexpectedly, they had been in hiding for many years. Just as they were about to start reaping the rewards, Han Yunchi had actually stepped in and disrupted all their plans. And now they had actually found her. Han Yunchi, if I don't kill you, I, Li Mingyue, swear I'm not human. Forced by the situation, Li Mingyue had no choice but to suppress her bellyful of anger. She quietly withdrew the dagger and lay back on her side. Soon, Han Yunchi replied to Long Fei Yi and abruptly lifted the curtain. She checked the entire bed and moved closer to third concubine to check her hand. The detoxification system still did not alert her. Phew! Han Yunchi heaved a huge sigh of relief. Her heart, that had been hanging in the air all night, was finally at ease. None of them. That's great. She gently patted Li Mingyue through the blanket and smiled. Third concubine, I've offended you. After that, he carefully tucked Li Mingyue in, put down the curtain, and left. However, when she heard the door close, Li Mingyue opened her eyes. Her face was terrifyingly gloomy. Great. Hee. Han Yunchi, I will definitely let you know what is truly good. As soon as Han Yunchi went out, Long Fei Yi saw her expression and guessed what had happened. However, he still asked, How is it? Nothing at all. Your Highness, I think we have misunderstood. Han Yunchi smiled. She was in a good mood. Not being able to find any other traces doesn't completely prove that there is no suspicion. Long Fei Ye's voice deepened. He was very dissatisfied. The 3 snake venoms in the wooden house are the most common. It's not surprising that they appeared here. Han Yunchi immediately defended herself. Then she continued, Of course, if your Highness still has doubts, you can ask third concubine whether or not the snake venom was let go and why. Han Yunchi had wanted to ask third concubine directly when she came to drink tea earlier. However, she thought that it might alert the enemy, so she decided to test it first. Now that nothing was found, there was nothing to worry about. Long Fei Yi was about to speak when the sound of water came from not far away. It seemed that the servants had woken up. Let's go. Without another word, Long Fei Yi immediately grabbed Han Yunchi and leaped onto the roof. In a moment, their figures disappeared into the dusky sky without a sound. When Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi returned to the hibiscus courtyard of the Duke of Qin's manor, the sun had already risen. Although Long Fei Yi was not very happy on the way back, he still remembered Han Yunchi's foot injury. He sent Han Yunqi to leisurely Cloud Pavilion, placed her in the drawing room, and had her sit on the table. At this moment, Zhao Mama came in with water. When she saw this scene, she subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, after hesitating for a moment, she still walked in with a smile and bowed. "This servant greets your highness and her ladyship." Long Fei Yi nodded and indicated for her to rise. Zhao Mama stood up and hurriedly poured 2 cups of tea. She glanced up at the loft and smiled. "Your highness and her ladyship woke up so early." When these words came out, Han Yunqi almost spat out the tea in her mouth. What did Zhao Mama mean? Did she misunderstand that Long Fei Yi stayed here last night? Obviously, Long Fei Yi also understood the meaning of these words. He lightly coughed a few times and lowered his head to drink his tea without saying a word. "Your highness, her ladyship, please wait a moment. This servant will go prepare breakfast," Zhao Mama hurriedly said and turned to leave. However, Long Fei Yi spoke at this time. "No need. This prince still has matters to attend to. No matter how busy your highness is, you should still eat breakfast. Don't starve yourself," Zhao Mama advised. However, Long Fei Yi stood up and didn't pay much attention to Zhao Mama. He said to Han Yunqi, "Don't act rashly and alert the enemy. This prince has his own arrangements, understand?" Actually, Han Yunqi had tried to persuade Long Fei Yi along the way, but he still wanted to investigate. "You stop here." Long Fei Yi's voice deepened. He had carried this woman on his back and listened to her chatter by his ear the entire way back. His patience had basically run out. Han Yunqi pursed her lips and could only remain silent. Long Fei Yi seemed to be afraid that she would act rashly, so he gave her a meaningful look before turning to leave. Once he left, Han Yunqi rolled her eyes. Although she couldn't accept Long Fei Yi's decision emotionally, logically speaking, she still agreed that this matter should be investigated. After all, the traitor was hidden very well. As long as there was even the slightest bit of suspicion, they couldn't let it go. Han family, Han family. AI! She didn't know what the fate of the Han family would be like. "Esteemed Princess Consort, why didn't you ask His Highness to stay for breakfast?" Zhao Mama asked. Han Yunqi recovered her senses and replied without thinking, "Why did you ask him to stay?" Zhao Mama was suddenly at a loss for words. She didn't know what was going on. No reason. "This servant will go prepare breakfast now," Zhao Mama said and quickly retreated. She sighed in her heart. These 2 masters' thoughts were too hard to read. Looking at Zhao Mama's back, Han Yunqi's stomach suddenly grumbled. She couldn't remind her that she was hungry. Once she was reminded, her stomach would immediately feel hungry. Han Yunqi was suspicious and carefully jumped down from the table. When her feet touched the ground, she remembered that she had left her shoes and socks in the solitary courtyard. She limped towards the warm couch and lazily lay down, letting out a sigh of relief. Last night, she seemed to have done a lot of things. However, she felt that time had passed very quickly. She had to admit that she still hadn't recovered her senses yet. She didn't know if that guy was hungry or not. What was he busy with so early in the morning? Was he going to protect the people on the list last night? In her impression, there were still a lot of people on the list who were still alive. No matter how busy he was, eating wouldn't take too much time. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with a sense of loss that she didn't even notice. She curled her lips and didn't want to think about that guy, who was the head of the Northern Li country's spies. Could it be that they knew him and that he was hiding by their side? As Han Yunqi mused and pondered, she unknowingly fell asleep. Zhao Mama came to deliver breakfast. Seeing her tired appearance, she didn't dare to disturb her. Thus, Han Yunqi slept until the afternoon, until Mu Qingwu came to see her. Mu Qingwu's work efficiency was pretty good. In a few days, he had investigated and sorted out a detailed investigation report. It recorded in detail the people who had been in contact with him for the past 3 years, as well as the things that had happened. Han Yunqi slept for a while and was completely awake. She silently looked at the investigation report and didn't miss a single piece of information. There were a lot of people recorded in this report. There were 5 good friends of Mu Qingguo, 4 male cousins of Mu Qingguo, 2 female cousins, and the last one, which was also the most conspicuous one, Mu Luiwe. Although Han Yunqi never deliberately excluded Mu Luiwe, when she saw this name, she couldn't help but smile. She had to admit that Mu Qingguo was really a wonderful person. You really wrote your blood-related little sister down? Han Yunqi teasingly asked. The Princess Consort said that the person who poisoned me had borrowed the hands of others, not to mention my blood-related little sister. Even if there was a need, I would still write my father's name down. Mu Qingguo had thick eyebrows and large eyes. His eyes sparkled, and he looked very serious when he was serious. Han Yunqi's heart was filled with admiration. She nodded and continued looking. In the report, there was a detailed note behind each person's name. It recorded the frequency of contact with Mu Qingguo, the location of the meeting, and the specific things that had happened. After Han Yunqi finished looking over the names, she started from the first one and carefully looked over them one by one. While she was looking, she teasingly asked, "Young General, this is your private matter. As long as you can help find the traitor, even if the Princess Consort wants to see the military secrets, you can ask the Emperor for permission." Mu Qingguo was still very serious. I don't want to know." Han Yunqi quickly refused. She understood that the more she knew, the more dangerous it would be. Han Yunqi looked and gradually became serious. Mu Qingguo waited on the side, not daring to make a sound. When he inadvertently raised his head and saw Han Yunqi's serious face, he couldn't look away. Since the first time he saw this woman in front of the Duke of Qin's manor, he knew that this woman wasn't simple. Only, he never thought that they would have so many interactions. He always thought that if she didn't marry into the Duke of Qin's manor, perhaps they wouldn't even have any interactions. Han Yunqi was focused on the report, so how could she know that Mu Qingguo was staring at her from the side? She looked over all the records one by one. Most of them didn't have anything suspicious. When friends invited each other, they mostly drank. The 10,000 snake poison definitely couldn't be put in wine. She was certain of this point. Moreover, the drinking frequency wasn't high. As for the interactions between the cousins, although they were frequent, there wasn't any pattern. Most of the time, they just visited the manor. In the end, Han Yunqi's gaze fell on Mu Liuyue's information. It had to be said that Mu Luiyue and Mu Qingguo's interactions were the most frequent. Basically, when Mu Qingguo returned to the great general's estate, he would see his sister. This was all very normal. However, there was one record that caught Han Yunqi's attention. Mu Luiyue actually invited Mu Qingguo to the outskirts of the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House from time to time for tea. Han Yunqi suddenly raised her head to look at Mu Qingguo. At the same time, Mu Qingguo was also staring at her. In that instant, their eyes met and their gazes met. Mu Qingguo was like a thief who had been caught at the scene. He immediately lowered his head in guilt. However, Han Yunqi was alarmed and didn't notice his abnormality. She anxiously asked, "Young General, does your sister often invite you to tea?" Mu Qingguo's ears were a little hot. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. He also didn't know what was wrong with him. He raised his head with difficulty and answered, "Yes, once or twice a month. It's the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House in the outskirts of the city. Luiyue is a frequent customer there. Once or twice a month." Han Yunqi was suspicious. Once or twice a month. This frequency was different from the frequency of poisoning. The difference was too great. "Do you buy tea from there?" Han Yunqi asked again. She knew that most people who went to the tea house would buy tea, leaves back. Chapter 106. Mu Luiyue had often invited Mu Qingguo to the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House for tea these past few years, but the frequency wasn't high, so it didn't match the frequency of poisoning. However, most people who drank tea would buy tea from the tea house, so the tea leaves they bought would naturally be brewed every day. The focus was originally on the tea leaves, but hearing Mu Qingwu's words, Han Yunqi paid even more attention. Mu Qingwu recalled for a moment, then seriously said, usually they would bring back a lot of tea leaves. The tea leaves there are much better than other places, and there are many unique varieties. Han Yunqi thoughtfully nodded. She had previously checked the tea leaves that Mu Qingwu had left at home and the military camp, but there was no poison. Last time, the tea leaves that I checked were they also bought from the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House. Han Yunqi asked again. Han Yunqi had already asked this. So if Mu Qingwu still didn't realize that there was a problem with the tea leaves, then he would be an idiot. Esteemed Wang Fei, you suspect that they poisoned the tea leaves? Mu Qingwu suspiciously asked. I can only say that the tea leaves cannot be ruled out. They are much more suspicious than other things. Han Yunqi truthfully said. Mu Qingwu knitted his handsome brows and seriously pondered. After a while he explained in detail. I'm quite picky when it comes to tea leaves. The tea from the military camp was all brought by my family. The tea at home, some of it was given by friends, and some of it was given by Luiwei. Mu Qingwu said and smiled. I didn't buy much myself. Han Yunqi also smiled. Generally speaking, people who drank tea didn't buy tea, and people who bought tea didn't drink tea. Mu Qingwu was a noble young general, so how many people were lining up to give him good tea? If this 10,000 snake poison wasn't a slow-acting poison, it would take a long time for it to be administered slowly. She estimated that it wouldn't be easy for them to find clues among the tea leaves that were given by so many people. Fortunately, the poison had a frequency, and they could follow the frequency as a clue. There was no need for Han Yunqi to ask. Mu Qingwu already knew. He added, the tea given by an outsider is not fixed, so we can basically rule it out. When he said this, he was shocked. He looked at Han Yunqi abruptly and said in a louder voice, could it be Luiwei? Han Yunqi already had her suspicions, but she just couldn't say it out loud. Since Mu Qingwu had said it himself, she didn't have to be polite. If the problem really lies with the tea leaves, she's the biggest suspect. Mu Qingwu's face turned pale when he heard this, but he didn't deny anything. Han Yunqi understood his dilemma and said faintly, Young General, it's just a speculation now. We have to confirm that the tea leaves are poisonous before we can make further speculations. Of course, I believe that your sister absolutely doesn't have the intention to harm you. I'm just afraid that she's being used by someone. After all, she was his biological sister. No matter how straightforward and upright Mu Qingwu was, he still had feelings. When he heard Han Yunqi's words, he raised his head again. Don't worry, Princess Consort. This one will do his best to cooperate with your investigation. With these words, Han Yunqi was still relieved. She personally poured a cup of tea for Mu Qingwu and continued to ask, Young General, think about it seriously. Do you still have tea leaves in your house that haven't been checked? Mu Qingwu didn't think about it. He was very sure. No. Then, do you still have the jar of tea leaves that you drank before? Han Yunqi asked again. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly knitted, just like her expression when she was detoxifying the poison, very serious. Mu Qingwu still shook his head. He had high expectations for tea leaves. Most of the time, the tea leaves would be thrown away before he finished drinking them. This was because even if the tea leaves were well preserved, the taste would still change after a long time. Then, how long will young General drink a jar of tea leaves? Han Yunqi asked curiously. That's not certain. Different tea leaves have different ways of preservation and time. The longest is 2 months, and the shortest is more than 10 days. Mu Qingwu answered truthfully. Han Yunqi nodded and memorized it in her heart. Then she asked, Then, Does young General remember what tea leaves your sister sent over? What kind of tea leaves were most of them? Where did they come from? Since they had confirmed this clue, they naturally had to investigate it closely and not let go of any possibility. Mu Qinggu recalled as he answered. She sent over a variety of tea leaves. As long as there was spring, summer, and autumn tea leaves, she would send them over. Occasionally, she would also send over some flower tea. Flower tea? Han Yunqi didn't understand. Normally, only women would drink flower tea. Strictly speaking, flower tea wasn't tea. Seeing Han Yunqi's suspicion, Mu Qinggu knew that she had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, "It should be floral green tea." She used the natural fragrance of flowers to smoke the tea leaves so that the tea leaves would have a floral fragrance. When brewed, it would have a floral fragrance. As soon as he said this, Han Yunqi became alert. There was no doubt that the fragrance of this kind of flower tea could hide the smell of many poisons. Does young General remember what kinds of tea leaves he often drinks? Han Yunqi asked. Mu Qinggu thought for a moment, asked for a pen and paper, and wrote down all the tea leaves that Mu Luiwe had sent over. Once he wrote it down, it was clear at a glance. Among the tea leaves that Mu Luiwe had sent over, the most was green tea, followed by floral green tea, and black tea was the least. White tea and black tea were only sent once or twice. How long can green tea and floral green tea be preserved generally? Han Yunqi continued to ask. Green tea can be preserved for more than a month. If it's preserved well, it can be preserved for 1.5 months. Floral green tea can be preserved for up to 2 months. Mu Qinggu replied. From the looks of it, based on the frequency of poisoning, the target was green tea and floral green tea. Han Yunqi's lips curled into a smile as she asked, "Did your sister buy all these tea leaves from the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House?" Mu Qinggu nodded. Most of them are from the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House. The tea cans all have the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House's logo. However, there are also some that don't have a logo. They should have been given to her by someone else. Given to her by someone else? This matter was a little more troublesome. Han Yunqi wasn't in a hurry. She slowly looked through the clues, one by one. She glanced outside and saw that it was already late. If she went out at this time, it would probably be dark by the time she reached the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House. Young General, how about we go to the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House tomorrow morning? I'll listen to esteemed Wang Fei's arrangements. Mu Qinggu was very easy to discuss. Even though there were many matters to attend to in the military, he didn't dare to delay this matter. First, it concerned his own life. Second, His Highness Duke of Qin was watching closely. After arranging a departure time for the next day, Mu Qinggu took his leave. However, Han Yunqi wasn't idle. Green tea, floral green tea, she muttered to herself as she dove into the study. She didn't come out even when the sky was dark. Zhao Mama paced back and forth in front of the study several times, hesitating whether or not she should knock on the door. This mistress hadn't eaten breakfast, lunch, or even lunch. The sky was already dark, and it was almost time for dinner. Zhao Mama couldn't help but bring the food to the door. Zhao Mama was about to knock on the door when Long Fei Yi came in unexpectedly. Seeing this, Zhao Mama put the food to the side and hurried over. She bowed respectfully, "Your Highness." Long Fei Yi was travel-worn. He had probably been busy the whole day. He swept a glance around the room and said in a cold voice, "Where is she?" Zhao Mama clearly knew who he was asking about, but she deliberately played dumb. "Is your Highness asking about esteemed Wang Fei?" Long Fei Ye's voice suddenly turned cold, but he still said the same 2 simple words, "Where is she?" Zhao Mama didn't dare to play dumb and hurriedly replied, "Esteemed Wang Fei is in the study." Zhao Mama thought he would go over and was about to talk about dinner when Long Fei Yi casually threw a package to her. His tone was very unfriendly. "Give it to her. Tell her to look after it well." It's not something that should be thrown around. It was a small thing wrapped in a brocade cloth. Zhao Mama held it in her hand and secretly touched it. She didn't know what was inside. Of course. She didn't dare to ask too much. She replied, yes. Long Fei Yi seemed to want to say something else, but he only pursed his lips and got up to leave without saying a word. Your Highness, please wait. Zhao Mama called him back. Long Fei Yi looked over and didn't even open his golden mouth. He really was a man who cherished his words like gold. Zhao Mama had long gotten used to it. Her eyes flashed with a secret smile as she said, Your Highness, it's getting late. Why don't you have dinner here? No need. Long Fei Yi refused without a second thought. Aside from necessary banquets, he didn't have the habit of eating with others. Even when it came to Grand Concubine Yi, he tactfully declined. But Zhao Mama only sighed softly and said helplessly, Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei's been in the study all day. She hasn't eaten any of the 3 meals a day. This old woman can't persuade her otherwise. But perhaps esteemed Wang Fei will listen to the Wang Ye's words. Long Fei Ye's deep eyes flashed with displeasure as he glanced at the study door. Zhao Mama had served His Highness for many years and knew his temper well. He had to have his own ideas, or else he'd have left long ago. Zhao Mama couldn't help but feel expectant, but Long Fei Yi stared for a while before saying cold, It's her business that she doesn't eat. It has nothing to do with your lordship. There's no need to report this in the future. This, all right. Zhao Mama wasn't surprised, but a little disappointed. But Long Fei Yi had hardly finished speaking when there was a creak as the door to the study opened. Han Yunqi's face was expressionless as she openly walked out. Since when had she been in the study all day? She'd been sleeping for most of the day, all right? Since when had she not eaten any of the 3 meals a day? She'd been so busy that she'd forgotten to eat, all right? She'd never mistreated herself. As soon as she felt hungry, she'd immediately go out to look for food. Who knew that just as she was about to open the door, she'd hear Zhao Mama's complaint. Then, she'd heard Long Fei Ye's heartless words. What a heartless bastard! Han Yunqi's sudden appearance surprised Zhao Mama and Long Fei Yi. Zhao Mama was extremely embarrassed, afraid that her words would be exposed. However, Han Yunqi wasn't that bored. Her foot still hurt, so she limped over and bowed. Your Highness, Long Fei Yi squeezed out a word from the corner of his mouth. He didn't know why he was so uncomfortable. Han Yunqi stood up and turned to ask, Zhao Mama, I'm hungry. Can you call for food? As she spoke, she walked towards the side hall without even looking at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi frowned again. Seeing this, Zhao Mama couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She didn't dare to say anything and could only lower her head and slip away from the side to deliver the food. Long Fei Yi was left hanging in the living room with no one to serve him. Zhao Mama carried the fragrant food, but didn't dare to walk past him. She purposely took a detour to the side hall to deliver the food. Han Yunqi was starving. Once the food was served, she began to eat heartily. Who knew that she'd only eaten a few mouthfuls when something wrapped in brocade was thrown in from outside and landed in front of her. She turned back and saw Long Fei's icy face as he walked in. Chapter 107. Long Fei Yi lifted his robes and sat down in front of Han Yunqi. Cold, he said. Zhao Mama, add another pair of chopsticks. This prince will be having dinner here tonight. Hearing that His Highness was staying for dinner, Zhao Mama was naturally delighted. She immediately added more chopsticks and bowls as she said with a smile, Your Highness, please wait a moment. This servant will go to the kitchens to add a few more dishes, as well as a jug of Your Highness's favorite grape wine. Unfortunately, neither Long Fei Yi nor Han Yunqi paid any attention to her. The two of them were currently staring at each other. When Zhao Mama saw that the atmosphere wasn't right, she immediately shut her mouth and resentfully slipped away. Han Yunqi looked at Long Fei Yi, for a moment before her gaze moved down and landed on the small bundle on the table. She deliberately put down her chopsticks and asked unhappily, "Your Highness, it's not good for you to just throw this thing around, right?" No matter what it was, even if he wanted to give it to her, he shouldn't throw it over like this. So rude. This is indeed not something that can be casually thrown around. It's best if you keep it well. Don't let this prince see it a second time. Long Fei Yi warned. When these words came out, Han Yunqi was puzzled. Could it be that this bundle contained her things? My things? She asked suspiciously. A trace of disdain appeared on Long Fei Ye's lips, but he didn't reply. Han Yunqi hurriedly took it and carefully opened it. Who knew that what greeted her eyes was actually her shoes and socks? One shoe and one sock, which were the ones she took off in Solitary Park last night. Last night, her feet had been bandaged with medicine, and they were so swollen that she couldn't wear shoes and socks, so she could only go barefoot. She had completely forgotten about these things. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would actually bring them back for her? Although these things couldn't be casually thrown around, it wasn't enough for him to throw them over with a dark face. Although her heart was dissatisfied, Han Yunqi was still very polite. "Many thanks to your Highness. Qinxia will remember." Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi asked coldly, "So, that night you didn't wear shoes, went into the prison barefoot, and went to the Han family barefoot?" The ancients were conservative, and this man was simply an antique among the conservatives. Who cared whether she was barefoot or not? He was not her real husband, so he was too nosy. Han Yunqi answered honestly, "Yes." As soon as he said this, Long Fei Yi suddenly frowned and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Han Yunqi didn't want to pay attention to him. However, being stared at by him, she felt a murderous aura around her. Good women don't fight with old men. She hurriedly explained, "Qinxia's feet are wrapped in thick gauze, so I can't wear shoes and socks." As she spoke, she was afraid that this fellow wouldn't believe her, so she hurriedly kicked him and lifted her skirt. "If you don't believe me, look." Long Fei Yi tilted his head to look and saw that Han Yunqi's injured feet were wrapped in thick layers of white gauze from her ankle to her toes. Those who didn't know better would think that it was a plaster cast. Long Fei Yi seemed to be very satisfied with this. He retracted his gaze and didn't pursue the matter. He coughed lightly and asked mildly, "You applied medicine last night. Is it still not better?" "Ha!" Han Yunqi sneered inwardly. This fellow was satisfied and knew how to care for others? He was satisfied, but she was still unhappy. Han Yunqi raised her head and narrowed her eyes into a smile, her expression completely harmless. Long Fei Yi was stunned. What was this woman smiling about? Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi's expression immediately changed. Her face was gloomy as she said coldly, "Thanks to your Highness, it won't recover so quickly." Actually, it was just a sprain. Moreover, Long Fei Yi's medicine was quite effective, so it would recover very quickly. However, she had almost been crippled by this fellow last night. The strength of his hands when applying medicine was enough to ruin her feet. Han Yunqi changed her expression as quickly as flipping a book. Long Fei Yi didn't expect this and was silent. Han Yunqi smiled again. "Thank you for your Highness' concern." Long Fei Yi looked at her and became even more silent. His deep gaze deepened. Han Yunqi hated the feeling of being inferior in front of this fellow the most. Even though she was a little timid, she still met his gaze openly. At this moment, Long Fei Yi suddenly stood up. He was leaving? Han Yunqi immediately lowered her eyes and ignored the disappointment in her heart. So what if she was bold enough to provoke him? Wasn't this fellow always like this? He would either be so domineering that she couldn't say anything, or leave without saying a word. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't leave. Instead, he changed his position and sat down beside Han Yunqi. "Feet." His voice was cold as he said one word. Han Yunqi was stunned and blurted out, "What are you doing?" Long Fei Yi didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and picked up her feet, placing them on his thighs. "Let go." Han Yunchi was fierce. She was about to struggle when Long Fei Yi held her down and said in a low voice, "Don't move." Han Yunchi still wanted to struggle, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. She frowned as she looked at him. She couldn't see his face, but she realized that this fellow's side profile looked better than his face. The lines were so perfect that they looked like they were carved. He was especially cold and handsome. Han Yunchi looked at him and unknowingly quieted down. Long Fei Yi pressed down on Han Yunchi's feet with one hand and used the other to untie the bundles of gauze that were wrapped around Han Yunchi's feet. There were a lot of gauze, at least 20 layers thick. Unlike last night, his movements were much gentler tonight. He untied the layers one by one, and his patience wasn't inferior to that of a professional physician like Han Yunchi. Han Yunchi watched silently. She didn't know why, but when she saw his careful movements, her heart unknowingly became cautious as well. After a while, the gauze wrapped around her ankle and toes were all untied. Last night, this fellow's rough punishment, coupled with the fact that she didn't have a good rest after getting injured, caused her ankle to be even more swollen than last night. Long Fei Yi looked down and his eyes darkened. "Medicine," he said indifferently. Han Yunchi was stunned and blurted out, "What?" "There's medicine in the cloth bundle." He didn't look up, and his gaze was fixed on her ankle. Han Yunchi then understood. She hurriedly searched the cloth bundle and found a bottle of medicine. It was the same bottle that was used last night. This fellow even brought medicine over. Han Yunchi suddenly regretted being so petty and sarcastic towards him. She didn't dare to look at him. She lowered her head and handed the medicine over. Long Fei Yi opened the bottle and poured some into his palms. He first rubbed it in his palms, then lifted Han Yunchi's ankle with one hand like last night. Only this time, his movements were extremely gentle. The moment his palm touched her ankle, Han Yunchi felt as if the skin on her foot had touched ice. The burning pain disappeared in an instant. She instinctively looked up at him. At this moment, Long Fei Yi was also looking over. When their eyes met, Han Yunchi's ears suddenly burned. She couldn't control it, even if she wanted to. Damn it! She cursed herself in her heart, afraid that Long Fei Yi would find out. "Does it hurt like this?" Long Fei Yi asked indifferently. Han Yunchi immediately shook her head when she got nervous. Actually, it did hurt a little. Long Fei Yi covered her ankle with his other hand and gently placed it on the red and swollen area. He asked again, "How about this?" The cold sensation covered her skin from top to bottom and seeped into her body. It made her tense muscles relax, and there was an indescribable sense of relief. "It doesn't hurt." Han Yunchi shook her head again. This time it really didn't hurt. Long Fei Yi's hand moved up and down, gently rubbing it open. However, just this gentle rubbing caused Han Yunchi to feel as if she had been electrocuted. She couldn't help but have goosebumps all over her body. His palm was warm and the medicine was cold. The feeling of cold and hot rubbing against each other was indescribably wonderful. Han Yunchi felt as if she couldn't take it anymore. Long Fei Yi was still continuing. His technique was superb. Gradually, his movements expanded and his strength increased. However, Han Yunchi didn't feel any pain. She only felt her foot relax. This was simply a kind of enjoyment. She slowly closed her eyes and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "So comfortable!" Who would have thought that at this moment a loud bang could be heard from the door? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi both turned to see Zhao Mama standing awkwardly at the door. Her feet were scattered all over the floor. Zhao Mama was frightened. She had served His Highness Duke of Qin for so long, but she had never seen him personally apply medicine for anyone. Moreover, it was a woman. Moreover, he was massaging her. Seeing Zhao Mama's astonished expression, Han Yunchi lowered her head and also felt awkward. She felt as if she and Long Fei Yi had done something shameful. However, Long Fei Yi acted as if nothing had happened. Coldly he said, "Zhao Mama, go get some gauze." Zhao Mama was stunned for a moment and didn't move. "You're still not going?" Long Fei Yi asked in displeasure. Only then did Zhao Mama regain her senses. She hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, this servant will go right away." "Are you feeling better now?" Long Fei Yi asked mildly. There was no coldness in his deep eyes, but there was also no concern. It was as if he was asking an unimportant question. Han Yunqi looked into his eyes and suddenly realized that she didn't understand this man at all. "I'm feeling better," she answered truthfully. Taking the gauze from Zhao Mama, Long Fei Yi nimbly bandaged her wound. Only then did Han Yunqi realize that he was very experienced in bandaging her wound. It seemed that he often did this. Did he often bandage her wound? Or did he often help others? Han Yunqi was still in a daze when Long Fei Yi finished bandaging her wound. There were only 2 thin layers of gauze. "This won't hinder you from wearing shoes and socks," he said expressionlessly. He was actually still thinking about this. Han Yunqi couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Long Fei Yi immediately frowned and said coldly, "Is there a problem?" "No, it's quite good." Han Yunqi didn't dare to tell the truth. She was thinking that whoever really married this conservative man in the future and became his true wife would be under his strict control. Who knows, he might even shelter his mistress and raise her in his boudoir, not showing her face to anyone. Long Fei Yi didn't ask any more questions. He put her foot down and threw the ointment to her. He said mildly, "It's not a big problem. You can change it again tomorrow. Don't touch water and walk less." "Okay." Han Yunqi nodded. The famous doctor of a generation instantly turned into an obedient patient. Long Fei Yi got up. He didn't have any intention of staying for dinner and turned to leave. "How's your Highness' investigation of the Han family's matter going?" Han Yunqi asked anxiously. "Not yet," Long Fei replied without stopping his steps. Han Yunqi didn't look back and didn't ask any more questions. She lowered her eyes and listened to his footsteps in silence. Suddenly, Long Fei Yi opened his mouth. "Is there any progress on the tea leaves?" Han Yunqi immediately looked back and saw him standing at the door, looking in her direction. "There's a bit of progress. Tomorrow I'll be going to the Heavenly Fragrance tea house with the young general," she quickly replied. Long Fei Yi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and left. After his figure disappeared, Han Yunqi slowly turned back to look at the table full of food. She didn't know why she was so happy, but she couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Zhao Mama was baffled as she watched from the side. His Highness didn't stay for dinner, but esteemed Wang Fei was still happy? She timidly asked, "Esteemed Wang Fei, the food is already cold. Do you want this old servant to warm it up?" "No need." Han Yunqi picked up her chopsticks. Her appetite seemed to have improved as she ate in big mouthfuls and drank large mouthfuls of soup. That night, the lights in Long Fei Yi's bedroom were lit the entire time. Han Yunqi leaned against the chaise lounge by the window in deep thought. Unknowingly, she fell asleep. Chapter 108. The next day, before Mu Qinggu arrived, Steward Xia delivered a large pile of tea leaves. Most of them were spring tea leaves, autumn tea leaves, and winter tea leaves. All of them were freshly preserved. Who said that the preservation conditions in ancient times were limited? Seeing the things in front of her, Han Yunqi could only sigh. Since ancient times, there was nothing that couldn't be done with money. Looking at the pots of fragrant tea leaves, she didn't even bother to eat breakfast. She went straight to the study to do her experiments. Just like before, she separated and matched the tea water and tea leaves. She even deliberately used green tea to try a few more times. Unfortunately, the results were very disappointing. Once again, everything failed. There were no surprises. According to the method of roasting, she classified the tea leaves into spring, autumn, and winter according to the harvest season. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed. Han, Yunqi walked out of the study with her head lowered. She was somewhat disheartened. Did she suspect the wrong person, or did she miss something? The place of origin? Could it be the place of origin? Other than the method of roasting and harvest season, the only other way to classify tea leaves was the place of origin. Thinking of this, Han Yunqi regained her spirit. Perhaps she would be able to gain something from the celestial fragrance tea shop today. Esteemed Wang Fei, it's time to eat. Zhao Mama reminded her. Han Yunqi recovered her senses. Just as she sat down, Zhao Mama said, "His Highness woke up early and is making tea in the courtyard." Han Yunqi's chopsticks paused for a moment. It was only for a moment, but she didn't react. Zhao Mama looked down at her for a long time, then casually said, "His Highness likes the red South Peak from the Celestial Fragrance tea shop the most." Han Yunqi was still silent. She minded her own business and ate as if she didn't hear anything. After eating, seeing that Zhao Mama wasn't around, Han Yunqi walked out of the courtyard. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to the large garden. Unfortunately, she didn't even see a shadow. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mama suddenly appeared behind her and chuckled. "Esteemed Wang Fei," Han Yunqi jumped in fright. She felt guilty as if she was a thief. She turned around and said fiercely, "What are you doing?" Zhao Mama felt wronged and said timidly, "The attendant outside reported that the young general is waiting for you at the back door." Han Yunqi's anger finally subsided. She hurriedly left as if she was running away. Mu Qinggu saw Han Yunqi limping out and realized that her leg was injured. "Esteemed Wang Fei, what's wrong with your leg?" Actually, Han Yunqi could already walk normally, but she didn't dare use too much strength for fear of repercussions. That was why she was limping. She jumped into the carriage. "It's nothing." "Wang Fei, why don't we go another day, your leg? Although it's Mu, of the Wang Fei, of course, and I." Han Yunqi reminded her with a smile. Including today, there were only 12 days left in her bet with Mu Luiwe. Mu Qinggu didn't know how to answer and could only get into the carriage. However, he didn't dare to sit in the same carriage as esteemed Wang Fei. Instead, he sat beside the coachman. Han Yunqi wanted to let him sit in the carriage, but she remembered Long Fei Ye's warning yesterday. She hesitated for a moment and gave up. Long Fei was a bit of an old-fashioned antique, but in this world, no matter if one was a young girl or a married woman, as long as one was a woman, they had to restrain themselves. If they didn't, they'd be caught red-handed and get themselves into more trouble. When they arrived at the Heavenly Fragrance tea shop, it was still early. There weren't many guests in the tea garden. The Heavenly Fragrance tea shop was surrounded by 3 tea mountains. In front of it was a stream. The environment was beautiful and quiet. The tea garden occupied a large area. There were more than 30 courtyards of various sizes. Moreover, in the southwest corner, there was a hot spring villa under the Heavenly Fragrance tea garden's name. Not to mention the manpower and resources used to build this tea garden. Just the land on the outskirts of the capital was priceless. It was said that the owner of the Heavenly Fragrance tea shop was an extremely low-key person. His whereabouts were very mysterious. He was a man with wealth that could rival a country. Even now, no one who came to drink tea had seen him in person. Mu Qinggu had already made an appointment. When he saw the general's carriage, the manservant at the gate didn't dare to stop him. He also didn't dare to neglect him. He immediately led the carriage to a separate courtyard. This courtyard was called the New Rain Courtyard. It was the courtyard that Mu Luiwe had reserved for a long time. It just so happened that she didn't come today. As soon as Han Yunqi got off the carriage, she was drawn in by her surroundings. This independent courtyard was very private, surrounded by high walls and a garden full of blooming flowers. There was even a tea table hidden among the flowers, with incense burning in spirals that seeped into one's nose. "Esteemed Wang Fei, be careful." Mu Qinggu signaled with his eyes, and the servant girl immediately came forward to support her. Han Yunqi said that there was no need. She limped along the stone path into the flowers and sat down cross-legged beside the tea table. If it wasn't for the fact that she had something to do, she really wanted to stay here for a few days and relax a bit. If this place was placed in the modern era, it would be the highest level of high-class clubs. It was suitable for secret meetings, and it was even more suitable for lovers. It seems like the Princess Consort likes this place very much. Mu Qinggu also sat down. If there was a pot of good tea, that would be even better. Han Yunqi jokingly said. Today he'd come to take a look at the tea house, as well as to inquire about Mu Liyue's spending and social records. Han Yunqi was absolutely certain that Mu Liyue wouldn't harm her own brother. If someone had borrowed her hands to poison the tea leaves, then the 10,000 snake poison would either come from the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop or from the tea leaves gifted by her friends. The Heavenly Fragrance Tea Garden's tea leaves all had labels. If it was the Heavenly Fragrance Tea Garden that poisoned them, then it would be too obvious. The culprit wouldn't be that stupid. Han Yunqi was more inclined to believe that it was Mu Liyue's friends who poisoned them. If it was a friend who gave her poison tea leaves, then it must be someone who frequently gave her tea leaves. Since ancient times, giving gifts was a common occurrence. However, this gift wasn't randomly given, and it wasn't randomly accepted. Mu Liyue, this young miss who spent lavishly on food and clothes, wasn't greedy. She didn't lack a few pots of tea leaves. There must be a reason why she could frequently accept other people's tea gifts. Either the tea leaves were especially good and could capture Mu Liyue's taste, or the person who gave the tea was someone who had a good relationship with Mu Liyue. Mu Liyue didn't come to the Heavenly Fragrance Tea Garden just to buy tea, but also to meet friends to drink tea. Han Yunqi naturally had to investigate the Heavenly Fragrance Tea Garden first. Mu Qinggu ordered green tea. The tea servant's tea skills were very professional. Washing, taking, steeping, carrying, drinking, pouring, and cleaning were all very particular. Han Yunqi tasted a few cups before asking, "Are these tea leaves from the tea garden?" Replying to the Princess Consort, the tea leaves provided by the tea garden all come from the 3 tea mountains in the back. They are all roasted by the tea garden. However, customers can also bring their own tea here. The tea servant answered truthfully. Han Yunqi thoughtfully nodded and asked, "Does young Miss Mu often bring her own tea here?" When these words came out, the tea servant didn't immediately answer. Instead, she looked embarrassed. The tea servant in each independent courtyard of the Heavenly Fragrance Tea Garden was fixed. Many of the independent courtyards were reserved by customers all year round. These tea servants became private tea servants and only served fixed people. If it weren't for Mu Qinggu today, Han Yunqi might not have been able to enter this sinew courtyard. The tea servants served the customers and saw and heard the most things. Their first duty was to keep the customers' secrets. If esteemed Wang Fei asks you a question, just answer it. "I've already informed your deacon," Mu Qinggu said indifferently. In fact, if he wanted to investigate Mu Liyue, he only needed to ask her. However, Mu Qinggu knew his sister's temperament the best. It was fine if he didn't ask. Once he asked, not only would she not answer truthfully, but she would also fabricate many lies to interfere with the investigation. Therefore, he could only bring esteemed Princess Consort to the Heavenly Fragrance Tea Garden to investigate. After all, Mu Qinggu was Mu Liyue's brother. With his words, the tea servant felt much more relieved and immediately answered, replying to esteemed Princess Consort, "Young Miss Mu doesn't bring her own tea every time she comes. When she comes, she drinks the tea from the tea garden. When she comes with friends, it's usually her friends who bring her tea." When these words came out, Han Yunqi and Mu Qinggu immediately became alert. Without a doubt, this situation was very consistent with their speculations. "Who does young Miss drink tea with?" Mu Qinggu quickly asked. The tea servant thought for a moment and answered, There are several people who come often. Princess Chongping, the third miss of the Prime Minister's family, the eldest miss of the military secretary's family, the seventh miss of the Lin family, the second miss of the Han family. The tea servant said a bunch of names. Even Mu Qingguo was surprised. He didn't expect his sister to have so many friends. At the end of her speech, the servant girl added, "Eldest young miss came here with the Han family's second young Mississippi." "Which Han family?" Han Yunqi couldn't help but ask. Although the only Han family in the capital that had connections with Mu Luiyue was her maternal family, she still wanted to confirm. "It's the medical family, the Han family, esteemed Princess Consort's maternal family," the tea servant replied in a low voice. "The second miss of the Han family, Madame Li's daughter Han Ruoxue?" A trace of hesitation flashed across Han Yunqi's eyes. Although she was now even more certain that Madame Li was the culprit, she was still very calm. After all, these were all speculations and there was no real evidence. If she locked onto Madame Li now, it was very likely that she would miss other clues and miss the real culprit. Han Yunqi had never investigated a case before, but she thought that investigating a case and making a diagnosis should be based on the same principle. One couldn't make subjective guesses. There were too many similar symptoms, so they had to be eliminated one by one until there was a clear diagnosis to support the diagnosis. Otherwise, in the end, it would only be treating the wrong illness and harming the patient. Han Yunqi didn't continue speaking. Mu Qingguo, who didn't know Madame Li's suspicions, was much more impartial. He asked seriously, "Among these people, who drank tea with young Miss the most?" The tea servant thought for a moment and shook her head. This servant didn't calculate seriously. The few young misses all came often, so this servant didn't have any special impression. "Who delivered tea most often?" Mu Qingguo asked again. This time the tea servant didn't even think and answered without hesitation. "The second miss of the Han family." Hearing this, Han Yunqi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She suddenly had a very bad feeling. Mu Qingguo didn't immediately continue asking. He looked at Han Yunqi, and his gaze gradually became complicated. The second miss of the Han family was from esteemed Princess Consort's maternal family. She was esteemed Princess Consort's half-sister. If Han Ruoxue was the culprit, then the Han family was facing a disaster. Think carefully. Is there anyone else? Mu Qingguo asked seriously. The young misses of the Prime Minister's manor and the Minister of War's family often sent tea to young miss, but not as often as the second miss of the Han family. The second miss of the Han family seemed to send tea every time. "Young Miss Mu likes the tea from the second miss of the Han family," the tea servant replied. She thought for a moment and said, "In the past 2 to 3 years, the second miss of the Han family must have sent tea the most. Especially last year, she would send tea every 1 or 2 months." When this was said, even Mu Qingguo fell silent and didn't continue asking. Without a doubt, Han Ruoxue was the most suspicious. Chapter 109. Seeing that Mu Qingguo and Han Yunqi were both silent, the tea servant had long sensed that something was wrong. However, the tea house would keep records of the consumption of these things that the young general asked, so she didn't dare to lie. Not long ago, second Miss Han had left a jar of high-quality spring tea here. Many influential people who came to drink tea would leave their tea leaves behind, and none of them came back to look for it. Thus, she had a sneaky idea and hid the jar of tea leaves. Who knew that the next day, someone from the Han family came to look for it? She couldn't take it out again, so she could only lie and say that she didn't see it. The tea that second Miss Han had sent was of the highest quality, and many of them were even better than those in the tea house. If they could be resold in the tea market, they would definitely be able to fetch a good price. The tea servant had planned to find a time to secretly take it out and sell it, but who knew that something like this would happen today? She was scared witless and didn't dare to sell the tea leaves. She only hoped that they wouldn't find out that she was the culprit. If the steward of the tea house found out that she had stolen a guest's tea, only death would await her. Seeing that Mu Qinggu was also silent, Han Yunqi sighed softly in her heart and said lightly, "Young general, if you can make me feel at ease, then I can also make you feel at ease. Don't worry." The tea servant didn't understand these words, but Mu Qinggu did. When investigating Mu Luiwe, he had promised that he wouldn't be biased. Now, the Han family was the biggest suspect, and esteemed Wang Fei was giving the same promise. He didn't expect that esteemed Wang Fei, who was just a woman, would have such awe-inspiring righteousness. Mu Qinggu cupped his hands in salute, his face full of respect and trust. It was this trust that made Han Yunqi feel even more pressure. At the same time, it made her even more determined. No matter who the culprit was, as long as it was the real culprit, she would definitely find out. Were the tea leaves that second Miss Han brewed here before? She finally opened her mouth. The tea servant shook her head. The tea that second Miss Han brewed was mostly left behind for us to reward after it was opened. The tea that was given to eldest Miss Mu was unopened. Were they the same tea leaves? Han Yunqi asked again. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It's not certain, the tea servant answered honestly. Are there any left? Han Yunqi continued to ask. The tea servant immediately stood up and soon returned with 2 cans of tea leaves. This was left behind by second young Miss Han recently. Han Yunqi inspected the tea leaves and didn't find any traces of poison. Everything was normal. Mu Qinggu hesitated for a moment, then personally brewed the tea leaves and drank it. As soon as he smelled the fragrance of the tea, his face became intoxicated. What's wrong? Han Yunqi asked curiously. The reason why Mu Luiwe kept receiving tea leaves from Han Ruoxiwe was because the tea leaves weren't ordinary. This tea is the first batch of spring tea in Southern Wilderness. It's a top-grade green tea. Mu Qinggu was very certain. If the same tea tree was planted in different places, the tea leaves would definitely be different. The climate, soil, and water source for irrigation would determine the difference in the trace elements in the tea leaves, which would lead to the different taste of the tea. Most people wouldn't be able to taste it, but an experienced tea addict could tell with a single sniff. This really is the first batch of spring tea from Southern Wilderness. Only the red soil of Southern Wilderness can produce this kind of green tea. Young General is amazing. The tea servant's face was full of praise. Actually, she really wanted to say that the can that second young Miss Han didn't give away was better than this one. Unfortunately, she didn't dare. Is this tea very rare? Han Yunqi asked in confusion. Esteemed Wang Fei, Southern Wilderness tea is the most popular, especially spring tea. It's produced in small quantities and is always sold out before it's even picked. The tea servant answered honestly. If it wasn't for the tea and the tea servant's reminder, Mu Qinggu wouldn't have noticed that the green tea he drank most often had a difference in origin. He looked at Han Yunqi with a serious gaze and said seriously, I've been obsessed with this kind of tea for the past 2 to 3 years. Many of the tea that Luiwe sent over were Southern Wilderness green tea. Southern Wilderness green tea? Han Yunqi slightly knit her brows. While Mu Qinggu and the tea servant weren't paying attention, she silently took a few tea leaves and put them into her medical pouch. She also took out a gold needle and some tea water and put them in. Actually, she was putting them into the detoxification system to be broken down. After breaking them down, she immediately came to a different conclusion from before. These tea leaves and tea water had an extremely high iron content. She had broken down 2 batches of tea leaves before and matched the various components of the tea leaves with the 10,000 snake poison, but she had always failed. The first time she analyzed the type of tea. The second time she deeply inhaled the tea leaves from 3 seasons. As for the origin, she had never analyzed it. Could it be the green tea of Nanjiang's spring tea? Han Yunqi couldn't wait any longer. As soon as she analyzed the components of these tea leaves, She immediately began to intelligently mix them in the detoxification system. Her brows were tightly knit and her face was serious. She was completely focused, hoping to get an accurate answer. Mu Qinggu and the tea servant watched from the side, wondering what had happened to her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, are you all right?" Mu Qinggu asked with concern. After a short moment, Han Yunqi came back to her senses and sighed softly. "I'm fine." All right, she failed again. Southern Wilderness green tea failed, but it wasn't this. Did they misunderstand Han Ruoxue? Or was there a difference between the tea leaves that Han Ruoxue used to brew and the tea leaves that she gave to Mu Liwei? If there was a difference, with Mu Qingwu's level of tea fanatic drinking so often, he would be able to more or less taste it. Han Yunqi hesitated for a moment before waving her hand to have the tea servant and the surrounding maids withdraw. Once they left, Mu Qingwu hurriedly asked, "Esteemed Wang Fei, did you discover something? Is there any difference between the tea leaves that Liwei gave you and other tea leaves?" Han Yunqi asked seriously. Mu Qingwu knew why esteemed Wang Fei asked this question, but he didn't know how to give her a clear answer. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this is hard to say. Tea leaves of the same origin, season, and variety, as long as they are normally roasted and preserved, the taste won't be too different. However, there are many subtle differences." Mu Qingwu paused for a moment before continuing. "Tea leaves of the same origin, whether they were given by Liwei or someone else. Liui's tea would be better. It's mainly in the roasting and preservation techniques. Of course, sometimes it's also related to the water, utensils, and time used to brew the tea. These are all hard to say." Han Yunqi understood Mu Qingwu's words as soon as she heard it. It was obviously impossible to find an answer from these uncertain and changeable factors. Just the roasting techniques alone had many subtle differences. Where were they going to find them one by one? Han Yunqi originally wanted to find the recipe for the poisonous tea leaves, and then follow the recipe to find evidence. Now, it seemed that if they followed this trail, they wouldn't be able to find anything even after a long time. She organized her thoughts, put aside the various influencing factors, and returned to the suspicious point of the tea leaves. If they were sure that the suspicious point was the tea leaves, they only had one way to go now, and that was to find the poisonous tea leaves. However, at this juncture, the culprit might have already been prepared. How could it be so easy to find the poisonous tea leaves? If they gave up on this suspect, then they could only start from the suspect. Han Yunqi's considerations were exactly what Mu Qingwu was thinking. Seeing Mu Qingwu's serious expression, she smiled. "Young General, this trip was fruitful. There's no progress in the tea leaves, but at least we've confirmed the suspect." Actually, based on today's clues, Han Ruoxue's suspicions were not small. In addition, her discovery at Third Madam's place made her even more suspicious. Han Yunqi didn't mention Long Fei Ye's involvement in this matter. After all, this matter involved a spy in Northern Li, and Long Fei Ye had always been investigating in secret. She silently hoped that Long Fei Yi would be able to find other clues. Mu Qingwu didn't expect that today's investigation would lead to the Han family's second miss. When he returned, he had to report to His Highness Duke of Qin immediately. He thought that it wouldn't be difficult for His Highness Duke of Qin to investigate the Han family's third branch, Madame Li, and the second Miss Background. This matter was related to the Northern Li spy case and couldn't be made public. He also couldn't reveal it to esteemed Wang Fei. The two of them undoubtedly focused on the suspect and placed their hopes on Long Fei Yi, but the other didn't know. Mu Qingwu nodded. "Don't worry, esteemed Wang Fei. The general's estate will definitely investigate this matter as soon as possible. If there's any news, we'll inform you immediately. If I have any progress, I'll let you know." Han Yunqi was especially honest. Mu Qingwu was stunned. Could it be that this master wanted to personally investigate the Han family? One had to know that she was the Han family's daughter who had married out. It wasn't good for her to frequently return to her maternal home. Secondly, As Qin Wangfei, there were some things she had to consider. Esteemed Wangfei, according to this official's opinion, you should, before Mu Qinggu could finish his words, Han Yunqi lazily stood up. Let's go, we'll go buy some tea. Her mind was a bit messy. She wanted to empty her mind and didn't want to talk about this case for now. Mu Qinggu couldn't persuade her anymore. So he asked, what kind of tea does esteemed Wangfei like? You can have the tea. Servant, bring it over. I heard that the red South Peak here is pretty good. I have to personally go up the mountain to pick it? Han Yunqi thought that she had to bribe Long Fei Yi and have him quickly investigate the Han family's third branch. With that fellow's efficiency, he would definitely have news in 3 or 4 days. If he made a mistake, she still had a few days to adjust. Esteemed Wang Fei really knows what's good. Heavenly Fragrance Tea House's Red South Peak is exclusively for the imperial family. It's not for sale. Mu Qinggu smiled as he said. Han Yunqi was a bit disappointed. So you're saying that I can't buy it? This official can't buy it, but esteemed Wang Fei is a member of the imperial family, so naturally you can buy it. I just don't know if this official will be able to bask in esteemed Wang Fei's glory today. Mu Qinggu asked jokingly. After interacting with each other several times, he had unknowingly become much more relaxed. He was no longer as respectful and reserved as before. However, he didn't notice it himself. Han Yunqi's interest was immediately piqued. Then let's go. Under the guidance of the tea servant, Mu Qinggu and Han Yunqi arrived at the back of the mountain. This was where the Red South Peak was planted. The rows of trees were tightly packed together, and only one person could pass through at a time. Although the tea trees weren't tall, they weren't short either. Once they stood inside, they would be covered in half of their bodies. Under the guidance of the tea master, Han Yunqi quickly grasped the technique of picking tea leaves. She walked with Mu Qinggu into the tea trees. After all, they were on a mountain path and Han Yunqi's foot was injured. Mu Qinggu didn't have time to pick tea leaves. He kept protecting Han Yunqi by her side, afraid that she would fall or sprain her ankle. Seeing that many of the tea leaves had insect bites, Han Yunqi said to herself, there are a lot of pests. They must not have sprayed pesticides, right? In the modern era, it was normal for tea leaves to be sprayed with pesticides. There were even many unscrupulous tea farmers who used excessive amounts of pesticides or pesticides that were banned by the country to ensure their harvest. Pesticides. Mu Qinggu didn't understand. Who would have thought that Han Yunqi would suddenly turn around and cry out in shock, "Poison!" What if 10,000 snake poison was placed on the tea trees? Chapter 110. If the pesticide was added to the tea would definitely change color and taste. Even if it was just a little bit, it would still have a pungent smell. However, if the pesticide was sprayed on the tea leaves would be roasted and then steeped in tea, and the pesticide smell would disappear. If the pesticide was not so small that it could be ignored, then whether it was the tea leaves or the tea water, the pesticide residue could still be detected. Drinking tea leaves with pesticide residue for a long time would definitely have a certain effect on the human body. Then, what if the pesticide was replaced with poison, or the 10,000 snake poison? Wouldn't it be the same? The tea leaves contained 10,000 snake poison, but after being steeped, there was no smell at all. It wouldn't change color or taste. Only a professional and precise test could detect it? Thinking of this, Han Yunqi's heart was shocked. Her eyes widened. It must be like this. Mu Qinggu was confused. Princess Consort, what are you talking about? Han Yunqi was about to explain, but who would have thought that a sharp sound would suddenly come from behind? Princess Consort, be careful! Mu Qinggu cried out in alarm. He suddenly pushed Han Yunqi towards the tea trees and then turned around to protect her. With his rich experience on the battlefield, he could immediately tell that this was the sound of an arrow coming from behind. There was an assassin. When Mu Qinggu turned around to block Han Yunqi, he also pulled out his sword and fiercely swung it at the arrow coming at him. His series of movements were clean and very beautiful. The arrow fell, but he couldn't see where the assassin was. In front of him was an empty space. Other than the tea trees, there were more tea trees. The entire hillside was silent. Mu Qinggu didn't hesitate. He was alert to the movements around him as he shouted, "Someone, quickly call the guards! There's an assassin!" The two tea masters on the side were so scared that they immediately turned around and ran. The guards of the tea garden hadn't arrived yet, but suddenly another arrow came from the right. Mu Qinggu waved his sword and easily knocked it down. The Princess Consort was behind him, so he didn't dare to carelessly chase. Moreover, the terrain they were in wasn't good for retreating. Mu Qinggu could only stay in place and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Fortunately, judging from the speed of the arrows, there was only one assassin. Han Yunqi lay on the tea tree and did not dare to move. She admitted that she was very timid. She did not know any martial arts. If she was not careful, she would lose her life. "Esteemed Wang Fei, the reinforcements will be here soon. I'll have to trouble you," Mu Qinggu said in a low voice. I'm fine. Be careful." Han Yunqi felt terrible. She bent over at a 90-degree angle, and her whole stomach was pressed against the tea tree. She really wanted to vomit. Whoosh! Another sharp sword came from the left. Mu Qinggu continued to hit him fiercely and coldly said, "Who are you? Sneaking around, what kind of hero are you?" Han Yunqi was speechless. The other party was an assassin. How could he be a hero? It was obvious that his abilities were limited. Since his sneak attack failed, he could only continue with his sneak attack. Otherwise, wouldn't they take advantage of the fact that reinforcements hadn't arrived to end the battle quickly? Han Yunqi had never encountered an assassin before, so she had never encountered any kind of fighting. With this conjecture, she felt much more at ease. But who knew that Mu Qinggu would suddenly be shocked? He said in a low voice, "Esteemed Wang Fei, there are many people coming. Did we offend them?" "What?" Before Han Yunqi could understand, Mu Qinggu turned around and pulled her into his arms. Then he soared into the air. Almost at the same time, countless arrows flew from all directions. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the arrows breaking through the air was incessant. Mu Qinggu held Han Yunqi tightly in his arms with one hand and held his sword with the other. He swung his sword to knock down the arrows while constantly turning around to dodge. Han Yunqi buried her head in his arms and fiercely dodged up and down, spinning around. She was dizzy and could not see what was happening, but she could clearly hear the sound of arrows and swords colliding. Clang! 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 Rapid, loud, and abnormally fierce. There were actually so many people lying in ambush. Were they here for Mu Qinggu or for her? Mu Qinggu was completely focused on blocking the arrows. The assassins still did not show themselves and were hiding in the tea trees. They were using very easy-to-shoot arrows. The reason why they did not shoot 10,000 arrows at once was because they were worried that they would expose themselves too early and would not be able to hurt him. They wanted to let him be careless and then use all their firepower. It was obvious that these assassins knew him very well. Could they be the assassins who tried to assassinate him in the imperial capital last time? At this time, Mu Qinggu did not care so much. His first task was to protect esteemed Wang Fei and not let her come to any harm. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself to the Duke of Qin's manor. The arrows were increasing in number. Mu Qinggu did not have a chance to escape. He could not even find a chance to take the initiative to attack. He could only block them. The only thing he was thankful for was that this was the tea garden and reinforcements would arrive soon. If they were attacked in the wilderness, he would not be able to hold on for long with the enemy's strength. Quick! They're all hiding in the tea trees. Split up and search. Soon a sharp order was heard. It was none other than the manager of the tea garden and the representative of the manor lord, guard Shangguan. He was in his early 40s with a mustache and a solemn face. He jumped out and flew into the air with his sword drawn to support Mu Qinggu while giving the order. Following that, a large group of black-robed guards also flew down from the mountain top. Each of them was agile and strong as they held their swords and rushed into the dense tea trees. When the reinforcements arrived, there was a strange whistle, and the arrow attack stopped. The black-robed, masked assassins stood up from the tea trees and retreated in all directions. Guard Shangguan immediately chased after them and threw out his long sword, which actually pierced into the back of an assassin. He chased after them and pulled out his sword, knocking down a few crossbow bolts that were shot at him. He immediately flew forward and pressed his long sword against the assassin's neck. "Don't move, or you'll die," Guard Shangguan said coldly. In this situation, of course, he had to keep the assassin alive. Capturing one alive was more important than killing everyone. But unexpectedly, the assassin did not turn around. He silently took the initiative to approach and slit his neck against the blade. He committed suicide. Guard Shangguan was shocked. He couldn't care less and chased after the surrounding assassins. The guards of the tea house had already started fighting with the assassins in all directions. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard one after another. Mu Qinggu also wanted to chase after them and capture one alive to interrogate, but he endured it. He had to protect the princess consort. He protected Han Yunqi away from the battlefield and landed on a small flat ground. As soon as he landed, he immediately let go and said seriously, "Princess Consort, I'm sorry to offend you." It's fine. It's all thanks to you." Han Yunqi patted her chest in panic. She originally thought that there was only one assassin. Who knew that there would be so many ambushes? Fortunately, there were reinforcements. Otherwise, no one would know how she and Mu Qinggu died. Looking at the fierce fighting below, Mu Qinggu still did not dare to be careless. He constantly paid attention to the situation around him. Soon, another batch of reinforcements arrived. They surrounded the entire mountainside from the outside, leaving the assassins no place to escape. The assassins gradually retreated and gathered in the center. They did not give up attacking. They stood back to back and continuously shot arrows, forcing the guards of the tea garden to carefully block them. Han Yunqi and Mu Qinggu watched, worried that Guard Shangguan could not capture them alive. "Young general, these people are coming for you, right?" Han Yunqi asked in a low voice. She knew that she had offended many people, but those grievances were not worthy of her enemies to go to such lengths to assassinate her. One had to know that the crime of assassinating the princess consort was very serious. A light punishment would be the execution of the whole family. A heavy punishment would be the death of the entire family. "Yes, they know me very well," Mu Qinggu said indifferently, his gaze not leaving the battlefield. But who knew that at this moment Han Yunqi suddenly heard a beep, beep, beep sound. The frequency of this warning sound told her that there was poison rapidly approaching and should be behind her. Han Yunqi did not recover her senses for a moment and unconsciously turned her head to look behind her. "Ah!" Han Yunqi screamed loudly. She did not know where she got the strength from, but she fiercely pushed Mu Qinggu away. Mu Qinggu did not expect this and was directly pushed to the ground. Almost at the same time, a sharp sword came from behind and stabbed at the position where Mu Qinggu was just standing. If Han Yunqi did not push him away, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was actually able to approach without a sound and almost take Mu Qinggu's life. And Mu Qinggu didn't even notice? What kind of expert was this? The person holding the sword behind him was actually a female assassin in black. Without a doubt, her martial arts were above Mu Qinggu's. She instantly approached and grabbed Han Yunqi's hand. "Let go of me! Let go!" Han Yunqi screamed as she fiercely struggled in fear. So this group of assassins' target was not Mu Qinggu, but her. No one had expected such a thing to happen. This female assassin was a true assassin. Everything else was a cover. Even guard Shangguan looked over and was stunned. However, Mu Qingwu's reaction was very fast. He quickly grabbed his sword and jumped up. But who would have thought that the female assassin would grab Han Yunqi's hand while suddenly turning around and stabbing her sword at Mu Qingwu? All of this happened too fast. Mu Qingwu did not have a choice. He would rather take the sword and protect the princess consort. He did not dodge and used his shoulder to meet the female assassin's sword. At the same time, his sword stabbed at the female assassin's heart. Who would have thought that at this moment Han Yunqi would cry out in alarm, "Be careful of the poison on her sword. You will die." Mu Qingwu was distracted. At this moment of life and death, when the two swords were about to hit each other, the female assassin's sword turned and fiercely knocked away Mu Qingwu's sword. At the same time, she pulled Han Yunqi into her embrace and turned to run. Princess consort, Mu Qingwu was scared out of his wits and sprang to his feet in an instant. Guard Shangguan had already flown past him and chased after him. Mu Qingwu did not delay and chased after her. But unexpectedly, the female assassin's speed was very fast. Whether it was Mu Qingwu or Guard Shangguan, they could not catch up. From afar, they saw that they were about to leave the heavenly fragrance tea house. The two of them used all their strength to chase after her, but they could not catch up. They could only watch as that figure disappeared into the mountains and disappeared. "It's over." Guard Shangguan panted as he lay paralyzed on the ground, his face pale. Qin Wangfei was kidnapped in the heavenly fragrance tea house. How could he bear this? Mu Qingwu's face was even paler than Guard Shangguan's. Only then did he realize that this group of assassins was after the princess consort. The two of them looked at each other in dismay, but they did not see a red figure sweep past them and disappear into the mountains. Very quickly, the two of them thought of the group of assassins left on the mountainside of Nanshan. Unfortunately, when they arrived, all they saw were corpses. All the assassins in black had killed themselves. Useless things. Guard Shangguan angrily sent a guard flying with a kick. Mu Qingwu clenched his fists until they made cracking sounds. He coldly said, "Search the mountains." Guard Shangguan immediately searched the mountains for me. Also, send someone to report to the Duke of Qin's manor. After he finished speaking, he did not have time to catch his breath and immediately rushed into the mountains. Guard Shangguan did not dare to delay and immediately arranged everything. He himself immediately flew towards the peak of Shishan Mountain. With such a big thing happening, he had to report it to the manor head. Chapter 111. Han Yunqi was tightly held by the female assassin. No matter how she struggled, the female assassin remained unmoved. This group of assassins understood Mu Qingwu very well, yet they were targeting her. Could it be that these assassins had something to do with the 10,000 snake poison that Mu Qingwu was afflicted with? They knew that she was investigating the source of the 10,000 snake poison, so they kidnapped her? Other than this reason, Han Yunqi couldn't think of a second one. She was someone who cherished her life very much. She was able to calmly analyze the situation because she was certain that the female assassin wouldn't kill her. If they wanted to kill her, why would they kidnap her? The female assassin had plenty of opportunities to end her life with one strike. Since it was a kidnapping, they must have a request. Thus, she was temporarily safe. At this moment, Han Yunqi's ears were filled with do-do-do sounds. Not only was there poison on the female assassin's sword, she also hid quite a few poisons on her body. It looked like she was someone who was good at using poison. Her martial arts were also so good. Could it be that she was the leader of Northern Li's spies? Thinking of this, Han Yunqi pretended to struggle. She grabbed the female assassin's arm and used her fingernails to pierce it. Who knew that the female assassin would immediately lower her head and disdainfully taunt, "Han Yunqi, put away your little tricks. There's nothing great about it, humph." She knew that Han Yunqi had poisoned her, but she didn't stop her. As she spoke, she glanced at her arm. At this moment, the poison in Han Yunqi's fingernails had already seeped into her skin, but she didn't have any reaction at all. How could this be? Han Yunqi's face was filled with shock. It had to be known that she had used ant poison. It was this medicine that had tormented Han Yunqi until he hovered between life and death. Those who were poisoned would feel intense pain at the beginning. Very quickly, they would feel as if their arm was being bitten by thousands of ants. The person wouldn't die from the poison, but they would be clawed until they were neither human nor ghost, living a life worse than death. However, not only did this female assassin not feel any pain, her arm was still so strong, holding her tightly. That was impossible. One had to know that in ancient times, ant poison could not be extracted. One would only be poisoned if they were bitten by poisonous ants. The ant poison she used was carried in the detoxification system. It was the poison essence extracted from the poisonous ants. Therefore, there was a certain difference between being bitten by a poisonous ant and being bitten by a poisonous ant, and the antidote was also different. In other words, Han Yunqi was the only one who had the antidote for the ant poison. It was impossible for this female assassin to have the antidote. Without the antidote, she actually had no reaction at all. That's strange. Han Yunqi didn't believe it. She clenched her teeth and dug her nails deeper, making the ant poison penetrate faster. But who would have thought that the female assassin was still smiling disdainfully, as if it had nothing to do with her? She didn't even look at her as she borrowed strength from the tree and flew even faster. Could it be Han Yunqi thought of something and almost blurted it out? Fortunately, she shut her mouth in time. However, her face was pale and very ugly. Immune. The reason why this person didn't have any reaction to the ant poison was most likely because she had immunity against poison. There was a type of person who had immunity against poison, so they wouldn't be poisoned. Those who were born with immunity were few and far between. Even if they were born with it, they would only be immune to one or two types of poison. But for those who were injected with various antibodies to develop immunity, then there was a possibility that they would have immunity against a large type of poison. The same type of poison wouldn't be able to poison her. Injecting antibodies was a modern term. In ancient times, it was called poison nurturing. Modern injecting antibodies to poison were divided into level 1, level 2, and level 3. The higher the level, the higher the immunity and the stronger the poison that they could withstand. Of course, the higher the immunity, the more serious the damage to the body's normal functions. It could even be life-threatening. So no matter if it was research and development or clinical application, it was strictly controlled or even prohibited. Han Yunqi remembered that she had read in an ancient poison manual. In ancient times, poison nurturing was also divided into poison humans, poison corpses, and poison goo. Poison humans had a limited lifespan at most 30 years. They had their own independent personality and were no different from a normal person. They had immunity against low-level poisons such as those that only affected the skin, flesh, hair, and other non-fatal poisons. Poison corpses were actually similar to death soldiers. Their lifespan didn't exceed a year. They had immunity against middle-level poisons, such as those that affected the bones and blood. As for poison goo, what kind of existence was it? There were very few records in ancient books, and Han Yunqi didn't know much about it. She only knew that according to the records, even those high-level poisons that affected the internal organs couldn't do anything to poison goo. Han Yunqi had always felt that ancient poisons were plentiful, but the poison arts were far from modern times. The records in ancient poison manuals were most likely just a hypothesis and didn't have the conditions to realize it. Even if it really existed, it could only be an individual case. But who knew that she had underestimated the poison arts of ancient times? Today, she had easily encountered one. Based on the situation of this female assassin, she should be a poison person. The discovery of the 10,000 snake poison and the poison mosquito swarm had already caused Han Yunqi to feel apprehensive. Now that a poison person had appeared, what kind of poison expert was behind the northernly country's spies? Previously, Han Yunqi had suspected that this female assassin was the head of the spies. But now, it seemed that she was just a tool. There must be someone behind her. She had to admit that the opponent was mysterious and valiant. It had somewhat exceeded Han Yunqi's expectations. Of course, Han Yunqi wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. She carried with her a large arsenal of poisons. Was there any need to fear that there wouldn't be enough to deal with this female poison person assassin? She pretended to be discouraged and let go of the female assassin's hand. She coldly questioned, "Who exactly are you? Why did you kidnap me?" The female assassin seemed to be very disdainful of Han Yunqi, and even seemed to be dissatisfied. She gave a disdainful snort and didn't answer. "You dare to kidnap me? His Highness Duke of Qin will definitely not let you off." Han Yunqi deliberately provoked, while her small hand silently reached into her medical pouch. With a thought, she casually grabbed a handful of bone-eroding powder. Bone-eroding powder, as the name implied, was a poison specially used to corrode bones. Once it entered the bloodstream, it would immediately invade the marrow. "Han Yunqi, do you really think you've become a phoenix? Really, really shameless, Sa." The female assassin became even more disdainful. She landed on the edge of the cliff and grabbed Han Yunqi tightly, as if wanting to jump down. "It's SOZO. You're about the same," Han Yunqi said very calmly, her gaze sweeping over the wound on the female assassin's arm that she had just scratched out with her fingernails. "You dare to scold me?" The female assassin was enraged. She glared coldly and turned her arm towards Han Yunqi. "How about it?" Han Yunqi coldly provoked. Then, with quick reflexes, the hand holding the bone-eroding powder immediately moved towards the female assassin's wound. But, unexpectedly, the female assassin's vigilance was very high. Almost without thinking, she immediately pushed Han Yunqi away. In a flash, she pulled out her sword and sliced off an entire piece of flesh from her arm. The entire process didn't take more than 10 seconds. So fast, so ruthless. Han Yunqi landed at the side and lost her balance. She fell a few steps and sat on the ground, almost falling off the cliff. As long as she held the female assassin's wound, the poison would definitely be administered. But she had never thought that the female assassin would actually slice off her flesh without hesitation. Wasn't this reaction too fast and too professional? Of course, Han Yunqi, who was sitting on the edge of the cliff, couldn't care so much. She was so frightened that her heart almost stopped beating. She hurriedly got up and wanted to run. But the female assassin instantly closed in and grabbed her collar, roaring angrily, "You slut, go and die!" Han Yunqi still wanted to use poison. She could only use poison. But who knew that the female assassin didn't give her any chance and suddenly threw her off the cliff. Only a scream was heard. Following that, the female assassin chased after her. Very quickly, the two figures disappeared into the abyss. Bang! A loud sound rang through the entire general's residence main hall. Long Fei Yi stood high up on the main seat. His face was like black ice, and his anger overflowed to the heavens. It was like the sky before a violent snowstorm, especially that pair of cold eyes. It was so deep that it penetrated people's hearts. Because of his rage, it created a strong pressure. The large main hall seemed to have become smaller. The cold aura intimidated great General Gu and the heavenly fragrance teahouse's servants to kneel on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Qin Wangfei was kidnapped. What a serious matter this was. The anger in Long Fei Ye's deep eyes jumped. He didn't realize how angry he was. He was so angry that he couldn't calm down. Since the people who kidnapped Han Yunqi were familiar with Mu Qingguo, then it must be the group of spies from northernly country. Now that Han Yunqi had fallen into their hands, how could she be in good condition? General Mu knew that this matter was serious, but he didn't expect His Highness Duke of Qin to be so angry. At this time, he didn't dare to ask for punishment. The most important thing was to hurry and save the princess. His hands were trembling as he reported, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, Qinggu has already sent people to seal off the entrances to the mountains. She must still be in the mountains. Since those people are kidnapping her, esteemed Wang Fei's life won't be in danger for the time being." Unexpectedly, Long Fei blurted out, "This prince won't allow anyone to touch a single hair on her head." Of course, he knew that the spies from northern Li country kidnapped Han Yunqi. They didn't want her life, but Han Yunqi had fallen into the hands of those women. How could she not be tortured? That cowardly woman must be scared to death. Hearing His Highness Duke of Qin's words, General Mu was even more stunned. He never expected His Highness Duke of Qin to be so protective of Han Yunqi. For a moment he didn't dare to speak. It was his son who took her out. If they couldn't find her, or something happened to her, then the general's estate wouldn't be able to escape punishment with His Highness Duke of Qin's attitude. "Your Highness, this old official will go to the palace right now and ask His Majesty to transfer troops." General Mu's face was earnest. Searching the mountains required men and horses, so transferring troops was the most effective method. But Long Fei refused. "No need. We can't alarm anyone else about this." Leaving aside the fact that Emperor Tianhui wouldn't agree, Long Fei didn't want to publicize the matter even if he did. This involved the northernly spies, and now the Han family was a suspect. Once the matter was made public, it'd affect his investigation and wouldn't benefit Han Yunqi in the slightest. A complicated look flitted past Long Fei's eyes before he said, coldly, "Chu Shifeng, send out all of the solitary enclosure's men and horses to secretly search the mountains for your lordship. Also, take the 2 hostages from the prison cells to the Celestial Fragrance tea shop." Was His Highness Duke of Qin preparing to exchange hostages? Now, General Mu was even more incredulous. After all, His Highness Duke of Qin had never released any of his captives. But this time, he'd made an exception for the sake of a woman. Actually, Han Yunqi's kidnapping was the perfect opportunity for His Highness Duke of Qin to get rid of this Qin Wang Fei. Moreover, it involved the northernly spies, so Emperor Tianhui and the Empress Dowager didn't dare to make things difficult for him. Leaving aside General Mu, even Chu Shifeng couldn't understand. But faced with his master in a fit of anger, he didn't dare to ask a single question. He immediately obeyed his orders and left. Long Fei looked icily at the Celestial Fragrance tea shop servants. "Tell your owner that your lordship wants to see him." Chapter 112. After Han Yunqi's incident, the Celestial Fragrance tea shop had been sealed off. Outsiders couldn't enter, and the people inside couldn't leave. As soon as Long Fei arrived, Mu Qinggu hurried to see him. Mu Qinggu had been searching since yesterday afternoon, but he couldn't find a single clue. He really didn't have the face to come back, but since His Highness Duke of Qin was here, he had to come back. As soon as he entered, Mu Qinggu immediately knelt. This subordinate didn't protect esteemed Wang Fei well. This subordinate deserves 10,000 deaths. If you're only here to ask for forgiveness, then this prince will sentence you to death right now. Long Fei, you didn't hold back at all. What was the use of asking for forgiveness now? Mu Qinggu understood, but he still felt very apologetic. What exactly happened? Long Fei asked coldly. General Mu and the Celestial Fragrance tea shop's servants hadn't told him everything. Only the person involved, Mu Qinggu, knew what had happened. Mu Qinggu gave Long Fei a detailed account of why they'd come to the Celestial Fragrance tea shop, including his suspicions about the Han family's second miss, Han Ruoxue. "Since you've already investigated clearly, why did you still come to Nanshan?" Long Fei didn't understand. Esteemed Wang Fei said she wanted to pick some red Nanshan to bring back. This subordinate didn't expect this to happen. Mu Qinggu was filled with regret. If he'd known earlier, he would have come himself. Han Yunqi also liked Red Nanshan? A complicated look flashed through Long Fei Ye's eyes. He asked, "How long did it take you to get from Sinew Courtyard to Nanshan?" There were many people lying in ambush at Nanshan. Someone must have known beforehand that Han Yunqi would be there. Long Fei Ye's question was undoubtedly because he suspected there were spies in the Celestial Fragrance tea shop. The mountain roads are difficult. Less than an hour, Mu Qinggu replied truthfully. Less than an hour was not a short period of time. It was enough for the assassin to set up an ambush. Most importantly, how did a large group of assassins enter the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House? It must be known that the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House was not an ordinary tea house. The people who came here were all influential people in the imperial capital. The security here had always been very tight. Right at this moment, Guard Shangguan rushed over. Guard Shangguan couldn't find the Manor Lord no matter how hard he tried. He tried to contact the Manor Lord, but to no avail. The Manor Lord had a courtyard on the west mountain of the Heavenly Fragrance tea shop. Most of the time he stayed there. Although the Manor Lord didn't come often, he had been living in the tea house for the past month. The chateau master basically did not care about the affairs of the tea house. Guard Shangguan was a capable person, but now that such a big matter had happened, Guard Shangguan was helpless and could not bear the responsibility. His Highness Duke of Qin had already arrived, but there was still no news of the Manor Lord. Guard Shangguan could only brace himself and enter to meet him. As soon as he entered, he saw a long face sitting loftily in his seat, his face as cold as a demon. He felt the pressure of a mountain and quickly fell to his knees. "This commoner Shangguan Ming greets Your Highness Duke of Qin." "Guard Shangguan, this prince remembers that you are not the Manor Lord." Long Fei Yi said that he liked the Red South Peak from the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House. Guard Shangguan had offered it several times in the name of the Manor Lord. "Reporting to Your Highness Duke of Qin, this subordinate is also looking for the Manor Lord. The Manor Lord's whereabouts have always been uncertain. This subordinate has already used all means of contact to search for him." Guard Shangguan reported truthfully. "You can't find the Manor Lord?" Long Fei Yi raised his brows and asked in return. These words were too meaningful. Guard Shangguan was greatly alarmed and hurriedly expressed his position. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, this commoner can fully represent the Manor Lord and fully cooperate with the investigation. All the guards of the tea house have entered the mountains to search. The tea maids, tea servants, 2 tea masters, and all the guards of the South Mountain have been imprisoned and are awaiting Your Highness Duke of Qin's personal interrogation." Guard Shangguan was a smart person. He had long expected that His Highness Duke of Qin would suspect the Heavenly Fragrance tea house. In fact, he had been unable to sleep for an entire night. After thinking about it for an entire night, he also suspected that a spy had infiltrated the tea house. Otherwise, such a large group of assassins wouldn't have been able to silently lay in ambush on the mountainside of the South Mountain. Long Fei Yi seemed satisfied with Guard Shangguan's answer. He stood up and said, "Coldly interrogate." The mountain had been sealed off. There was no way the assassins could escape this area. On one hand, Long Fei Yi was secretly searching the mountain. On the other hand, he was also waiting for the other party to state their conditions. Taking hostages meant that they had a request. He wasn't afraid of anything else. He was only afraid that the other party wouldn't make a move. As long as the other party made a move and had a request, he would definitely be able to find Han Yunqi. Of course, if they could uncover the Heavenly Fragrance tea house's spy, their advantage would be even greater. However, the faster the better. The longer they delayed, the more Han Yunqi would suffer. Hearing that Long Fei Yi wanted to interrogate, Guard Shangguan let out a sigh of relief. Not daring to delay, he hurriedly led the way. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, apart from the tea masters and guards of the South Mountain, everyone else is being held separately. The 2 tea boys and 1 tea girl in Fresh Rain Courtyard Don't know what happened on the South Mountain, Guard Shangguan whispered as he walked quickly. In fact, it wasn't just the tea boys and tea girls in Fresh Rain Courtyard who didn't know what happened on the South Mountain. Apart from the people on the South Mountain, everyone else in the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House also didn't know what had happened. Guard Shangguan had done a good job of keeping secrets. This trick of his was very useful for interrogation. Long Fei, you made a soft sound of agreement. That handsome face that angered both men and gods was still very, very cold. His facial features seemed to be frozen, making people wonder if this guy had any expression at all. Guard Shangguan stole a few glances at Long Fei Yi. After waiting for a long time and seeing that he didn't speak, he timidly asked, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, who do you want to interrogate first?" "The people from Fresh Rain Courtyard." Long Fei Yi didn't think and directly answered. As soon as Long Fei Yi arrived at the interrogation room, 2 tea boys were brought in. They were both boys in their early teens and were crying all the way in. As soon as they entered and saw the situation in the room, the 2 children were immediately frightened and couldn't help but bawl loudly. "Don't cry," Guard Shangguan said angrily. However, the 2 children didn't stop crying. Instead, they cried even louder and huddled together. Guard Shangguan's forehead was beaded with sweat. Actually, according to his understanding, these 2 children shouldn't be a big problem. However, this matter was too risky. His Highness Duke of Qin hadn't interrogated them, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. He stole a glance at His Highness Duke of Qin. Seeing that His Highness Duke of Qin wasn't moving, he could only pull the 2 children apart and have someone cover their mouths. Once the crying stopped, the room was finally quiet. "Don't cry. I'm only going to ask you a few questions. Answer truthfully or you'll suffer," Guard Shangguan warned. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi suddenly said, "There's nothing to ask. If you don't confess, I'll drag you out and bury you." At these words, the 2 children were so frightened that their faces turned white. They had only been crying, but now they started to struggle violently. Guard Shangguan let go of one of the children's mouths. Unexpectedly, the child cried loudly, "Wah! I confess! I confess!" Confess? He was going to confess? Qin Wang Fei's kidnapping on Nanshan hadn't been made public. What did this child know? What was he going to confess? Could it be that he really was a spy? Guard Shangguan and Mu Qinggu looked at each other in disbelief. Long Fei Yi was also somewhat puzzled, but he still didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, the child cried, "I confess! I confess!" Sister Bai Lu betrayed eldest Miss Mu. Wah! It was Sister Bai Lu who didn't follow the rules. We didn't know anything, wah! This, Guard Shangguan slapped his head in confusion. But Long Fei Yi and Mu Qinggu immediately understood. The tea servant, Bai Lu, had violated the rules and answered many of Mu Qinggu and Han Yunqi's questions. The tea boys had overheard and thought that this was what they were questioning. Long Fei Yi pinched his brows with one hand and waved the other. Without saying anything, he motioned for Guard Shangguan to take the children away. Guard Shangguan was baffled. Mu Qinggu hurried over to explain and personally untied the 2 tea boys. He said in a low voice, "Take them out and comfort them. Bring the tea servant here." Guard Shangguan finally understood after hearing the explanation. As for why Mu Qinggu and Han Yunqi were investigating Muluiwe, although he was curious, he didn't dare to ask and quickly sent them away. Once the tea servant, Bai Lu, was taken out of the cell, she couldn't help but tremble. She was flustered and didn't know what had happened on Nanshan. She didn't know why Guard Shangguan had imprisoned her. After receiving Her Highness and the young general yesterday, she went to rest. She originally wanted to secretly dispose of the tin of tea leaves, but who knew that before she could do so, she heard that something had happened on Nanshan. All the entrances to the tea house were sealed. Everyone in the tea house was in a panic. Everyone asked around, but no one knew what had happened on Nanshan. Not long after, the guards rushed into the house and took her away by force. No matter how much she begged or cried, The guards didn't tell her why. Last night, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. No matter how she thought about it, something was wrong, other than secretly hiding the tin of spring tea left behind by second young Miss Han. She didn't do anything wrong. However, even if the matter of her stealing the spring tea was discovered, it couldn't have caused such a big commotion and sealed off the entire tea house. It was just a tin of tea leaves. After the Han family came to ask about it last time, they didn't come again. Even before divine Dr. Han was imprisoned and the Han family was defeated with the Han family status, it wouldn't be enough for guard Shangguan to seal off the tea house and search the whole tea house. Bai Lu wasn't an inexperienced tea boy. She had been in the Heavenly Fragrance tea house for nearly 10 years and worked her way up from a tea boy to a tea servant. She was dedicated to serving the rich and powerful. Even if she wasn't smart, she had become smart after hearing so many things. She knew that things weren't that simple. It shouldn't have much to do with that tin of spring tea. However, no matter how much she racked her brains, she still didn't know what wrong she had done to be imprisoned. Other than her, was there someone else who was imprisoned? Were the guards taking her to be interrogated now? Was Guard Shangguan going to interrogate her personally? Would they torture her? But what did they want to interrogate her about? Bai Lu was full of uneasiness. When she saw the interrogation door, she couldn't help but shrink back. She whimpered softly, "My two lords, what exactly is going on?" The guards didn't dare to make a sound and directly dragged Bai Lu in. Bai Lu almost fell. When she steadied herself and looked up, she gasped. She saw a godlike man sitting high up in front of her. His face was as cold as frost, and his whole body exuded the intimidating aura of a king. Bai Lu had seen many rich and powerful people, but she had never seen such a noble and domineering man. She was already flustered, and now her mind was blank. This man, who was he? Suddenly, Guard Shangguan kicked her legs from behind. Bai Lu knelt down abruptly. Only then did she regain her senses and see Guard Shangguan and Mu Qinggu at the side. Guard Shangguan learned from Long Fei Yi and didn't say much. He directly questioned her coldly. "Bai Lu, are you going to confess?" Probing the truth with falsehood, falsehood with falsehood. If Bai Lu was innocent, she wouldn't be able to confess anything even if she wanted to. However, if she knew something, then the result was very exciting.